Sorry, good to go? Yeah.
Minister, are you good?
Great. Thank you.
We're online? And broadcasting? Yeah, thank you. As I've been advised that we are now live and broadcasting, and for people who are watching from home, we have already undertaken the opening statements and the swearing in of witnesses, so we're in a position to commence immediately with questions from the opposition. So I'll go to Mr. Graham.
Right, thank you, Chair. Thanks again to the officials for appearing. Good to see you again, and congratulations, Minister, on your appointment. I might turn firstly to the issues around the rail shutdown, or whatever term you prefer, Minister. Feel free to choose your own term to describe this in the evidence you give to the committee. I might first just check that that the transport officials do actually have your mobile phone number, that they are able to contact you directly, as is the case with a number of your other ministerial colleagues.
Yes, the transport officials have my number and I have theirs.
Yes, and over the course of this dispute, and I'm not pointing to any particular time at this moment, but in fact they were in contact with you directly over the course of this issue.
When you say course of the issue, what's the time frame? What's the time?
I'm not pointing to any particular time frame, but it wouldn't be unusual for transport officials to text you directly, for example. That clearly has
Since becoming the minister, I think 21st of December, I have had phone calls and messages with transport officials about...
That's unsurprising. Yeah. We've heard evidence from the transport officials about the morning meetings that occur, often operational questions, and your attendance at those has been exemplary in the evidence we've had. I think they've given evidence you've turned up to 95% of those briefings. Is that your understanding? Is that a fair reflection of the way you've engaged in those?
Yes, I would say that's a fair reflection. They occur 3 times a week at 8 a.m. with the regional outer metro team, and it consists of the Deputy Secretary of ROM, the Secretary of Transport, but also other representatives, and my Chief of Staff are on those calls, and as needed. During my first few weeks as Minister, those meetings was sometimes held daily because of COVID and the Omicron outbreak and the implications and challenges that it had on our transport network. So, yep, but I generally attend those virtually wherever possible.
No, thank you. I do now want to turn to some specific dates and times in relation to the train shutdown. We've been given strong evidence about Sunday the 20th of February, that the decision to close the rail network for safety reasons as outlined was made between about 10:30 p.m. on Sunday the 20th of February and 10:43 when the Deputy Secretary of Transport contacted Minister Elliott's Chief of Staff. Your team was also contacted. What can you tell us about this contact?
I received a text message along with my Chief of Staff from the Deputy Secretary of Regional Outer Metro, Mr Fuller, that indicated that the union position had changed. I received that text message along with my Chief of Staff. At 10:43 p.m, didn't read the message as I was asleep. In terms of that timeline of events, that's when I received the message, but obviously it wasn't read.
And what did that message say?
Well, it indicated that the union position had changed since the Fair Work hearing on Saturday.
And I mean, we have got the text messages tabled from that, for example, Minister Elliott's office received and Minister Elliott received on that night. Would you be happy to table that text message so it's clear what the advice was you received at 10:43 that night?
Are those messages not already tabled?
I don't believe that specific one is.
Well, if you want that specific text message that was sent from Mr Fuller, happy for you to happy to table that.
Yes, okay, I appreciate that. I think that'd be helpful. So you were asleep, but your Chief of Staff was subsequently briefed that evening. Is that correct?
yes, he in the message, and it indicated obviously that the union position had changed, and that Mr. Fuller requested to speak, and my chief of staff phoned Mr. Fuller, and they had, I think at 11:13 p.m. They spoke, and it indicated that the union position had changed, that there were comms available, that were being prepped from transport, and that my chief of staff indicated that Minister Elliott would be leading on the issue, and we would have a supporting role.
Yeah, understood, and quite understandably. So we've had quite clear evidence that when those senior transport officials went back into that transport meeting, there was no doubt in the minds of the people in that meeting what had been communicated was the train system will be shut down the next day for whatever reason. Let's not debate the reason. Did your chief of staff understand after that phone call that the train system would be shut down, that there'd be few trains running that next day?
My chief of staff was satisfied at that point in the conversation with Mr. Fuller at 11:13 p.m. that, one, as the minister looking after freight, that we had concessions with the RTBU and that freight services would continue on the Monday. We knew that there would be minimal disruption to the broader regional services, such as the XPT, such as the Endeavour and Explorer fleets that go north, south and west. My chief of staff was of the understanding that that the intercity services would be significantly disrupted, and where possible, a coach replacement could be an option. We didn't know how, it's fair to say we didn't know how many coach replacements. There was never a number put on it, but where possible, if a coach replacement was a possibility, that it would be looked at. And I think it's important to note that that we knew the comms, my chief of staff knew that the comms internally in transport was underway, and that we'd had confirmation that that Minister Elliott was aware of the situation. Yeah, so in your mind, Minister Elliott was the lead as the Metro Rail Minister, but your office understood that night at around this time, 11:13 p.m, that for the intercity fleet, significant disruptions, few trains would be running. We knew there'd be significant. My chief of staff had the understanding, as I just outlined to you a moment ago, with reference to the intercity fleet, that we knew there'd be significant disruption on the Monday to the intercity fleet because of the way that it intersects with Sydney trains, and that where possible, if a coach replacement was possible, that transport would look at that option. And so let me put it to you this way: you're not disputing the clear evidence from transport officials that when they walked back into that meeting, it had been clearly communicated that there would be some sort of shutdown, that rail services will be significantly disrupted. That was communicated by your chief of staff. I will, for whatever reason. Mr. Graham, I will outline to you the next morning after the briefings that I had with my chief of staff of the understanding that he had and that my office had, bearing in mind, and as Minister Elliott has discussed, and to budget estimates, that since we, any minister in the transport cluster has had to deal with some level of disruption to the network since we became ministers, with the rolling industrial action. So that night, my chief of staff was of the understanding that significant disruption to the intercity fleet, and where possible, the understanding was where possible, if a coach replacement was possible, that would be looked at, that the XPT fleet, Endeavour fleet, Explorer fleet would run with minimal disruptions. And thirdly, again, as the minister responsible for freight, because we've seen through COVID, we've seen through flooding, moving critical freight across New South Wales is absolutely important, and we had that concession. Minister, I think you've made those points well, and I don't think that's in dispute.
Thank you. Point of order, Mr. Chair. The Honourable John Graham has asked the Minister to outline his understanding of what occurred that night. This is a very important issue, and we've had a lot of evidence over now. This is the fourth budget estimates hearing. I'd ask the Minister to be able to answer what his understanding was that evening. I think that would assist the committee greatly.
We're having a very respectful exchange, certainly by this committee standards. Let it continue. I'm sure the Minister and the member can are directly interacting with each other in a manner that is consistent with budget estimates.
Minister, I think what you've outlined isn't disputed, and you put the case well. What is in dispute is this, and I'm interested in your view. We have in front of this committee very strongly differing accounts of what was communicated that night. Senior transport officials all agree that they communicated there would be a shutdown, there would be significant disruptions that evening. They were in no doubt what had been communicated. The decision that was made between 10:30 and 10:43. You were also informed via your office. I'm asking you, which of these two views do you agree with? The transport officials who say that was communicated, or Minister Elliott, who says something else was communicated entirely? Do you have a view on that?
Well, Mr Graham, I'd make a couple of points. Firstly, my opinion, I think, is somewhat probably irrelevant to the situation, because the reality is whether a phone call was made, a text message was made, whatever the circumstances could have been in that situation, the decision wouldn't have changed, because the reality is that if safety assessments are done of the network by Transport for New South Wales, and that they determine that those safety assessments
I think
it's important because it is directly relevant to the question, because it ties in exactly what happened that day, and the point I make is that if Transport are unable to run the rail network safely, you don't run the rail network. So irrespective of what happens in between, it's irrelevant, and my opinion is irrelevant on what Minister Elliott knew. Like, you've had Minister Elliott
someone didn't do their job on that. Someone didn't do their job on that night.
Point of order. Mr Graham asked a very detailed question. The Minister is providing a very detailed response. He needs to be able to finish that detailed response before Mr Graham talks over the top of him. It's basic procedural fairness.
I would just caution everybody here two things. Firstly, the Minister can't debate the question, which he's straying towards when he's discussing whether it's a relevant question or not. He's getting egregiously close to breaching that line, and of course the member should always treat the witness with respect.
There's a strong dispute here about the facts on the night. Minister, you were briefed, and I want to understand what you understood was communicated to you, because it is material to who the committee should believe. Transport officials have given one bit of evidence about what they said. Minister Elliott's got a totally different story in the Parliament. You were briefed. You were given the same briefing, albeit by a different official. Given that briefing, did you understand that there would be a shutdown, there would be significant disruption?
Well, firstly, again...
Who's right here?
Firstly, let me just, with a bit of context, my opinion on how Minister Elliott was briefed is irrelevant. You'll need to direct the question to Minister Elliott. If you'd like to continue to question me on what my office and the timeline of events as the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads, happy to do that. And again, I'll clarify for the record the timeline. 10:43 p.m, I received a text message along with my Chief of Staff from the Deputy Secretary of Regional Outer Metro, Deputy Secretary Mr Fuller, and it advised that the union position had changed and could we speak shortly.
Did your Chief of Staff call you after receiving that text
My
message?
Chief of Staff did not call me. My Chief of Staff phoned the Deputy Secretary and had a briefing at 11:13 p.m.
At 11:13 p.m, yes. And Minister, why did you then tell the Parliament that you were first advised on Monday morning at 6 a.m. when you watched the news, given that you had been texted the night before about this?
The question was, in question time, and I know exactly what you're referring to, is when did I first learn of the rail disruption? My first learning of the rail shutdown, if that's what the terminology is going to be used today, is on the morning news when I first woke up, approximately 6 a.m. on the Monday morning. I then obviously checked my phone. There's the message. I then spent the following hour on messaging and on the phone with my Chief of Staff, getting a full understanding of the conversations that took place the night prior. I was offered an additional briefing if I wanted it earlier than the scheduled 8 a.m. regional outer metro briefing. I was comfortable that it could wait till 8 a.m. because I wanted, at that briefing, I would have Mr Sharp as the Secretary, Mr Fuller as the Deputy Secretary on that briefing together, and I wanted both the Secretary and Deputy Secretary there so they could answer my questions and to give a full update and briefing on the matter. And again, I say, Mr Graham, on the early hours of that Monday morning, when I discovered the timeline of events that had occurred in the early hours of that morning and the previous night, I was comfortable that my office was briefed, and we understood or had an understanding and satisfied that in the regional and outer metro space of transport,
Minister,
we knew what the disruption would be.
I don't begrudge you a good night's sleep. Rail commuters might, but I don't begrudge you a good night's sleep. But this is the question you were asked. When was the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads briefed on the decision to shut down the rail network? And you said the answer was Monday morning at 6 a.m. when I watched the news. Why did you fail to mention the text message you received, the text message your Chief of Staff received, the briefing your Chief of Staff received the evening prior?
Because at that point, I hadn't, when I had that answer, at that point I had not had the briefing at 10:43 or 11:13 because I didn't participate in that briefing. I had the briefing the next morning, directly after 6 a.m. with my Chief of Staff, which was then followed by our scheduled regional and outer metro briefing at 8 a.m, of which I attended along with my Chief of Staff, the Secretary of Transport and the Deputy Secretary of ROM.
You didn't think it was material that in fact you were alerted and your office was briefed the night before? You didn't think that was material
I've answered,
when you
Mr Graham, you can keep asking the same question over again, but you're going to get the same answer. So I refer you to my previous answer.
Yeah, so your answer is, no, I don't accept that, Minister. Do you accept that under the Westminster Conventions, if your office is briefed, the Minister's responsible for that? Do you accept that?
And again, as I've said, Mr Graham, in the early hours of that Monday morning, I spent some time on the phone getting briefed from my Chief of Staff, who outlined the timeline and the chain of events, and I was satisfied as the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads that my portfolio responsibility areas, and we've been through them in terms of the XPT, the Endeavour, the Explorer, the regional services, the responsibility for freight, and obviously the disruption, the significant disruption to the intercity fleet, that my office had been briefed and that we understood what was going to happen on the
Minister,
Monday morning.
what I don't understand is why, when you were asked specifically, when did you first know about this? When were you briefed? You skip half a day in the timeline here.
Half a day?
He was asleep.
Mr Graham, what would you like me to say? If the phone had rung, I would have answered it. The phone didn't ring, and at the end of the day, what is important to note? What is important to note, Mr Graham, is that what is important to note,
Are we going to talk over each other?
Actually tell
Mr. Graham, can't record.
what is
Is that part of the reason why you didn't
Mr
reveal
Graham?
I uphold the point of order. We will just have question and answer.
Yeah, well, one has to be able to answer the question, Mr Graham. So,
okay.
as I said earlier,
Precisely my
as I said, Mr Graham, earlier, that in the event it wouldn't have mattered because my office were briefed. We understood what we would broadly be facing the next day to our regional and outer metro teams. And if I had been phoned, taken the phone call, do you know what, Mr Graham? The outcome wouldn't have been any different because the one element you're missing to all this is that if the rail network cannot be operated safely, you cannot operate the rail network.
Minister,
so it was not going to operate.
I'll just put this question to you gently. I don't mind you putting that context, but this is the problem you've got. One of the fundamental issues, one of your fundamental obligations as a minister is to be able to answer this question when it's put to you clearly and honestly. When did you know about something?
I've answered this question several times this morning and I will refer you to my previous answer.
Okay, I'm going to finish putting the question. That's a simple question that every Minister of the Crown has to be able to answer accurately. When did you know about this? And you have failed to do so when you brief the Parliament. That's the problem. Do you concede that is a problem? do you want to correct the record what you've put in the Parliament?
I totally disagree with the premise of your question, and you can rephrase it, but I disagree with the premise of the question completely.
Minister, when were you first advised that your agency was intending to make an application to the Fair Work Commission to seek interim orders to prevent the industrial action?
I was updated or briefed in the lead up to the hearing on Saturday.
Yes. Do you know precisely when?
I will take it on notice.
Well, we've had established from the evidence that was given to Minister Elliott that there was a briefing provided to his office by the Transport Executive on Thursday morning at 12:30 p.m. Were you present at that meeting?
No.
Why not?
I wasn't.
Well, were you asked to come to that meeting?
I'll take it on notice.
Well, Mr Sharp, did you ask this minister to attend that meeting?
The briefing was, the meeting was organised by Minister Elliott, and it was for Minister Elliott specifically in his role for that briefing.
Mr Sharp, did you request any urgent meetings with this minister to brief him at all?
With Minister
Farraway?
No.
Why not?
The lead up to this was the Fair Work, and Fair Work Commission sits with Minister Elliott and also with Minister Tudorhope.
We might resume this in 20 minutes' time. I will go first to Ms Fairman online.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Yep, can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're coming through fine.
Excellent. Thank you for morning, Minister. Minister, I just wanted to move things a little bit to what's happening in the Northern Rivers as a result of the horrendous catastrophic floods. Could you just tell the committee how much additional resources and what are they have you provided to the Northern Rivers to clear and repair roads and bridges since the floods?
Certainly, Ms Fairman. And firstly, I have been on the ground on the north coast and Northern Rivers, and Lismore is well known as a flood town, and I would agree with the sentiment of the hard-working local mayor of Lismore that this was more than a flood. This is a natural disaster of what has occurred in Lismore. To answer your question, I have been on the ground personally for a few days last week, meeting with the mayors of Tweed Shire, Byron Shire and Lismore City Council. I've met with the 3 local state members up on the North Coast, one of which is a colleague of yours, Ms Fairman, in Tamara Smith. I've met with the Labor member for Lismore, Janelle Saffin, and the Nationals member for Tweed, Jeff Provost. I've included them on my meetings with local government. From that visit, it was clear that the scale of damage in road infrastructure is significant. The landslips, just the sheer damage is quite significant. So I think what is important, and the feedback I got from local councils, was they need some assistance in the early response phase to be able to assess and scope what the damage is. There are still regional and local roads owned and administered by councils that are still not accessible. The size of and scale of the damage is probably in some ways to the next level of what council have had to deal with in the past. So part of the learnings from that trip was we've been able to deploy Transport's cost geotechnical advisors and also engineers to the North Coast. We were able to get a couple of geotechnical advisors into the region within, and I'm happy to take this part on notice, but I think it was within maybe 2 or 3 days of my visit being on the ground to work with council to assess some of that damage. One of the concerns, obviously, for council, in particular Lismore, that their operations have completely been turned upside down was the ability for them to stand up more crews, for the ability for them, if they've lost plant and equipment, to be able to hire that equipment, to be able to, whatever they need to do to access roads, to restore and repair the immediate response to those roads. They need to be able to do that with certainty, and that's why only this week, through the hard-working team at Transport for New South Wales, working with resilience in the Commonwealth, we are advancing $46 million to 10 local councils on the North Coast. Now, this comes from the Commonwealth Disaster Declaration Funding. This is Category B funding. But what we've aimed to do in this space is to actually advance this money from transport to the councils to allow them to draw down on these funds, so they have the certainty of cash flow for the next 30 days, that if they need to fill potholes, if they need to do some very urgent repair work, if they need to get excavators and graders into more remote areas and contractors in even outside of the area at a cost to that council, that they can do that without the worry of cash flow issues. So that has been rolled out. 8 councils will be able to draw down on up to $5 million, and 2 councils will be able to draw down on up to $3 million. Those numbers are...
Okay, thank you. Great. Thanks, Minister. That was kind of reasonably comprehensive in terms of the conversations you've had.
Yeah.
Have you been picked on, for example, the number of landslips that have occurred in the region, landslides? I've had dozens of conversations actually over the past few days with locals, particularly outside of Lismore, in the foothills, around the Channon, Terania Creek, around Coyote, Nimbin, where landslips, people are saying dozens, potentially hundreds, it is unknown, there are so many, have blocked roads. When I'm checking in on people to see if they're safe, their biggest concern, if they haven't lost their house, is they're still cut off. These landslips are still there. Just giving the councils money right now, do you think that's enough from the state government? Don't you think a huge workforce needs to go in to the area and assist with clearing those landslips urgently?
Well, I would say that I was certainly I hadn't finished about, as you described, the comprehensive update that I'd given, but there was still more to go, which you'll be pleased with. The next step, Ms. Fairman, is I agree that the scale of the slips, landslides and slips and instability in roads up there is significant, but the reality is we don't know the scale as yet. And what we are doing as Transport for New South Wales in sending in the geotechnical advisors and engineers where needed is we are getting them to assess the damage that they know of, and this is going to be progressively developing over the next few weeks. And the money that we've committed in the $46 million is not the be-all and end-all in road infrastructure funding for the North Coast. It is literally a cash flow measure, a sign of certainty to those councils that they don't have to worry about putting in claims, because Transport is going to basically advance them the money and help them with those claims in the response phase over the next 30 days. But
Minister, do you see there is urgency here, though? I've just spoken about communities that are still cut off from basic essential services because of landslips. You're talking about assessing the needs over the next few weeks. They've already gone 2.5 weeks cut off. Like, surely there's basic getting out to these communities, looking at the roads, clearing them, trying to establish some kind of a connection for them in the first instance. I think what you're talking about in terms of geotechnical engineers and all of that is important for the potentially medium short term, but we're still in a state of emergency up there, kind of all hands on deck. I'm just wondering what the state government, what your department, additional people power, if you like, what you have done to get people and equipment on the ground. I'm talking hundreds of people. Like, you need hundreds of workers right now. Construction.
Chair, I'm just going to take the point of order. Ms. Fairman has a very limited amount of time. She's using it up with a rant. The Minister's trying to provide an answer.
I understand the point. The member was literally coming to the question, just as you took the point of order. It's good. I uphold the point of order. The member can come to the question. The Minister can respond.
Ms. Fairman, I still have a fair way to go with my comprehensive update, so please let me finish, and because there is a lot of space, and this is an important issue, so please let me finish. In addition to the funding, in addition to the visits, I'll be back up on the North Coast for a couple of days this week. In addition to that, we have set up and established a specialised unit and task force within Transport that feeds directly into Resilience New South Wales. The Deputy Secretary of Regional Outer Metro is on the State Recovery Committee. We in the event that there are cut-off communities or people that have road infrastructure that cuts them off from school, from critical services and from townships, that is relayed through resilience. It's relayed through our emergency services. That process is working, and where possible, the emergency services and resilience will talk to Transport for New South Wales to see what works, if council are unable to do them, if Transport can do them. And I'll give you more examples. That the township of Yamba, during the flood crisis, has one supermarket, and it's a Coles, and they had not had a delivery of resupplied that store for 7 days. Now the council did not have the resources to be able to assess that road for safety and to see if we could escort 5 truckloads of Coles trucks into that community. Transport stepped in with our equipment, worked collaboratively with council. We were able then to escort those 5 truckloads of goods and services and food and water into Coles to restock. So I think we have done a lot of work in this space. As I said, the State Recovery Committee is established. A lot of what Transport is doing in conjunction with other government agencies takes place on that committee. Mr. Fuller is a member of it. There is lots of work being done there, and I fully accept that there are communities, there are individuals that may live in the hinterland region that are cut off, that they are maybe council roads, but it is certainly emergency services are taking a very serious approach to that, and where possible, that is relayed through the correct local CEOC, and if Transport need to be engaged, it's happening. It's already happening.
I think that's 6 seconds left, Ms. Fairman, so we might not have time to move to the next.
Okay, all right, I'll come back another round. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Farraway, you used a term there, CROC, which I think for Hansard you probably need to give us the full...
State Emergency Operations Centre.
Sorry. And equally, you said you'd table a document previously, the text message that you mentioned earlier in the first session to Mr. John Graham's question. Do you have that? We just have that.
I'll table that before the end of the session or before the end of the day. I'll need to go find it.
Okay, thank you. We will now go to Mr. Field.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Minister. Congratulations on the new role, and I acknowledge the detail in your previous answer and the work you've been doing with communities on the North Coast, and not to at all compare the impact on the South Coast to those on the North Coast, which I know has been absolutely catastrophic. But I'm sure that the community and the councils down there who are also facing a pretty substantial repair bill as a result of the recent events. But actually, there's been, quite a challenging period of time in terms of weather, and there's been multiple landslips due to extreme rain events even before this most recent flood event on the South Coast. I'm just wondering if any of that funding available to councils on the North Coast is available on the South Coast as well.
Well, firstly, that weather event certainly hit Greater Sydney, and we've seen the damage that it's caused in Greater Sydney, the Hawkesbury, the Blue Mountains in particular, and yes, the South Coast. I've been getting daily updates on disruptions to the network, damage to the network on the South Coast, and it is as important as any other regional area that I'm responsible for across the state. First, a few points that I think are important to make. The task force that has been set up, the specialised unit within Transport that essentially feeds into Resilience New South Wales, into the recovery committees, is a statewide task force. So it will be dealing with any of the damage from this weather event, which will include the councils on the South Coast. We have not formalised an advance payment to South Coast councils as yet, but I have been in contact with our transport officials on the ground in the south. I have been speaking with some of the local members that have been impacted as well, and Transport's working through that. So we're having that dialogue with local government now to find out what resources, the scope of damage, where do they want the help, because Transport for New South Wales and myself as the Minister responsible for a lot of highways in this state, we have our own roads to repair, but this is a huge task in front of councils. It's huge, and as the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads, I don't want councils feeling as if they can't deal with it and it's overwhelming. So the support via this task force, which is in a response phase now, which will eventually, over the course of the next month, will move to and transition to a recovery phase when we assess more of the damage and have what is a multi-year plan, I believe, in the recovery, in particular for the North Coast. Coast, but the South Coast will be able to access the resources within Transport of the task force and the individuals that will be in there working on the specific damage and the specific issues that these communities are facing. And with regard to the advance funding, that's something that we're working through now.
But you'd accept that it is ultimately going to be about money. There's no way that councils, North Coast Metro or South Coast councils, are going to have the resources to repair local roads under their current budgetary constraints. The damage is substantial, so it will ultimately come down to money. The North Coast money, the advance funding that you mentioned in answer to Ms Fairman's question, that I think was Commonwealth funding. Have you asked the Commonwealth to look at expanding that funding out to the other councils, whether they be Metro or South Coast or other regional councils?
Well, yep. Firstly, to clarify, it's Category B funding that does come from the Commonwealth through the Natural Disaster Declaration. What we're doing in advancing the money is we're removing the application process for councils, and we are covering that cost in the initial stage to give them certainty and cash flow for the next 30 days. This is not for councils to go and repair all their road network. This is emergency works. This is, they're going to have cash flow because some councils won't be able to collect rates and have works depots that have been destroyed. They don't have any equipment or plan, so they need to address that in the short term. Yes, it's about money. Yes, it's going to be hugely expensive to replace all this infrastructure, in particular the road infrastructure. But in order to understand what the scope and scale of the damage is, you need to do the work at the front end. That's where councils have asked for help on the North Coast so far. That's where we've deployed some of our resources, as we discussed, in geotechnical advisors and engineers to do that, because I think if we have a proper understanding of the scale of the damage and what is there, we can then work out what the cost is. The reality is, Mr Field, that we're not going to be able to repair this infrastructure overnight. It's going to take some time. My office with Transport over the coming weeks and months, I suspect, will be working hard with these communities to have a longer term plan. A lot of that is working with resilience as well, but also the Commonwealth, because it's going to be expensive. But we're up for the task. I think it's important the communities have a plan. And to answer your question about the South Coast communities, we are happy to look at a case-by-case basis. If we have communities in the Southern Highlands, on the South Coast or south of Sydney that have been impacted by that weather event, and they want the same arrangements as we've rolled out on the North Coast, we're happy to look at it on a case-by-case basis.
Largely, it's a result of the Natural Disaster Declaration on the North Coast that has enabled that funding from the Commonwealth to be made available to them. Is that correct?
Well, that's correct. But as more LGAs have come online or have been declared available for the Commonwealth Natural Disaster Declaration, that obviously allows that money to be advanced, and Transport are using their own cash and advancing it, so the councils are ready to go, and the councils don't need to be filling out forms in the early phases of what is an emergency response to fill potholes and to open some local roads.
And yeah, I can assure you that it might not be quite the emergency, but driving anywhere on the South Coast at the moment is treacherous on some state roads as well as local roads. I'm sure you've seen that in your own travels. But just to be clear, you just suggested if councils want to be sort of brought into that same arrangement on the North Coast, they just need to write to you. Is that the case?
Well, yes, but the point, Mr Field, is that our Transport officials on the ground in the south of the state are already talking and working with these councils.
Yeah,
so obviously, as you discussed, it is still a significant event that has hit south of Sydney and the South Coast. Perhaps the quantity of the resources they need or the help that they might need on the ground might be different in Bowral versus Lismore, obviously. Both impacted, but yes, on different scales. But yeah, no, we are open to working with council, because it's only together that we're going to be able to rebuild this infrastructure.
Sure. I wanted to come, there's a lot of work's been done on the Princes Highway in recent years, and a lot more work is proposed to be done, in particular that area between Nowra now and Bateman's Bay, or let's take it down to Maria. And I've written to you recently about some of these issues. There's been growing concern across the community, particularly in the Shoalhaven, about community consultation around the Princes Highway upgrades. Are you aware of some of those concerns? Have you had a briefing on where those various projects are up to?
Princess Highway, yes, I have had briefings. It's a large project, like many of the other projects that we have in the transport space. Specifically, have you got?
Well, yeah. For example, so the Milton Ulladulla bypass, which will come out at Burrell Lake. Recently, I think 6 members of the co-design committee that was established by Transport for New South Wales resigned before the final meeting. They're just of the view that Transport for New South Wales wasn't listening. None of the options are suitable to the community down at Burrell Lake. They've resigned. They're quite public in their concerns about how that process was run, about the way the information that was discussed and debated in that committee was presented by Transport for New South Wales, the fact that there was non-disclosure agreements they had to enter into to be part of that so-called community co-design committee. The other example was at a transport forum with the Tomarong community recently. The preferred option for the JB Road to Sussex Road has already been determined. They didn't even know about it. They felt like there was no consultation at this point, despite the fact the preferred corridor has already been chosen by Transport for New South Wales. There's secrecy. I've had to GIPA basic information, not on the public record, the preliminary environmental investigation, the value management study, the key documents that actually led to the determination of the preferred corridor, they were secret. I had to GIPA them to get them out into the public so the community would even know that these processes were happening. That's not good enough.
Well, I think what I'll do, Mr. Field, is I have had briefings on the Princess Highway. There's obviously it is a large project, like many of the other significant legacy building projects that we are delivering as the New South Wales government. But I might pass through to Mr. Fuller, who may get Mr. Hayes to update you on perhaps Burrell Lake and the Milton Ulladulla bypass and what has actually been done on the ground by Transport.
I wouldn't, if it's possible, Mr. Fuller, we can come back. I'll be here all day, as I'm sure you will. But while I've got the Minister, I think the concern is that you've got a series of projects on the Princess Highway, but they're not really connected in the way they're being looked at. In the mind of the community, there's sort of these discrete projects that are all being determined independently with no real cohesion, it looks like. But they're our local roads as much as anything. We face 10 years of disruption and it'll be important work, but if we're going to spend the money, let's get it right. So I guess what can you do to assure the community that there's going to be a sort of a whole of region look at how this project is rolling out, how community will be impacted and how we can do it right?
Well, firstly, I will say that I have been at times on the South Coast and on the Princess Highway in certain communities, and it has been raised with me on both sides of the argument. So, firstly, I know of the Burrell Lake committee. I know of it. I don't know the finer details about that situation, and you will need Mr. Fuller and possibly Mr. Hayes to update you on that. But the communities of Maria, I've met with the communities for the Maria bypass as part of the Princess Highway upgrade. I've met with them. I've made commitments, and I've followed through with those commitments. I must say. I get a lot of correspondence from people that live in Milton and Ulladulla, and they want the bypass. So I get correspondence from those that live in Burrell Lake and they don't want it. So I read all the correspondence. I take it all on board. But in terms of the first part of your question regarding that committee, you will need. It's an operational matter. It's something that I don't have the particular details on. You'll need Mr. Fuller and Mr. Hayes to probably update you further on that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Minister, we might just resume the questions we were asking before as well. Firstly, can I just ask, as the Minister responsible for New South Wales Trains, you accept that it's your responsibility to oversight New South Wales Trains' conduct in this particular industrial dispute?
I would say that as the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads, I look after the operations with the agency, Transport for New South Wales Trains, New South Wales Train Link, and the regional train operations. I would say in terms of the rolling industrial action and the Minister responsible or leading the industrial industrial relations response, you'll need to direct those questions to Minister Tudor Hope.
Okay, sure. But the union gave notice of industrial actions on the 9th of February. When were you told?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay. Do you have no recall of being advised?
I've had updates since I became the minister on the rolling industrial action. I think it's fair to say with rolling industrial action we have had different levels of disruptions the whole time. So it's not that I don't know. It's just that there's been a lot. So how about I get you the exact?
Yeah. Well, to be fair,
or Mr. Mookie, I'm happy if the secretary.
No, we can pick. Well, look, if the secretary advised the minister,
he may very well be able to answer your question.
Did the secretary advise the minister on after the 9th of February that you'd been notified of industrial action that was looming?
Yes, during our morning operational meetings, references were made to the notices that come in. So, as the Minister indicated, we've had a number of months of rolling industrial action, so it is basically almost a permanent agenda item in terms of updates.
So you were specifically sometime from the 9th onwards, given that you have those meetings on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, was it, that you would do them? It would have been the Wednesday, the day after.
Well, Mr. Mookie, I've been updated and briefed on the rolling industrial action since I became the Minister on the 21st of December.
I was asking the question. The question was, you'll find that this will be far more.
Oh, that's your standard line, Mr. Mookie. That's your standard
questions and answers.
But you've got to remember, this is my old committee, Mr. Mookie. I used to sit over there.
I know, Mr. Farraway, and the way you're going, and look, to be Mr. Farraway, the way you're going, you might be sitting there again soon. So just continue onwards. But look, thereafter, we established that thereabouts on the 10th of
Field for chair.
10th of would have been the Wednesday, the day after. You probably would have been advised. But to be fair, the officials then convened a meeting with the unions on the 15th, which was the following Tuesday, which I understand Mr. Merrick attended. Were you at all on that Tuesday prior advised on the outcome of that meeting?
I'll have to take that on notice, Mr. Mookie.
Sure. Okay. Then going forward in the timeline, on the Thursday, the department provides Minister Elliott with advice.
Thursday of which date, Mr.
Thursday, the 17th of February. The department advises Minister Elliott to seek an application to suspend the industrial action. Were you advised that day that an application was being made to suspend the industrial action as it applied to New South Wales trains?
Take it on notice, Mr. Mookie.
Okay, that night, your department sends the union a cease and desist notice ahead of a looming application. Were you advised and did you sanction the sending of a cease and desist notice as it applies to New South Wales trains?
Not to my recollection, but I'll take it on notice.
Sure, thank you. And then on the Friday, again, another briefing is provided to Minister Elliott about the application. Were you provided any information or update on that Friday prior to the shutdown about the application that was being lodged that day to the Fair Work Commission?
Yes, I was advised on Friday the 18th of February that Transport for New South Wales, that an application had been filed and it was listed for 12 p.m. Saturday.
Did you give your permission and authorisation for the application to be filed?
I noted, no, I did not. I was briefed and advised as a supporting role to the other ministers.
Okay, but you accept that that application affected New South Wales trains?
I knew that there would be a hearing that was scheduled for 12 p.m. Saturday.
Okay, so throughout that week, any time from Monday the 14th to, let's go to the Sunday, did you have any conversations with Minister Elliott about the dispute?
Directly that week?
Yeah.
I have to take that on notice.
Or do you recall having any conversation?
Well, there were lots of conversations. As the Secretary has outlined, with rolling industrial action, we're essentially talking about it nearly every day. So,
well, but were you talking about it every day?
I hate to take a point of order on you yourself. However, you have just been guilty of what you sanctioned Mr. Graham for, which was talking over the witness while he is providing an answer. And I would ask you to...
strong believer and do what I say, not what I do.
From my experience, Mr. Chair, I know that very well. However, I'm going to take the point of order.
I uphold your point of order.
Thank you.
And I would ask the Minister to be directly relevant to my question.
Restraint.
And the direct relevance to the question was, did you have direct conversations with Minister Elliott in the week leading up to the shutdown about the strategy the government was pursuing?
I'll take it on notice, Mr. Mookie.
Okay. Do you have Minister Elliott's phone number?
I do.
When did you get it?
I've had it for some time. I've had it when I was a backbencher.
Okay, so you have no issues in being able to contact Minister Elliott, therefore?
No, I have no issues. I spoke to Minister Elliott over the phone late yesterday afternoon. Minister and Elliott, I see each other at every cabinet meeting. We actually sit together next to each other at cabinet, so there's no issue there.
Well, you shouldn't be breaching cabinet confidentiality.
No, but I didn't say anything that's going to bring me into
what
a breach,
I would say, though, is given that you have regular contact and by your own description seem to have quite a close friendship with him, why didn't you just pick up the phone?
I don't think that was...
Why didn't you just pick up the phone to him at all that week and say, hey, what's going on here, given you share responsibility with him to manage this
Mr Bookie, as the Secretary and I have outlined, I was updated during the week of the rolling industrial action. I was updated that the hearing was scheduled. On Friday night, I was briefed and advised, my office, myself and my Chief of Staff, that the hearing was scheduled for 12 p.m. on Saturday. I was briefed that following that hearing that there was an understanding and concessions made, there was an agreement. So I was briefed in the lead-up over the weekend of the Fair Work hearing.
Well, to be fair, that's not my question, though, Minister. My question wasn't whether or not you were being briefed by your officials. My question is why weren't you picking up the phone to your ministerial counterpart to talk with him about the strategy?
Because I was comfortable during the week, from the briefings that we had from Transport for New South Wales, I was comfortable where things were heading towards the hearing.
Minister, can you explain why it is that, it seems like, you were clearly being briefed regularly, I accept that, but can you explain how it is everyone seemed to know about the risk of this shutdown? The transport officials knew, the Chief Economist was modelling the impact, Department of Community Services, the Department of Education were preparing statements, the Department of Premier and Cabinet was across this, the union was briefed, ERC was being briefed on this, you were being briefed. Given your close contact with Minister Elliott, how is it he didn't know?
It's a question you'll have to ask Minister Elliott.
Thank you.
In respect to the Saturday, the Sunday and the Monday, I presume on the Monday you spoke to Minister Elliott?
On the Monday, the 21st of February?
Yep.
No.
You didn't speak to the Minister on the day of the actual shutdown?
I didn't speak with Minister Elliott on the 21st of February.
Why not?
Because I was speaking with Mr Sharp, the Secretary, Mr Fuller, the Deputy Secretary. We were getting briefings throughout the day, so there wasn't the need to have the direct communication.
So the network was closed. Hundreds of thousands of people were disrupted in Sydney, and tens of thousands of people who were using the interstate fleet were disrupted. It didn't occur to you that perhaps you should pick up the phone and talk to the Minister and go, hey, what's our plan to get the network operating again?
But if you can't operate the network safely, Mr Mookie, you can't operate the network, so what difference would it make?
You're telling me that in your view, on Monday the 21st, you were powerless to restore the network.
I don't agree.
That is the impression you're giving.
You're putting words in my mouth. I don't agree with the premise of your question. Rephrase the question.
Minister, you're honestly telling me that on the day that the network was shut down, you thought there was no utility whatsoever in even having a phone call with your
No, I think you are trying to draw conclusions that just aren't there. Let's just go back to the beginning. As the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads, I've outlined the three areas that for that Monday that would have impacted myself as a minister in a portfolio. 1, the movement of freight. 2, the regional services. 3, the intercity services. 2 of the 3 factors that I needed to take into consideration for the Monday were running with minimal disruption, and we knew that we would have significant disruption to the intercity services, and where possible, if a coach replacement was possible, it would be implemented if possible.
Minister, on the 21st, on the Monday...
I think if you have questions regarding Sydney trains, you need to direct them to Minister Elliott.
You need to let me ask you the question.
I think I'm going to preempt what you're going to ask me, so I'm trying to give you the answer in advance, Mr.
He's trying to help on the 21st, on the Monday when the network is shut, your lawyers are running to Fair Work. Your government is trying to resolve whether or not any concessions can be made to restore services after you yourselves have shut it down. At the same time, we have clear evidence that the network was, your officials were modelling scenarios to restore basic services. And your evidence is that none of this would have prompted you to pick up the phone to Minister Elliott and go, hey, is our strategy working? Are we actually in a position to make concessions in Fair Work to get the network operating? It's safe to do. I accept that your point that you're making prior to the Sunday, but I'm asking you about the events which took place after the shutdown. And you're telling me that neither you didn't think to call Minister Elliott on that Monday, and I can only presume he never tried to call you. Is that fair? He never called you on the Monday, the 21st?
What's the specific question?
Or did Minister Elliott try to contact you on the Monday?
No.
So you, as the two ministers who are responsible for this dispute, are managing a network that is in complete turmoil, and on that particular day, you weren't in communication. That's the evidence.
Mr Mookie, a couple of things again. One, if you have questions regarding the industrial relations and the minister responsible for the government's industrial relations submission and approach, you need to direct them.
No one else can answer.
Point of order.
I would direct those questions to Minister Tudor-Hope, because there are questions I can't answer in that space.
To be fair,
but,
I'm not asking...
But to your point, Mr Mookie, you're asking about my responsibility on Monday the 21st of February. My responsibility, again, is for my ministerial portfolio responsibilities. And one, again, we'll go through it again. One, critical freight across this state. We had a concession, we had freight moving. Two, we had the XPT, the Endeavour, the Explorer service, the regional services working. Now, this is directly relevant to your question.
Sorry, but Minister, you can't just repeat your evidence.
Yeah, but you keep asking the same question in different ways. You're going to get the same answer, Mr.
And also, you shouldn't be talking over me.
Well, Chair, if you want me to take a point of order on that ruling, I'm more than
your
happy
point
to.
that you want to move on, so I will. In that respect, have you been notified of looming industrial action for next week?
I get again in our regional and outer metro updates. I'm updated constantly throughout the week on the rolling industrial action.
Specifically, and I'm happy to Mr. Sharp or
Mr. Sharp,
whoever wishes to. But has you received a notice again of industrial action by the Rail, Tram and Bus Union?
I'll ask Mr. Sharp to update you.
Yes, we have.
When did you receive
this is in regards to Fridays and action that will be taken by the RTBU on Fridays. Both ministers have been advised of the receipt of that.
And are you currently preparing a risk assessment on that basis?
We're currently reviewing what that means for the operation, correct.
And when is that risk assessment due to complete?
It's underway. I don't know when it'll be completed.
Okay, well, Minister Elliott was advising this morning that there's a chance the network would have to close again on Monday. Minister, have you been advised that there's a chance that the network might have to close again on Monday?
No.
Okay, and is that because there's no risk assessment yet completed?
I haven't been advised. I'll pass to the Secretary.
Secretary, have you provided advice to Minister Farraway that the network might have to close on Monday?
No, we haven't. We're communicating the process at the moment that we're reviewing and going through to make that assessment.
Okay, but have you, given I understand that this matter is joint between the two ministers, but then Minister Elliott has said that this morning, is there that there's a chance? Did you provide advice to Minister Elliott on that basis this morning?
I'm not across what Minister Elliott said externally, so I don't know the context of it. But as I've said, we're still working through the implications of that. We don't have a risk assessment that you can do overnight, and there's clearly broader rolling industrial actions happening in conjunction with it. So it's not just that in isolation.
Is there a chance, though, that the rail network might be shut down, given what you know now?
Look, I haven't been briefed by the operational team in regard to where they've got to with the risk assessment. So in regards to the current items that came through yesterday, I haven't landed on what that will mean for the network. In respect to the other actions, no, there was no closure of the network risk, certainly disruption risk.
But if you haven't been briefed and you haven't briefed Minister Elliott, where is he getting his information?
Or Minister Farraway, to be clear.
And I'm not privy to the comments or the context that Minister Elliott made this morning. This is the first time I've heard of those comments, so I can't comment on behalf of Minister Elliott on that.
Fair enough. So I therefore presume, Minister Farraway, you have not been asked, or your views have not been sought on filing another application in the Fair Work Commission to suspend that action?
I might pass to the Secretary to answer that one.
Well, I will hear from the Secretary in 30 seconds, but the question was directed to you. Have you been, has your view been sought as Minister about whether or not another application should be filed with Fair Work to suspend the action that's been notified for next week?
I have been briefed on a range of options.
And is that one of them?
I've been briefed on a range of options.
Mr Sharp, have you provided advice to this minister or any other minister about potentially filing another application with Fair Work to terminate the action?
We've sought as an option to review that.
Okay, fair enough. We might pick that point up, but I'll go to my colleague.
Minister, do you have concerns? I mean, last time the rail network was shut down, the regional rail network, people were massively disrupted. It took 5 hours to come back if you could get a car. We've had reports of people paying hundreds of dollars to get a shuttle to get flights as a result of the rapid rail shutdown. Are you concerned that this could happen again as early as Monday?
When you refer to the regional rail network, are you referring to the intercity fleet, or are you referring to the regional rail?
Which you are in charge of, where thousands of commuters were disrupted.
Yep, I am responsible for both the regional rail fleet, which I might note operated on that day. It was the intercity fleet that was disrupted, significantly disrupted that day. I feel for commuters that this situation that they're essentially sometimes being held to ransom by the RTBU.
Well, is there a risk here that this might happen again, though?
Well, I feel frustrated, as like the commuters do on that day, back on Monday the 21st of February, that there being, that the system comes to a grinding halt because Transport for New South Wales are forced into a situation where they can't operate a rail network safely.
Minister, is it the case that since the events of the 21st of February, your transport officials are yet to actually meet with the unions?
I'm unaware. I have to take that on notice because I don't know.
And is it the case that the first actual bargaining meeting since the 21st let me finish the question, because you took the earlier one on notice, so I'm taking you to the next question now. So is it the case that the first bargaining meeting to be held by your officials with the unions since the shutdown on 21st is actually scheduled for tomorrow?
I have to direct that question to Minister Tudor Hope, who is leading the industrial relations response on behalf of the New South Wales government.
I accept that that's your answer, but this is a legitimate question for you, given it's your responsibility as minister. Are you planning to go to that meeting tomorrow?
I'm not responsible for the New South Wales government's industrial relations policy in terms of the Fair Work Commission, in terms of the response. No, Mr. Mulkey, let me finish the answer. The Minister for Industrial Relations is responsible for the New South Wales government's submission, approach to this, so you'll have to direct the question in terms of that to Minister Tudor Hope.
Given that answer, can I just check, can we infer that the operational ministers, that is you and Minister Elliott, are both excluded from that response? It's not just you who's out of that.
I, as the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads, are briefed on the operations of the regional, the intercity, the freight network, in terms of Fair Work Commission hearings, in terms of which minister is the lead minister in the New South Wales government's approach to the rolling industrial action. You will need to speak with Minister Tudor Hope on that. In terms of operations for the Minister for Transport, you have to direct those questions to Mr. Elliott.
I have read the Premier's wages policy, and I'm assuming you have too. And this is a policy which is still in effect. And it's clear that portfolio ministers have responsibility for these issues, for bargaining. There's just no ambiguity about that, which is why you're the first minister to try to push this position that you have nothing to do with it. And secondly, the change that the Premier made on the 3rd of March puts joint responsibility with Minister Tudor Hope and the operational ministers, of which you're one of them. So to the extent to which you say you have no responsibility, is that because you're ignorant of the policy that you're meant to be following? Or is it the case that you're misleading us about the precise nature of your responsibilities here?
I just totally disagree with the premise of your question.
Have you read the wages policy that you're actually meant to be applying?
I have been briefed on the wages policy.
So there's no doubt that you have responsibility here. And I accept it's now shared. As a result of the Premier's decision on the March 3rd, it's now shared. First to accept that. But my question remains, are you going to the meeting tomorrow or not?
I'm not attending the meeting tomorrow.
Oh, sorry, I'm the chair. I have to give the next call. Ms Fairman.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, just returning to my previous line of questioning. So one of the things I've heard from locals is, I mean, yes, Lismore Road, kind of doing it tough, but Lismore, the scale of the problem isn't in Lismore. You talked about the hinterland before. It's not just potholes and grading works. I'm sure you understand that entire roads are gone. I have heard of residents who are accessing their homes via climbing cliffs of rock in some instances. The scale is absolutely enormous. The scale is catastrophic. Residents are living without access to food and medical care. So I'm just trying to get a handle for the community that really wants to know when help is coming. When is help coming to restore those types of things in the hinterlands? What's your government doing to make that happen in the next week or two?
Well, firstly, thank you for the question, Ms Fairman. In the event that people are still isolated, like I touched on in my previous answer, it does run through the emergency services. The ADF is assisting in this space as well, and we are assisting the ADF in terms of road infrastructure where they need assistance from Transport for New South Wales. And bearing in mind, Ms Fairman, that these are local roads, so these are roads that council are responsible for, but we are playing an active role in supporting council and supporting resilience, the CEOC, the emergency committees, but also the ADF on the ground. Where they need assistance from Transport for New South Wales to access roads for equipment, that they are coming to us. And I'm more than happy if the Deputy Secretary of Regional Outer Metro may be able to touch on more specifics for you with what we're doing.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, I just wanted to just get a sense. I can come back in the afternoon as well to ask a little bit. But so, for example, they're council roads. Yes, they are council roads, but they've just been obliterated by this catastrophic weather event. The council is, at this stage, obviously having to deal with so many things. They're prioritising, as I understand from a council update yesterday, they're prioritising clearing all the just obscene terrible amount of debris and household waste and buildings and everything that has been destroyed. They're focusing on clearing that at the moment, and that is just the most massive task. So you've said emergency services. I understand that there's not enough there either. At some point, as a result of what is going to be increasing natural disasters, like your government and your budget kind of needs to come into play here to assist. So there's nothing, I just wanted to get a sense that it doesn't sound like there is additional resources that you're throwing at it. You're still relying on other agencies to deal with this?
No, well, again, it's hard to determine what the total scope of damage is until we have the full assessment done on the ground. And as you've highlighted, Ms Fairman, that there are still communities and roads that are cut off. So until we can safely get the geotechnical advisors, engineers, until councils can send safely their crews out to inspect this, which as every day goes on, they are inspecting more roads. I have a good understanding to date from my trip last week and how working with the mayors, the general managers and the councils more broadly of some of the initial scope of damage. I'm back on the North Coast at the end of this week for a few days, again assessing the damage and seeing what additional damage has now been scoped, assessed since I was there a week ago. As your colleague on this committee, Mr Field, said earlier, it will require a significant amount of money to repair and restore the road infrastructure on the North Coast and in other parts of the state as well. But if you're talking about the North Coast, it will require that. But in order to understand what the scope and damage is, you need to assess it properly on the ground, and that is exactly what councils have asked help with from Transport, and that's what we're doing.
Okay, so you said the council has asked for help from Transport. Yes, things need assessing, Minister, but the community desperately needs action right now too. Can't you do both? Can't there be assessing that is being undertaken, of course, but where are the teams on the ground from your department that you're funding to get out there and start actually moving these rocks and repairing the roads and repairing the bridges? Like that stuff can start happening as well. Communities will be cut off by the sound of what you're talking about. Like, they will be cut off for weeks yet. Is that right?
I think that it's important to note again that in the event that communities or people are cut off, there is a process through emergency services, and there are structures in place for them to be alerted, for them for emergency services to be across that, and where they require assistance and council can't support it, transport is there to call upon to assist them. We have redeployed resources from right across the state already to the North Coast. We've redeployed crews. We need to assist and support councils, which I think we are doing in a very collaborative way, and we've been on the ground very early, and Transport has been on the front foot here to assist these communities. We need to do this whilst at the same time restoring our state roads and our highways. And so we have the resources on the ground. And what I would say, Tim, is Fairman, is the reason why we've had the cash advance to councils is to allow them to have that drawdown on that cash straight away to do the minor emergency repairs they can manage, whilst we continue to assess and scope what the damage looks like more broadly across their shires and their LGAs. And once we have a good understanding of that, which that is still going to take weeks, that is not going to happen overnight. As every day goes on, we are getting a better understanding of the road network and the damage, whether it's local, regional, or a state road. But as I said earlier in my comments and my answers, is that this is going to take. We're not going to be able to fix this overnight. This is going to have to be a multi-year plan, working collaboratively the three levels of government to restore the broader road network for the North Coast and the Northern Rivers.
Yes, I absolutely have no disagreement with me on that. That's good to hear. With the, you said resources have been deployed by Transport for New South Wales in recent days, perhaps. That's also good to hear. Can you be specific about exactly how many additional resources have been sent to the Northern Rivers in terms of, people and skilled labourers, if you like, to get cracking?
I'll just say, firstly, we have identified key routes, such as obviously the works we did in getting the Pacific Highway and M1 opened with more resources there. The stuff we did in Yamba, we're partnering with councils. We've identified and prioritised the key routes, such as the Bruxton Highway. I am going to pass over to Mr Fuller, who might be able to give you a further update on what specifically has developed since I was last there a week ago.
Yeah, look, thank you, Minister. Firstly, I'd really like to acknowledge the community in the north and our team, because many of them have actually been directly impacted. So, Ms Fairman, the issues that you speak of are very close to the heart of our people in Transport, because a number of them are actually experiencing them firsthand, and we're supporting them in dealing with that. So, right across our network. As the Minister's outlined, we've been actively involved in a range of tasks and working very closely with Commissioner Fitzsimmons at Resilience New South Wales to respond to the state effort. Specifically in the north, as the Minister has pointed out, we have a number of teams up there on the ground. I'd have to take on notice the exact number of bodies. It is substantial, it is significant. We have, if I give you some specific examples, we've shut down a lot of the work that we were undertaking on the New England Highway as an example, so we could redeploy resources over to the north of the state. As the Minister pointed out, our first priority was to open and to restore those critical networks, particularly for the critical supply chain. We were very conscious that access of the goods and services, the Minister talked about the grocery example into Yamba, fuel, agriculture. There's a number of key areas that we've been assisting with to ensure that that supply chain had access, and even before roads were opened, we were providing them access in a controlled way. So working with emergency services, working with the local emergency operations centre up there in the north of the state to actually provide that access escort through floodwaters, through significant floodwaters when it was safe to do so. As you pointed out, there's considerable damage in the north, and the likes of which we've not seen on our network or across the local road network. Commissioner Fitzsimmons has been very clear to point out that the coordination across government is very critical, and I'd have to say I've been incredibly proud of the team as to how they've approached this and deployed resources. Even our people who have been directly impacted have been out on the job assisting. So In relation to our support for local government specifically, there's a number of ways we're doing that, and obviously we're taking the advice from local government and also the local emergency operations centre as how best we can assist in particular areas. So as an example, you know, in some of those hinterland communities that you're talking about, the decision was made that the ADF had the resources, the equipment to be on the ground and to restore some of those road networks, and we have provided geotechnical engineers, bridge engineers, project managers to assist in the coordination of that and to assist in that work actually occurring. We've worked with the councils, as the Minister outlined, on funding. That was a very important element just to ensure that their cash flows were secure and the liquidity of those councils were kept intact, particularly obviously for the community of Lismore. We've commenced a task force, which a specific stream of that task force is support to local government in a number of ways, both boots on the ground in terms of our crews moving in and helping them with local roads where they have requested that, and also providing them with that technical expertise that they may not have or may need further supplemented. Look, I could talk about this.
I think we will pick it up again because we just need to move to the next crossbencher. Mr. Field.
Thank you, Chair.
Treat them with more respect.
Minister, I just wanted to come back to where we finished off last time around community consultation, or lack of, when it comes to the Princes Highway upgrades in the Shoalhaven. You indicated at the end that you've spoken to both sides of this debate, some in Milton Ulladulla who want the bypass, some in Burrell who you say don't. But I just think that you really missed the point here. In fact, the community group that resigned from the co-design committee put out a statement making clear they want the bypass. What really matters is how it's done. Aren't you, by sort of creating this sense of division, some for, some against, actually demonstrating that you haven't listened to the community and aren't doing the consultation? Ultimately, it's about how it's done, not whether it's done.
Well, firstly, I said earlier that I received correspondence from both people that are for and against the bypasses on the Princes Highway. So just to clarify that, I think if you want a further update on what consultation has been done on the ground, I'm more than happy to get Mr. Hayes to give you an update on that. But
I will get there, but I'm not after an update from you. I'm after an acknowledgement and a commitment that you'll get the consultation right, that I think you need to reopen some of these questions around design so the community actually feel like they can have a say, and we're not locked into old historical decisions that maybe haven't been based on current levels of development in these areas, an increase that we've seen with COVID movements to the south coast and the bushfires as well, all of which should change some of our thinking about how these major projects are designed and delivered.
Where appropriate on that project, I have done exactly what you're asking for, and I would probably point you to Maria, where in the middle of COVID, consultation was administered by Transport for New South Wales. It was not done in the normal fashion because of restrictions and because of the way, obviously, society was functioning at that time throughout a COVID outbreak. And what I've said to that community as an example is that I'm happy to relook at the consultation, which we have reopened for the Maruya bypass as part of that broader project. There are 3 routes, and I'm happy to get feedback on all 3 of them.
Are you happy to do the same thing for the Sussex, JB Road to Sussex upgrade and for the Milton Ulladulla bypass, both of which you could say the same thing in terms of when the consultations were conducted?
Well, specifically, I'm happy to take it on notice, and I'm happy to have another look at it. I'm not going to make direct commitments at budget estimates here today, but Mr. Field, I'm happy to review the correspondence I'm receiving. I'm happy to engage with our team in transport in the south that look after this project, and if more consultation is warranted.
But if the circumstances,
happy to have a look at it.
If the circumstances were the same, though, you'd be happy to offer the same outcomes for those communities. I mean, the preferred corridor for JB Road to Sussex was determined in a values management committee meeting workshop that was fully stacked with Transport for New South Wales and other government officials. There wasn't a single community rep on it from what I could see.
I wasn't in the meeting, and I was not the minister at the time when that consultation was done. I'm happy to take it on notice. I'm happy to talk to you post estimates and take some of your direct feedback. And I appreciate you're a resident from the South Coast. It's your part of, it's where you call home. So happy to take that on board. Happy to take it on notice and talk to the team at Transport about the consultation on that part of the Princess Highway today.
Okay, thank you. On to the question of transparency, I indicated before I had to go to quite extraordinary lengths to get some basic information about how these decisions were made through detailed GIPA, went back and forwards dozens of times with the agency. What's your expectation? Send a signal to the agency now. What's your expectation for what transparency should occur when it comes to the planning for these projects?
Well, I'll pass over to Mr Sharp to perhaps outline what the broad process is internally within Transport for New South Wales in this front, and then I think it's probably best for context that we get an update from Mr Sharp.
Mr Field, we do take consultation seriously. We've got a large number of people that are involved in regards to projects and taking those on board. As the Minister said, the consultation down south did complete, and we are looking at setting up further consultation. In respect to information, there's numerous pieces of information that we have. We tend to table information through the consultation process so that everyone's getting the same information at that point in time, because what we find is if we put out lots of information in bits and pieces, it creates more confusion. So we like to have the consultation processes managed with information presented, and those committees can ask for that information.
With respect, Mr Sharp, the Burrell Lake Co-Design Committee members, you know, it's true, right, that they were subject to non-disclosure agreements. They weren't able to share the information that was coming forward to their committee about the various, you know, options at the Burrell Lake end of that project with the committee they were supposed to be representing.
In respect to that particular committee, I'd need to refer to.
Well, I'm telling you that, yeah. Like, that's what happened.
Yeah,
and
in terms of feedback on that process,
the preliminary environmental investigation for JB Road to Sussex and the value management workshop, which was the process that actually had all the information in it about why a particular option was included or excluded, why is that just not on the website for the project? I mean, why is that secret?
Yes, as I said, I'd need to pass that to the relevant executive who was involved directly. You're
back to you then, Minister. What's your expectation for transparency around these projects?
Point of order has been taken.
Chair. I note Mr Field's passion in this area. However, what I do note is that the Minister and the executives, the public servants are trying to provide a very detailed response. And Mr Field continually talks over them after a few words. I just ask, for the benefit of Hansard particularly, that they be allowed to complete their answer before Mr Field interjects or tries to ask a supplementary question.
I encourage Mr Field to show common courtesy, and also remind the committee that Mr Field can direct the questions to where he needs to direct the questions in his time.
Thank you. Could I say, Mr Field, I think you're asking questions that fully legitimate. Mr Hayes, who oversees the community consultation, is here at estimates. He was called to estimates. Ask him the question. He'll be able to give you an update on what was being done to date. He will know more of the specifics of that.
Can I just remind the Minister at this point, look, it's just common practice that officials can explore in detail the afternoon, but if for the ministerials especially, if a member is asking for a ministerial response, if we can at least try, that would be helpful. Over to you again, Mr Field.
Thank you, Chair. And I will be here this afternoon and I will ask those questions. There's a lot in the community who are very interested in the answer. I'm asking as a new minister, come in, had representations, already acknowledged a failing, or the need to go back and have a look at Maria. Can you set some expectations here for your officials about how consultation and transparency should be delivered on these projects? I've just given you 3 examples of where really important information has not been disclosed until someone, myself in some instances, other members of the community have had to go through a substantial amount of hoop jumping to get basic information about the planning and decision making around these projects out in the public space. Is it your expectation that the department does better than that?
I'm happy if you have specific examples around this. I'm happy to take them on notice, and I'm happy to get a briefing and have a look at it post estimates.
Okay. Well, you know, I know that Transport for New South Wales has done a lot on the major highways, including the Pacific Highway to the north and now the Princes on the south. But we're hitting that area of the Princes Highway where we're getting, we've got a lot of natural environment alongside the road developments. It starts in the Shoalhaven, really, where we see a lot of interaction with state forest, national parks and other private forested land. What is your plan for a strategic biodiversity management of these developments in terms of offsetting, minimising impacts, wildlife corridors? Because what I'm hearing is that sort of there's a, we do what we required, under the law, we use the offsetting program as we can, but I'm looking for a commitment that there's going to be a strategic plan for making sure we get the gains from any offsets that are done down there and we're minimising as much as possible the impacts on the natural environment. How's that being managed in a strategic way for the upgrades to the Princes Highway and the Shoalhaven?
Well, specifically in terms of those offsets, I might pass to Mr Dunphy to explain where we are to date with that on the Princes Highway.
Just in terms of offsets, part of the process for...
Sorry, Mr Dunphy, can you just bring the microphone forward?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
What calling the kettle?
So just in terms of biodiversity offsets, Transport for New South Wales, we have been an extensive engagement with the biodiversity offset scheme. We've purchased a significant number of offsets in the private market and also through private landholders, over 77.5 million worth of purchases through the private market and also 2,022 hectares through private landholders. In terms of the particular projects, part of the process for doing that is obviously we work under the scheme in conjunction with DPE. The early stages of the process is really doing the assessments, and we'll get in an appropriate assessor through the biodiversity offset scheme to do that assessment, and those processes, from what I understand, for the new work is still underway, and there still is work for us to be...
I'll come back in my next round because I've got quite a few on this, so I'm happy to pass back to the chair.
Thank you. We are now at our appointed break time for 15 minutes, so we will resume at 11:18. position.
Thank you, Minister. I'm just going to give you one more chance to clean this up before it's taken up in another place. On the issue about when you were notified, you were texted, your Chief of Staff was texted, your Chief of Staff was briefed on the Sunday night. You've told the Parliament that you first found out on Monday morning. Why shouldn't we conclude that you've misled the Parliament?
I don't agree with the premise of your question. It's, Mr Graham, I've made it clear, I've just tabled the text message which I received at 10:43 p.m. I was not awake at 10:43 p.m, so I didn't read the text message at 10:43 p.m. The first I learnt of the rail shutdown was when I turned on the news Monday morning and saw it for myself, then checked my phone.
Minister Elliott is in an argument in public today about how many fare-free Fridays will happen. You've briefed the Parliament about fare discounts to say you've been briefed by your agency and you had some views about whether it be extended to regional commuters. That's never happened. No one's been given a discount after the rail shutdown. What is going on? When will there be some discount offered?
So what specifically is your question, Mr Graham?
When will customers who've been massively disadvantaged get some discount?
Well, Minister Elliott has made it clear that commuters will, if the RTBU wants to play ball and wants to sit down and negotiate with us and come to an agreement, commuters will get fare-free Fridays for a year. Minister Elliott said that yesterday.
So that's the only hope commuters have got of getting any discount off their rail fares?
I think commuters would be quite happy to have services restored, no disruption and fare-free Fridays.
Minister, just to be clear here, just in terms of the text message that you tabled just then, which we appreciate, thank you, you're saying this is the notification that you were given around significant disruption? The first?
This is the text message that myself and my Chief of Staff received at 10:43 p.m.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. I just want to take you again to what may or may not occur next week. Can I understood you correctly when you said that you haven't been advised about any looming shutdown as a result of the action that was notified this week in respect to an industrial action which could take place next week?
I might refer you to Mr Sharp because I think there might be a slight misunderstanding in your questioning about the disruption next week. So I would, if possible, like Mr Sharp as a secretary to clarify that.
Do you want me to clarify the question?
Mr Morkey, just to your question, there's two lots of industrial action that are occurring that we're commenting on publicly. So the first one was the press release we put out yesterday, which is in regards to the earlier actions, and we had a risk assessment on that. That does show over time that there will be a degradation of the network and disruptions, and it could even lead to some parts of the network closing, which is what we believe Minister Elliott may have been referring to this morning.
Right, so just to be clear, are you referring to the electrical trade union actions or are you referring to the RTBU?
There's a number of actions that were on foot, separate to the ones that we were notified yesterday. The ones we were notified yesterday, which was your question to me earlier, we're still working through that and the risk assessment. We haven't actually provided advice to any of the ministers in regards to that as yet because we're still working through it. So there were two different industrial actions that we were referring to.
Just to be very clear here, I appreciate the context, but I don't necessarily think that confusion arrives because the report that I'm referring to here is the comments reportedly made by Minister Elliott in respect to the RTBU actions for next week that are in today's press. It says here that he's warning that such actions could result in a network shutdown. He warned the new industrial measures outlined by the RTBU could result in even more rail shutdowns.
And there's two different industrial actions that have been tabled by the RTBU.
Indeed.
The ones from yesterday are not what he's referring to, I don't believe, because we're still working through those.
But have you provided advice to Minister Elliott or Minister Farraway in respect to either of the two actions?
Yes, the first ones.
Yes, and Minister Farraway, as a result of that, are you worried that the network is going to close next week?
Well, since becoming the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads, there has been rolling industrial action whilst I've been the Minister. There's the possibility of anything. I'm not familiar with the comments Minister Elliott has made in today's press, so I'm not going to refer to them because I'm not across them and I haven't read it. But the reality is, Mr Mookie, that whilst the rolling industrial action continues, anything's a possibility.
Well, then in that sense, why then aren't you going to the meeting tomorrow in which another minister is, and that apparently is Minister Tudorhope? So we're in this situation where Minister Tudorhope is going, but the two operational ministers are not.
This is an industrial relations matter. This is rolling industrial relations action, and the Minister for Industrial Relations is the one that attends the meeting, Mr Mookie.
Mr Sharp, I might ask you when we return with the officials briefing at 2 p.m, could you, I don't want to cut you off now, could you give us at the start of that briefing just more detailed understanding of what the risk is here of commuters being impacted? If I can ask you if we can take a little bit more time up front so we understand the risks that you'll be briefing Minister Farraway on, but also Minister Elliott. Minister, I'm going to turn to another issue. Some of your colleagues in Victoria and Queensland have called for changes to be made to the fuel excise given the price of petrol at the moment. What's your view on the current fuel excise?
Well, obviously the current fuel excise is not a policy area that I have any say over or control over in the New South Wales government. I think the Commonwealth are fully aware of the challenges and pain that commuters would be facing right now, and it is really in the sphere for the Commonwealth to deal with the excise one way or the other.
So no view from your end as Minister that you want to put on the public record?
Well, my view is that I appreciate that it's the external factors that are happening globally, and what we've seen that reflect in oil price has an impact on commuters. There's no doubt about that. But in terms of what levers, in terms of what policy change, in terms of any future change to the excise, it will be a question you'll need to ask the Commonwealth.
I want to turn to the flood assistance that you've offered North Coast councils and follow up on the questioning that you received from other committee members. Is one of the councils that this could be extended to, this type of assistance? And I want to welcome the assistance you've provided to the Blue Mountains Council, given that that community, including the communities of Lithgow and Bathurst, have been virtually cut off when it comes to road and rail services over the weekend with some of the restrictions that have been in place as a result of the damage.
If that funding is tied to Category B funding from the Commonwealth through the Natural Disaster Declaration, if the Blue Mountains LGA has been declared by the Commonwealth as one of the LGAs under that declaration, I would be happy to have the conversation or happy for Transport to work with Blue Mountain City Council on any advancing of those funds through Category B funding through the Commonwealth that could be possible.
But you'd agree there's some quite severe damage there too, those communities in the Blue Mountains, Lithgow, Bathurst.
I live in Bathurst, I'll declare that, and what we saw, as Mr Field was touching on earlier, is that once that weather event had moved south and hit Greater Sydney, and the Blue Mountains is an extension of Greater Sydney, it has done significant damage to the road and rail network, and what compounded some of the challenges for myself as the Minister and for Transport for New South Wales was the flooding in the Hawkesbury, which then obviously cut infrastructure in Windsor, and the Richmond Bridge was closed, which obviously compounded the issue on the Bells line of road as well. But, whilst I'm on that topic, it is worth noting that Transport have...
Whilst you're on that topic, I'm going to move to another topic, which is this. Minister, you're aware of the fact that our regional roads are already in a tough spot. Your department's own documents show that more than 77% of road pavements in regional and outer metropolitan New South Wales are older than their design life. 2,000 kilometres of state roads are rated as poor or very poor, and that has safety implications. We've already got a significant shortfall, don't we, when it comes to maintaining roads in regional New South Wales. Do you acknowledge that?
I acknowledge that this government, since 2019, has implemented some hugely successful programs like fixing local roads that have delivered hundreds of millions of dollars to local councils across New South Wales to assist them in the sealing, the repair, the upgrade of local roads. Roads that local government...
I don't mind you spruiking the government's programs, but do you acknowledge there's an issue here?
Chair, point of order.
Yeah, committee.
The Minister was addressing the question of the Honourable John Graham. Honourable John Graham has taken the Minister to a new area for examination, and the Minister, as he did last time, was providing a very detailed and comprehensive answer. Now, when he's doing that, Mr Graham needs to allow the Minister to complete his answer before talking over the top of him, especially when the Minister has so much information to impart.
To the point of order, I'm well aware of the rules. The member is wasting time, and I am indicating I'll be extending the session by resolution if he keeps it up.
I think that points of order can be made succinctly, as the first point. Second point, in respect to the actual point of order, members are entitled to direct the ministers to the question, directly to the question, and of course ministers are entitled to answer it as they see fit, and that was what was occurring. We'll continue.
Well, Chair, I'm just going to also make, on the point of order, to address a point from Mr Graham.
Ruled, and so we'll continue.
Minister, I want to turn to that flood damage. Firstly, I want to acknowledge that the feedback I've had from some of these North Coast councils has been very positive about your visit and the assistance. Can you give us some sense, though, of just how much damage, what's your first pass assessment of just how much damage has been done so far to the state's roads as a result of the last 2 weeks?
Well, it's significant. There's no other way to describe it. It is significant, and other members of this committee have touched on it in their questioning today as well. It is significant, and I wish to reiterate the point that in order for us to deal with this together as a state government in working with the Commonwealth but supporting local government,
Minister?
we've got to do the work.
Have you been given a dollar figure?
We've got to do the work at the front end. We've got to be able to assess and scope how much damage there is.
Yeah.
You're asking...
Have we got that assessment at the moment, or is that not something that's in front of you?
I'm sorry, but Mr Graham can object all he wants, but he's continually talking over the Minister. Now, it is clear that is outside the rules of the hearing, and also it's not observing the procedural fairness resolution.
I'll just remind everybody, question followed by answer.
Minister, have you been given a concrete dollar amount, or is that some way away? Give us some sense. Do we know how much damage has been done?
Do we definitively know how much damage is done to the road network?
Have you got a first-pass assessment? How much might this cost?
No, I, like Transport for New South Wales, do not have a definitive amount of what it will cost to restore and repair the road network on the North Coast. And as I've said in my previous answers, that is the work that we are doing now, not only internally with Transport on our state roads and our state highways, but in supporting councils with the technical advice and resources on the ground.
Not asking for a definitive amount, but there's been some figures out there. I think Lismore might have said maybe $150 million worth of damage, Ballina $100 million. The Blue Mountains assessment is maybe $100 million of damage. These aren't definitive amounts. These are very indicative. It's early on. Do we have any sense of how much extra damage has been done? What is the cost of what's happened over the last couple of weeks? Can you give us any sense?
Well, I give you the sense that it is significant. It is significant. And I would say that we need to, as Transport on our own state roads and network and our state highways, do the work internally to work on what damage there is there, such as, Bruxner Highway, Waterfall Way. Waterfall Way is actually not a state road, but...
As of today, you can't tell us.
No, because that work is being done as we speak. And again, I would say, Mr Graham, that there are still pieces of road infrastructure owned and administered by local government that are still cut off. They're still cut off. We still can't get crews in there to assess the damage. And I think what the community want, Mr Graham, is a proper plan as to how all 3 levels of government work together to restore the road infrastructure for the North Coast and the Northern Rivers. And that can only be done when we deliver that community a multi-year plan, and we can only deliver a multi-year plan once we've done the work on the ground to assess how much damage there is.
I just wanted to follow a bit of this up. Is the cost of road repair recoverable from the Treasury Managed Fund?
I will pass to the Secretary about obviously some of because it gets complicated with the disaster declaration funding as well.
Yes, it does. And look, I'd have to take that on notice, specifically, Mr Mookie, on that. I can't tell you.
I appreciate that if you've taken it on notice. But, Minister, this is the fund that provides catastrophic insurance for New South Wales assets. Have you asked your agencies to make a claim or even notify of a potential claim in respect to the TMF?
I have been advised that Transport for New South Wales is reviewing what insurance claims. Well, I can confirm, though, that Transport for New South Wales are reviewing through the Treasury Fund as to what's claimable and not.
Therefore, if you have, you would have some idea as to at least the quantum of damage that you might be claiming.
They're in the process of doing that as
I appreciate how the notification and assessment processes work for the TMF, but that actually does require your agency to provide some indication about the damage, which also allows them to conclude about the questions that my colleague was asking you about the cost. So, in notifying the TMF of claims, have you been advised that what the potential scope and size of the damage would be?
I have been advised that Transport for New South Wales was doing the work required internally with the Treasury managed fund on what claims were being lodged, and I'll hand to Mr Fuller.
No, we can pick it up. We can pick it up this afternoon in the after point. I'll pass that to the Chair.
Minister, I'll turn to this question. Really, I'm asking this. Just three councils in the state saying they might have sustained $350 million of damage in the last 2 weeks, and this will be over $1 billion worth of damage. There's already a shortfall. We know that with regional roads. Or do you want to see some of the billions of dollars that's flowing into Sydney toll roads diverted into fixing these local roads in the bush?
The one point I would make, Mr Graham, is I'm not prepared at estimates to be throwing numbers out there that I haven't been able to fact check, and I have follow-up meetings with these local councils to discuss the very nature of their road infrastructure damage post my last visit, and I'm sure at that point both Transport and the local council will have a better idea of the extent of the damage. The one point I would make is that the last North Coast floods, there was $250 million, $250 million worth of damage to the road network. It is evident from anyone that has seen the footage on television, it is evident from the footage at my visit and the briefings that I've had from local council that the damage will exceed that.
Regional roads and transport are getting only a quarter of the money that this government is spending on transport infrastructure. Would you like to see some of that money diverted into the regions, given that small amount, that small proportion, to fix the damage that's now been done?
The regions over the last few years have benefited from some fantastic programs and a huge investment in the road space, Mr Graham, and also there is a list of legacy building road infrastructure projects and programs that we have across the state of New South Wales, all that really do impact and will benefit regional New South Wales.
One of those programs is the roads reclassification program. You administer that. It's gone incredibly slowly. You've promised 15,000 kilometres will be switched across from councils to assist with the maintenance. That's barely happened. Less than 400 kilometres have been transferred or reclassified. At that pace, this will never happen. Minister, why is this so slow?
It's a big job, Mr Graham. Transport for New South Wales manage, Mr Graham, Transport for New South Wales manage roughly 18,000 kilometres worth of state roads. They, I think, operate another approximately 2,300 kilometres worth of regional roads. We have a plan in place. We have an expert panel in place. We've had the priority round. We've had COVID. We've had flooding. We've had bushfires. We've had to work very closely, that panel, with councils to allow them the time and the scope to really assess what roads they want to put forward in that process. And all this is going to be lightening the load over a matter of time as we reclassify and transfer these roads. This is going to be lifting the load that, might I add, that...
But Minister, that's my point, that we've already got a shortfall. These roads are already in dire state. There's flooding on top, damage on top. Why is this program in the slow lane? This was the hope for these councils, that they will get some help from the state government, and help isn't on the way. Only 400 kilometres of that 15,000 kilometres has happened. When will we see the next round?
Well, the next round, submissions were extended at the request of councils who were facing a significant impact due to the Omicron outbreak and then flooding. The full round of submissions have now closed. They closed on the 28th of February. I'm happy to say we've received in excess of 500 submissions to the full round. The expert panel chaired by Wendy Mason, who I have met with, is now off to deliberating, and the process has started in reviewing all those submissions. They will report back to me with their report on the reclassification and transfer program and the submissions received by the third quarter of this year. And all this is a huge task. We're going to take a very measured and staggered approach to this.
Thank you for that answer, Minister.
And I would like to finish the answer, Mr. Graham. We have taken a very collaborative approach. I've spoken with a lot of councils, a lot of general managers, a lot of mayors.
To that point about when, the third quarter this year, so are you giving council some hope that they'll have the next tranche of roads transferred in the third quarter of this year? Is that the hope?
I'm saying that the expert panel will report, will deliver their report to me in the third quarter of this year, and once those recommendations and report is received and the good work that panel is doing, we will be ready to make an announcement as to the next phase of the reclassification and transfer program.
Can you guarantee that?
I guarantee that the report will be completed and will be submitted to me as the Minister responsible in the third quarter of this year.
Yep. But can you give a guarantee that a decision will be made on your desk this year?
I will give you a guarantee that I have met with the panel. I am fully across how many submissions have been made. I support the panel. I support the process, and the report will be received in my office from my update with the chair of the panel in the third quarter of this year. And I give you a guarantee I'll have more to say once I receive the report.
Can you give us this guarantee? Minister Toole this was a commitment about regional roads. Minister Toole was transferring roads in Blacktown, in Parramatta, in Liverpool. Can you give us a guarantee that there won't be city roads going across while you've got regional communities begging for these roads to be transferred, to be reclassified?
Well, part of this process in terms of the two aspects of it is the reclassification and the transfer. There are metro roads in there, but the overwhelming majority that I have seen of the submissions are regional roads. And I have spoken recently at the Country Mayors Forum only a week ago about this. Any council I've met with, I have discussed this. It certainly is something that they have raised with me. They have raised with me the importance of having council as a delivery partner moving forward.
Have you spoken to Minister Toole to ask him why he was transferring city roads when regional roads are begging for help?
Well, that is before my time as the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads, and if you would like more clarity around that, I'm happy to pass to Ms Hayden, who looks after that process within Transport for New South Wales.
Thank you for identifying the official, and we'll come back to that after too.
Minister, when will the last kilometre be transferred?
Sorry, repeat the question, Mr Mookie.
The 15,000th kilometre due to be transferred.
So this is obviously the majority of roads that when the Labor Party were last in government, palmed off to local government. Palmed off. Well, that's the part of the policy Minister, you don't like to hear about,
Minister,
is it?
Just let me ask the question. Record level of cutting me off by a minister so far, which is a good rookie performance. But let me just rookie ask it out for you. The last of the 15,000th kilometre. When is it due to transfer?
It's a big job, Mr Mookie. It'll be something that we need to get right. It'll be something that I want to ensure that councils are a part of this journey in terms of having them as a delivery partner in this space and the maintenance of these roads, whether they're reclassified or transferred under local, regional or state control. As I said to your colleague, Mr Graham, the guarantee I give to you is that we will have the report in the third quarter of this year.
I appreciate
and I will guarantee I'll have more to say once I receive that report.
Are the balance of all the roads likely to be transferred by the end of the year? Or is it the case that you're looking at a different component of the network to transfer?
You can keep asking the same question in different ways.
Minister, this is an election promise that your government
Mr
made.
Mookie, you can keep asking the same question in different ways.
And I will.
Once I receive the report, which will be by the third quarter of this year, from the work that panel has done, I will have more to say about the process
Minister,
moving forward.
Your government promised this the last election. Can you at least give us a guarantee that you're on track to keep your promise?
Well, we are. We're in the process of doing exactly what we said we would do. We have now the full round,
By the
which all the
22nd
submissions.
century.
You asked a question. Would you like me to answer it? We're doing exactly what we set out to do here, and that is that we have the reclassification and transfer process. We've had the priority round. We have now closed the full round. I have been able to advise you today we've had approximately 500 submissions. We have allowed a few councils that are flood impacted on the North Coast some additional time if they needed it to put some last minute submissions in, but the fullness of the submissions are now complete. The panel is meeting. The panel is now reviewing this process. The panel has advised that the report will be on my desk by the third quarter of this year, and the guarantee I give you is once I receive that report, as the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads, I'll have more to say.
Well, but the rate that you're transferring the roads, which is 100 kilometres per year since you made the commitment, it's going to take another 145 years for you to complete your promise.
The 22nd century.
It's not as quick as the rate the Labor Party dumped it onto local councils in the first place.
Minister, let me just finish. Are you confident that you're going to be the minister in 145 years when your government keeps this promise? Or are you working on an earlier timetable? Because right now it looks like people will be waiting for more than a century for you to keep this commitment. So I'm giving you now the third opportunity to provide some assurance that you're on track to keep the promise sometime in a realistic time.
145 years, like the upper house could be well and truly abolished by then. Neither of us might be.
Well, I will continue to fight for that.
Your library will be so full by 145 years. I don't know, you have to start digitising all those SO52s you keep asking for.
I'm reading those SO52s faster than you're transferring these roads. So can you at least give us some assurance?
We can't work at the lightning speed that the Labor Party dumped all these roads back on local council when you were last in government.
You'll just find this goes a lot easier if you can insult me after I finish asking you the question.
You can walk and chew gum.
Can you just tell us then what's the full cost to the state? This is budget estimates hearings. How much money are we going to incur?
Well, Mr Mookie, as I said, we have the process well underway. We have had disruptions. We definitely have had disruptions. Local councils have had significant disruptions. We've had COVID, we've had bushfires, we've had flooding, and now we've had significant flooding in some areas. But as I said, we have received in the full round, we have received around the 500 submissions. The panel are well into the process now in doing that work. The panel will report back to me in the third quarter of this year, and I will have more to say on this policy once I receive their report.
Minister, do you understand that if you're unable to explain to us when your government will keep its promise, and you can't tell us how much it's going to cost, it appears as though the government doesn't have any idea.
No, I think that this government is sensible in its approach, where we are not going to, with everything that is happening in the economy and in the road space, that we want to get this right. We have a panel that has a task ahead of them, and a good panel that will do good work, I believe, and that report will be back to me in the third quarter of this year. The government's already signalled and provided the $250 million that was in the 2021 budget, and that's all part of this work. As I said, the full round is now closed. We extended those applications, or the ability to make those submissions till 28th of February. I've met with the chair of the panel. I actually think we're progressing this commitment that was made at the 2019 election, and we're progressing this commitment, but we're not going to be rushed into something, and I don't want councils as well, with everything they are dealing with, to be rushed through a process as well. So I think we are on track, and we are certainly making progress with this commitment.
Thank you. We're going to go to Mr Field now for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I wouldn't mind moving back to some of these questions around environmental protections with the Princes Highway upgrade. So perhaps if Mr Dunphy would like to continue from where we left off. You mentioned a number of figures earlier about the amount of money that had been invested, I think, with the Biodiversity Conservation Trust, but I assume that was for all projects statewide. So I wouldn't mind focusing in, if we could, on the Princes Highway upgrades in the Shoalhaven. I think you're just at the assessment phase at this point. I guess what really concerns the community is the use of the Biodiversity Conservation Trust or other on-market purchases of biodiversity offset. There's no guarantee that those offsets are actually delivered in the local area. I'm looking for some sort of undertaking from Transport for New South Wales and from you, Minister, that the biodiversity impacts are going to be delivered through offsets in the local area, and that there'd be a coordinated or strategic approach to delivering those offsets. So it's not piecemeal, and we're getting the best outcomes possible as a result of this investment in road infrastructure on the South Coast. So what can you say about that?
Thank you, Mr. Billett. Happy to answer that question. In terms of, you're right, we are still determining the final proposal and the treatments. Obviously, that will depend on the final outcomes in terms of the identification of the infrastructure upgrades. We are at this time, though, assessing the impacts of the biodiversity on species, on vegetation, on the ecosystems, and looking at those particular impacts. You're quite right in terms of trying to ensure that those biodiversity impacts, that whichever pathways we take, that we try to identify that in local purchases in terms of biodiversity offsets in the local area. So with species and also with vegetations, that is always our first preference, and that is something that, as a principle, we follow in terms of our policy to try and make sure that it is as close to the project as possible. Sometimes that's not possible, but certainly that is our stated intention in terms of developing those proposals. At present, because the projects are still in the very preliminary stages of consultation and finalisation, we won't be able to complete those environmental assessments until we've got the specific details. But in terms of the strategic approach, as you point out, it is very important, and we do treat it very much as a strategic integrated planning approach in terms of trying to ensure that we are, one, delivering the best environmental outcomes, but two, that we are complying with the Biodiversity Conservation Act. So as part of the process, we certainly aim to ensure that that the impacts that occur locally are, in terms of the biodiversity scheme, we also acquire locally, and that will be something that we would be looking at in terms of the assessment, and then also the decision as to which offset pathways we're able to take for those projects. And we do want to make sure that it is part of a broader strategic approach in terms of the overall integrated planning for the area.
But how do you deliver on that? Have you got a policy document around how decisions are made about biodiversity offsets? I guess to put it this way, you're doing the JB Road interchange, quite soon. There's planning underway for JB Road to Sussex, and obviously Milton Ulladulla. They're at different stages. If you have a situation where we've done the planning now for JB intersection, this is the impact. We've only required this much offsets. We can make a purchase here or pay money into the fund there. And then a few years later, we do it for JB Road to Sussex. I'm asking for you to look at the Princes Highway upgrades in the Shoalhaven in their entirety. Make a judgment about, wow, look, this is going to be the impact. We've minimised as much as we can, but this is going to be the overall impact. We've now got a bigger pot of money to spend on biodiversity offsets. We could get some real strategic outcomes across the whole region if we do this in a coordinated way. I'm asking for you to, I guess, think a bit outside the box about how you deliver this program on the South Coast, and that it is done with that strategic view in mind and not just bit by bit by bit. Can you do that under the way you currently operate?
In terms of our environmental team and the way that they work with our infrastructure in place group, it is really about ensuring that it is a strategic approach. So with all of the projects, we do look holistically in terms of the overall benefits and how we can achieve through the biodiversity offset program the best outcomes. So certainly take that on board, and happy to continue to update in terms of how we will do that. But
who makes the decision ultimately, though, on, this is the approach we're going to take there, and is there any opportunity for there to be some sort of higher level community engagement in the biodiversity offsetting or, minimising decisions around these projects?
Can I just make a couple of points as the Minister, Mr. Field? Firstly, and I think you're hearing it in the theme of what Mr. Dunphy has said, but Transport look to minimise the environmental footprint on any of our projects. We look to reduce it as much as possible. I think, and to some of the theme today of what we've been talking about, you know, even if you look at the Milton Ulladulla and Barrel Lake bypass, even if you were to change the route, there would be a significant environmental footprint in changing the route on Barrel Lake, and I think that is an example. I think there's been a lot of good work that was done on the Pacific Highway upgrade around offsets. I accept the question about offsets around how to do it, localising it, looking at the holistic approach. I accept that, and Mr Dunphy's certainly taken that on board, but just from a larger scale in terms of what Transport, I think, is doing, and from the government's point of view, there is the appetite there to reduce the footprint as much as possible, and I think it's worth noting that is all a huge consideration when we are looking at these huge road projects. It is a huge consideration already.
I hear what Mr Dunphy says, but we're also currently undertaking an inquiry into the biodiversity offset scheme in New South Wales at the moment, and I'm on that. I'm sitting on that inquiry, and we've heard evidence that biodiversity offsets for WestConnex for the Golden Bellfrog were delivered in a private plot up around Coffs Harbour, I think it was. So it's like, sure, you've got your well-intentioned, as you go into the project, but then there's the practical delivery against the current scheme, and you're trying to get best value for money for the project as well. But that clearly, there's some questions about whether or not that was the best outcome there. So I'm asking, is there a way that we can make sure we're delivering the best strategic outcome locally? Who ultimately makes this decision within Transport for New South Wales about how that's delivered? And is there a way to have some more community engagement in that decision-making process? There might be trade-offs that can be made here around this scheme, but we get better local outcomes. For instance, there's a discussion about those state forests just south of Barrel Lake, and whether, they're badly fire affected. It might be that there's a way to bring some of these other areas of government consideration around the future of our forests into these discussions. Everyone knows there'll be an environmental impact. So I'm asking you to look more strategically than what you've done demonstrably in the past.
I take on notice that, one, their Transport would need to work with a criteria that is set outside of my portfolio responsibility. But to your point about the delivery and holistically looking at that over a project, I think Mr Dunphy has taken that on board, and certainly happy to look at that moving forward.
Okay. I'm happy to move on. Minister, do you have a view about the Nowra bypass proposal?
In what way?
There's a lot of people that think there needs to be a bypass at Nowra. It's not part of the current planning for the Princess Highway upgrades. I'm asking if you've got a view about whether or not there should be a bypass of Nowra and where that should sit in future planning.
I've visited a lot of regional New South Wales already, but I have not visited Nowra. And in fairness, I would take it on notice because I haven't been completely briefed on that situation, but I accept there's conversations at community level about wanting to either be bypassed or not be bypassed.
Well, Mr Sharp or whoever's most appropriate, is now a bypass on your radar at all?
Hayes or?
It is, Mr Hayes, but look, there is $1.9 billion that's been allocated for the upgrades between Nowra and the Victorian border. In respect to that particular bypass, I would have to pass to Mr Hayes, wherever Mr Hayes is. Oh, there. You can come up to the microphone.
Thank you, Anthony Hayes, Transport for New South Wales. There's certainly no plans or no timeline at this stage for an Nowra bypass. When we looked at it last time, the early investigation suggested that 85% of the daily traffic was actually locals moving around, and that a bypass would not in fact improve the congestion, which is different to the bridge that's happening. So the focus was that we didn't believe it was worthwhile. So at this stage, there's no plans to do the project, and certainly no money has been invested.
Okay, well, we might come back to that in a little bit more detail in the next round. Thank you, Chair.
Mr Field, as there's no other crossbench member here, you are entitled, I think, to take the next 9 if you wish.
I'm happy to continue if that's okay with you, Chair. Is that what you mean?
Well, there's no other crossbench member here.
Sure.
If another crossbench member here does turn up, then we might interrupt.
No worries at all. Yep. Thank you, Chair. Well, we might keep going then, Mr Hayes and Minister, around the Nowra bypass proposal. Have you had any representations since you came into the job from former member for Bega, Andrew Constance, around the Nowra bypass?
To my recollection, I have not received a representation from Andrew Constance.
I'm not sure if anyone from within the agencies has received any correspondence from former Transport Minister Constance on this proposal.
No, I have not. And the only communication's just been in regards to the Nowra Bridge, which he was very passionate about.
Sure. Do you recall at all when he was Transport Minister whether or not he'd agitated around a Nowra bypass?
Not directly with me.
Okay, so his support for an Nowra bypass was, wasn't really reflected in the work that he was previously doing then, I guess, as Transport Minister and then his time as local member down there.
I can't comment on that.
Okay, no worries.
My understanding, and I have not heard former Minister Constance personally, but my understanding was that he was an advocate for that. It was investigated, and the result of that investigation was that it was not a priority. As with everything, there's only so much funding to go around, and that was not deemed to be a key priority.
Are you suggesting that when he was Minister, he asked for an investigation into whether or not?
No, I don't know that. I would have to.
That
I don't know.
I'm sorry, is it Mr. Alloway? Is that who's speaking now? There's
No,
two signs.
Mr. Hayes.
Oh, sorry, Hayes.
Sorry, can I just, for the purposes of Hansard and video recording, can we just swap over the same page?
Sorry, I was looking at the minister when the swap happened.
I was distracting you.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Hayes. Well, then, on what basis do you hold the view that he was supportive of that project?
Purely from the briefing note I have here in front of me, which says that former Minister Constance had mentioned that he would be advocating for a Nowra bypass.
When had he mentioned that?
As I said, I haven't heard. I have not heard that. That's my understanding, but I have nothing further than that.
Okay. Well, sorry. That briefing note in front of you. Who's prepared that briefing note?
My team.
You're to 4 estimates today, and that's the only line on it about that Minister Constance had been supportive of the project.
Yes.
Okay, but this when was this project looked at? I think you mentioned it was looked at and it was deemed not necessary. When did that occur?
I would need to investigate. I'm not too sure.
Okay, no worries. Can you take on notice whether or not there's been any formal communication from Andrew Constance when he was Minister for Transport, or after he left that role, or since, about this project?
I can take that on.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Field, I'm happy to also add that to confirm I have not received, my recollection is I have not received any correspondence from Andrew Constance. I haven't personally spoken to the MP, but other MPs on the South Coast have spoken with my office about the Nowra bypass.
No worries, it's getting a bit of attention then, isn't it?
I'm confirming what I know, and that is that there are other state members of parliament that have raised the Nowra bypass with my office.
Okay. Actually, Chair, I might hand back. I do have some others, but they'll be a bit disconnected, so I might just come back to them at the next round.
Can I just ask that we go now to the opposition?
Right.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Minister.
Minister, we've got a lot of issues to raise, so I might just raise some with you rapidly in series. First of those are warning signs for speed cameras. Do you support the opposition policy, which calls for them to be replaced in front of these mobile speed cameras and after these mobile speed cameras?
Well, the position of the New South Wales Government is that we are fitting rooftop signs to the mobile speed camera fleet, and that they will advise motorists that their speed has been checked.
Can I congratulate you for answering that question far more clearly than the Minister for Metropolitan Roads? I take that as a comment. I don't expect you to respond. Why then is the Premier on radio saying he agrees with the opposition's position, saying this speed camera shouldn't just be there to raise revenue for the government, you have to strike the right balance?
Well, I agree that you do have to strike the right balance. I agree that there should be signage, and I agree that the rooftop signage is an important part of the program of the mobile speed camera vehicles, and obviously the rollout commenced in February, and as at the 15th of March, 88% of the vehicles have operational rooftop signs, so that's 127 of the
But
143.
you stated clearly you don't agree with the opposition's policy, which is, you've been clear cut on that. Why is the Premier saying he does agree with the opposition?
I am stating what the policy position is of the New South Wales government, and as the Minister for Regional Roads, and in my conversations with the Deputy Premier as well about the mobile speed camera cars, who was the former Minister, I've sought obviously conversations with the Deputy Premier about this. To find the balance is that there should be signage, and the signage should advise drivers that that vehicle is a mobile speed camera and that their speed has been checked.
Did you ask the Deputy Premier this? Why did he agree to remove these signs in the first place? Why did he repeatedly defend it?
I'm not going
given what he's now saying. Have you asked him that?
I'm not going to sort of go down a path of giving you details of conversations I've had intimately with the Deputy Premier. But the Deputy Premier has been very clear in the media. He's been very clear in the media that these vehicles need to have these signs fitted on them by the end of March.
Decision.
By the end of March, or those vehicles would be taken out of
sitting
service.
where you are now.
But you're asking me a question, but that was before my time. I was not the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads at the time. I'm making clear to you what the New South Wales government policy is and where we are at in the rollout of fitting those rooftop signs to those mobile speed camera
Minister,
vehicles.
there's been a regional bus sighted in Sydney. It was driving up with its hazard lights on at President Avenue in Rockdale. It came down College Street towards Mrs Macquarie's chair. It contains a very big sort of photo and slogan for the former Minister for Transport, Andrew Constance, on it. When he was asked about it publicly, he said this: "I'm helping Transport Minister David Elliott out." He said it's on loan as a train replacement bus. Is this bus on loan as a train replacement bus?
I know nothing about the bus you refer to with Andrew Constance. The question is completely out of scope with my ministerial responsibilities. I'm the Minister for Regional Transport
is a regional
and Roads.
bus. It's shipped up from regional New South Wales.
You are talking
Andrew
about
Constance's campaign bus being used as a train replacement bus.
I know nothing about the bus that you're referring to, Mr Graham.
Yeah, well, I'm asking, has taxpayers' money been shelled out?
I can't answer the question if I don't know anything about it.
I'm asking about the public comments of the former Minister for Transport.
Well,
Can you give us a guarantee that public money isn't being shelled out?
The Minister's getting maybe 2 words
for
in
this
before he's
campaign
talked
bus
over.
to tour New South Wales?
Point of order, Mr Chair. As the Minister has indicated, this does not fall within his portfolio responsibilities. While it may be a bus from a regional area, the same could be said for any person from a regional area who travels on a metropolitan transport network. This is a metropolitan transport network. It's a question that should be directed to the Minister for Transport, covering metropolitan transport, and not to this Minister.
The point of order, this bus has picked up passengers from the regions in New South Wales, as far as we know. It's appropriate to ask, has taxpayers' money been allocated to this campaign bus?
I know nothing about the bus in question that you refer to with Andrew Constance. The bus is travelling in a metropolitan area, so I would only assume that it's not in my ministerial portfolio. But happy to take it on notice, Mr Graham. But I know nothing about the bus that you refer to.
Can you agree it'd be inappropriate though to be giving out taxpayers' money to a campaign bus as it moves around the state?
But I know nothing. I know nothing about the bus you're referring to.
Minister, can we turn to another matter as well, which is around the Maria bypass there. Firstly, is the Maria bypass going to connect directly to Eurobodalla Hospital?
With regard to the Maria bypass, I have visited that community and met with members of that community who have shared their thoughts around further consultation around the broader bypass of Maria and what it should or shouldn't look like. There are three outlined possible routes. I have given a commitment to members of that community that I would essentially restart the consultation on the Moruya bypass. That is underway at the moment. I have asked for that consultation. I've asked Transport to administer and conduct that consultation with the view of talking to and allowing as much of the community as possible to share their view, to ensure that they're in the community asking for their view, to engage with the business sector, to engage with the local government.
It's helpful context, but the actual question was, is the Moruya bypass going to connect directly to Ribadella Hospital?
The route isn't defined. The route isn't the final route for the potential Moruya bypass is not definitive, is not defined. So I can't answer the question.
Well, it's a matter of government policy, which, to be fair, officials can't answer. Only you can, in this respect. And so the community is quite clear that they want a direct connection to the hospital. Is that the policy objective you're trying to achieve here?
I want the community to have the ability to make sure that anyone that has thoughts, suggestions, criticism of where we're at with the Moruya bypass and what they think it should look like have that opportunity, and that consultation is underway right now, and I believe the consultation finishes in June. Mr Hayes, is that right?
We're just going out now.
Yep, going out now with the view that that consultation should be wrapped up with the community by approximately June this year.
What's the cost of the bypass?
I'll have to... well, there is no cost because there is no defined route. There is a preferred... There was a route that was put out there, but there is 3 routes that are possible scenarios for the bypass, and what I want to do is ask the community, not for feedback on one particular route, but all 3, and allow Transport to engage with that community so we ensure that we capture all the feedback.
Look, Winston, I appreciate the context. And I appreciate, and I'm sure the community does, that you've made a decision to reopen the consultation. But at the end of the consultation, the route that the community was told was being built would have bypassed the hospital. And that's what the fear arises.
Well, I don't know whether they were told that it would be bypassing the hospital. There was one route that would possibly bypass the hospital. There's been concerns raised with me that through the consultation period that members of the community weren't able to participate or felt as if they missed their opportunity. There is more than one route. I have put all 3 routes on display, or Transport has, and we are literally opening the consultation again, which is the commitment I made to the community.
I appreciate that. But were you advised to adopt, prior to you making the decision to repeat the consultation phase, which of course the community welcomes, prior to that point, were you advised that Transport for New South Wales's preferred option was the purple route, which would have involved people who were travelling south having to drive down a further 2 kilometres and have to turn around and to be able to access the hospital? I understand that you've made a change here, but was that the result of the first round of consultation? Transport for New South Wales was advising you to adopt the purple route option, which would have not provided a direct connection to Ribadella Hospital.
In terms of the specifics around what the consultation was from the community in the first round of consultation, I will ask Mr Hayes to answer the question because I wasn't the minister when that... No, Mr Mookie, you're asking for what the feedback was in the initial consultation.
Maybe you're not understanding the question or you're not hearing it. I'm actually not asking what the feedback was. I'm asking you directly, were you briefed that Transport for New South Wales's preferred route was the purple route, which would have bypassed?
I was advised that the purple route was one of 3 possible routes.
The final question I wanted to ask on this matter, when will you be making the decision? When will the people of Moruya know?
Well, I think I need to give the community of Moruya the ability to go through the consultation phase again, which is what they've asked for, which is what I've committed to and delivered, working with Transport for New South Wales. Let's see what comes out of the consultation, and then I'll be in a position to say more on the Moruya bypass. But in order to make a decision, because the reality is a decision, whether it's the purple route or the orange route or whatever it is, any of the 3 routes, the reality is a decision will have to be made, but I don't want to make a decision while the community was so vocal around missing the opportunity to have their say during, obviously, the COVID-19 outbreak and pandemic, where consultation was done differently. There might have been more virtual consultation, but now that the restrictions have reduced and been removed in most settings, Transport now have the ability to run more traditional consultation.
I'm just going to table this letter with you. I want want to ask you a question about an issue that has come up about toxic sludge. I want to be clear why I'm asking you, because this, if it's shipped, will go through the port of Newcastle,
Chair, I'm just going to
potentially
ask...
into regional New South Wales to be processed. So that's...
Chair, just a point of order. Obviously, the Minister's only just received the correspondence now. I'd ask that he be given a bit of time to read the correspondence, and obviously Mr Graham, I guess, directing comments at him while he's trying to read the letter could be somewhat distracting. Procedural fairness dictates that, he be given the opportunity, given the letter has just been tabled.
To be fair, the reading time precedent is established, I guess, that reasonable time. I think it is.
I'll direct you to one particular line in a Minister.
He was the first to insist on reading time, and I don't want to begrudge Minister Farraway, who now seems to have read the letter. Minister, have you had a chance to familiarise yourself with this correspondence?
I have briefly skimmed over this letter.
I'll direct you to one part in particular. If
the zinger bit,
well, not at all.
Is it highlighted for you?
Yeah, but I just want to be clear. So this was the subject of earlier discussion in estimates, where the question about will 12,000 cubic metres of toxic sludge be taken off the bottom of the harbour, taken through the Port of Newcastle to regional New South Wales surrounding Newcastle, would it occur? Officials were clear-cut. They just said, no, this will not happen. This is a letter now to
in which estimates did this occur in?
This was raised originally in Metropolitan Roads.
Right.
Now this letter has been sent from Transport, and it says something totally different from Transport to the Council. It says Transport for New South Wales intends to resume discussions with Port of Newcastle following planning approval, and will continue to work closely with them, as well as with the Council and the local community ahead of and during construction of Beaches Link. This now raises the option of toxic sludge going back to Newcastle and being shipped into the surrounds, into areas you have responsibility for. Are you aware of this? Are you concerned about it?
Well, firstly, I will broadly take it on notice. It's very much an operational matter, Mr Graham, so I am going to refer to Mr Sharp on this, because the project is under a different ministerial portfolio. The ports is not under my portfolio.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I accept that some of the regional roads or highways in between is my portfolio responsibility, but this I will hand over to Mr Sharp to see if he has any comment on the letter.
So not having read the letter, Mr Graham, the evidence that was given was around the removal of the sludge to do with the new tunnel, the Western Harbour Tunnel. And the evidence was that there would be a number of sites that would be used to process this. In respect to this letter, I'd have to take on notice and go back through to infrastructure in place.
You've got the letter now.
Yes.
Why don't I might come back to this in the official session.
Yes, and I'll come back with a direct response to the letter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Minister, I want to follow on from the issues that my colleague was raising over here about the highway down south, and particularly the Milton-Ulladulla bypass. He's raised it persuasively, but he's not the only one raising it. State member for South Coast, Shelley Hancock, gave a scathing address on the 23rd of February. She said this: this issue, more than any other, is a crucial one to resolve urgently for the people of the electorate of South Coast. Finally, after more than 40 years representing my community, I implore the government to take seriously the issues I've raised tonight and at any times before in public meetings with ministers and meetings with the RMS. Otherwise, there may be serious electoral consequences. People are as angry as I've ever seen them before on the South Coast. Minister, have you spoken to the member for South Coast since she made these comments on the 23rd of February?
I'm unfamiliar with those comments. Those comments haven't been shared with me. I have received correspondence from the member for the South Coast on issues, and the Princess Highway upgrade is one of them, but I haven't spoken with the member for the South Coast, and I might add the member for the South Coast hasn't, in my understanding and recollection, hasn't asked for a meeting with me to discuss it either.
But it's not just Mr Field raising this. This was a public plea in the Parliament of New South Wales. This is what she said. At the moment, there appears to be a wall of silence despite funding allocated for construction to begin. There appears to be no urgency to resolve the impasse from Transport for New South Wales and no appetite to think laterally and design an exit point which does not involve the residential areas of Canberra, Crescent and Burrell Lake. Given this public plea from your colleague, will you reach out and discuss with her significant concerns with this project?
I'm happy to discuss any concerns any Member of Parliament has with regional road or transport related areas in their electorate. If the member for the South Coast wants to sit down with me and discuss this, I'm more than happy to do that at the earliest possible convenience. But my understanding and recollection is that I haven't received a meeting request from the member for the South Coast. And I'm in, as you know, Mr. Graham, I'm in the upper house, not the lower house, so I was not aware of those comments that you're reporting that were made in Parliament.
All right, and finally I'll just place on the record the opposition's concerns about the significant community concern here, including those resignations, including the views that have been represented to you by these other members.
We're going to go to crossbench for Ms Fairman for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, going back to the impact of the disastrous floods on roads, what's your... sorry, just finding my notes, because I was expecting that. So do you acknowledge the role that climate change has played in the destruction of the regional road network over the past month?
I acknowledge, Ms Fairman, that the North Coast in particular and the Northern Rivers have been subject to a natural disaster, one of which they haven't seen in history in many areas. If you look at 1 in 500 year, 1 in 100 year, 1 in 500 year, and in some areas a 1 in 1,000 year flood. And to my comments earlier, that I noticed you have a particular view from your Twitter account that you've tagged me in already, but that this is a natural disaster. There's no doubt about it. But in terms of anything else, you can have your view and I'll have my view, but I accept it's a natural disaster and I accept that transport are on the ground doing what we need to do to support those communities.
So what are you doing then, Minister? I'm keen to know the preparation within your department, if you like, in terms of, let's call it climate preparedness, but recognising that, for example, last year, so March 2021, your Transport for New South Wales web page, which says the title is Impacts to New South Wales State Roads from Natural Disasters, talks about March 2021 flood being a 1 in 100 year weather event and how significant the damage was on the state's roads then. That was a year ago. The destruction now, devastation now is so much worse, as you yourself have acknowledged, and you've been up there to see it. So what's going on within regional New South Wales, regional roads within your department to ensure that our state's roads can cope with increasing extreme weather events?
Thank you for the question. I'll hand over to the Secretary, Rob Sharp, to address your question.
Thank you, Minister. We released a sustainability report in 2021. This was an open document to the community in terms of the broader sustainability question. When we're repairing roads, what we'd like to do is repair back better. So basically looking at the resilience element. All new projects are taking into account resilience as well as the impact of climate change, particularly with CO2. So there's a number of layers of activity that we've publicly announced, and we're actively building those into procurement processes, into our planning for new projects. But it is actually a long-term agenda where we need to build the resilience over time as we're building new infrastructure. If infrastructure is impacted, looking at how do we do that better. The Oxley Highway from May last year is one where we looked at the geotech of the area, and we have built some quite strong reinforcements in and around some of the landslip areas. However, acknowledging that the risk in some of these areas does remain.
Thank you. So just to get a sense then of what that means on the ground for the people of regional northern New South Wales. So we know that a lot of the roads affected are council responsibility, but that the way in which they're going to be built back surely can't be the way in which they have been built previously. So what role will your department have, Minister, to assist councils to ensure that they indeed can build those roads back in that have been completely washed away, that they can actually build roads back that can withstand the type of events that we've just seen?
So Ms. Fairman, I take it you're asking obviously about the betterment, and building back better, and obviously ensuring that through disaster recovery and through funding through the Commonwealth, that where possible we can build back better, and obviously the betterment clause in some of the disaster funding. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's kind of, so what I've been told, it's trying to get a sense of exactly what's going to happen differently. So many of the bridges that were recently repaired or replaced in the northern rivers from the last floods have been washed away from these floods. So I suppose it's just getting some kind of assurance that councils will get the assistance they need, that regional roads has actually got what are the changes? It's not step change. These are significant changes that are going to have to happen and happen soon for these roads and bridges.
Okay, firstly, Ms. Fairman, I will put on the record that in my conversations, even before I was the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads, but working as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Premier, I would talk to councils all across the state about betterment and about disaster recovery funding, and the need and the community will and appetite to ensure that when infrastructure is built back, that it is built back better. It is a key component to our recovery committees and our approach in New South Wales. The Premier and Deputy Premier and local MPs of all political persuasions have raised this with me on the North Coast. The Premier has been clear that he will be talking to the Prime Minister and the Commonwealth about this moving forward. There's obviously been discussion around ensuring that we don't gold plate infrastructure when we build it back, but I think we've moved on from that, and I think in particular in regional areas and with roads and transport infrastructure, there is a huge need after these events to be able to make the infrastructure more resilient in certain areas of the state and to build it back better, and I will allow the Premier to have those conversations with the Commonwealth. But I will pass over to the Deputy Secretary, Matt Fuller, who actually sits on the Recovery Committee and might be able to expand on some of the particulars on the North Coast for you.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. And certainly it's a very large focus of the State Recovery Committee to ensure that any of the infrastructure repair work that does go on is in fact done to a new standard, to betterment, as you say, or to consider the whole process of adaptation to help communities to avoid enduring the sort of hardship that obviously has been experienced. I think in terms of what transport does, what we've done previously and what we'll continue to do, is we build into any of our infrastructure projects considerable, resilience into the network. The Pacific Highway is a very good example, and although we did have sections of the Pacific Motorway flooded, which it has actually been designed to do that because of the significant floodplain areas that it does traverse. Once those waters receded, it was basically in a state where it was ready to go again. Mr Sharp's just talked about the Oxley Highway. The Oxley Highway this time around in this event has remained open the whole time, albeit we've had some controlled access in some areas. We haven't had the prolonged closures that we've seen in the past. And every one of these events, when they occur, we really go in with a deep dive, have a look at the infrastructure, look at the vulnerability points, and look at what packages of work we can do to ensure that going forward we're building back in a more resilient fashion. Tabulum Bridge is another great example up there in the north. You know, that bridge was replaced and it has withstood the recent event. So I'm not sure of any bridge replacements that we now don't have that have been put in place over the state network or through any of the, say, the Fixing Country Bridges program as an example, where they haven't withstood the event and that they've come out due to the fact that we have built in significant resilience in any of the recent work that we've undertaken.
Thank you. So in terms of the kind of adaptation work that I'm assuming is somehow incorporated into your response, so I'm keen to know within the department, what are you basing that adaptation around? What scale of weather events are you planning for the state's roads and bridges? Is it, who's providing that information? Is it 1 in 100 year? What are you planning for?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. Look, it varies depending on the geography, and it varies on what information is available to us. We use a range of information, whether that be through local government artefacts, through the Department of Planning, but on significant projects, which, many of the road projects that we undertake are, we also engage our own expert specialists, whether they be in hydrology or other environmental impact areas, so that we can really do a thorough assessment before coming to conclusions on what infrastructure is appropriate for the choice that we're taking in that particular area. So it's a complex process. There's no one size fits all, and there's certainly not just say a local government flood artefact that we refer to. There's quite a lot of supplementary information that we seek and rely upon to inform decisions. And obviously local expertise is also a big consideration in that.
So the next 10 minutes will go to the opposition, and then there'll be 4 minutes of crossbench time, and then another 4 minutes of opposition time as well. So we'll we'll go to the opposition. Yeah, and that will be me. Yeah. Minister, are you building a fast rail network?
We have a faster rail policy in the New South Wales government too, Mr. Mookie.
Yes. Are you building a network?
Well, we have identified 4 or 5 key areas. 5? There's 5 key areas with our fast rail strategy.
What are they?
We have the Central West and Western line. We have the Central Coast and Newcastle line. We have... I'll get you some more information because I've had a mental blank here.
That's okay. You can take that on notice, Minister.
No, it's all right. No, I will answer the question.
No.
So you've got the northern route, including the Central Coast and Newcastle, the southern coastal route, including Wollongong and Bomaderry, the Central West route, which I spoke to you about, which includes Lithgow, Bathurst, Orange and Parkes, and the southern inland route, which includes Goulburn and Canberra.
Yeah, and what's the cost of building all those routes?
Well, we're still working through what the total cost is to over all those 4 different routes.
And when do you anticipate them being open for service?
Well, we have, I suppose, with some of the costs, the government has committed initial $298 million over 4 years. That was in the budget, which is $45 million committed to obviously in the 2021 and 2022 for planning. But it's an important long-term strategy, and it's hard to say exactly what it will cost long-term. I note that there's a federal election coming, and certain political parties have a view on this and funding, but it's in terms of delivering the entire project, it's going to be expensive, but it is important for the long-term connectivity of rail services in this state.
Sure. There was Professor Andrew McNaughton did a study on this, did he not?
He did, yep, and he has more than 45 years' experience working on rail infrastructure.
Good. Have you read it?
I haven't read all of the report. I know of the report, but I haven't read all the report.
Why isn't that report public?
I'll take that on notice.
Well, can we make it public? It was completed last year,
I'll take that on notice, Mr. Mookie.
Sure. I presume that in respect to did you by any chance happen to go to the Ausrail conference on the 28th of February?
No, I did not go to the Ausrail conference on the 28th of February.
The Secretary did though, didn't he?
I did.
Yeah, and you said that apparently something's going to be communicated shortly, did you not?
I said there's a process where we're reviewing the plans, and the government will make an announcement in due course.
Okay.
But there's no time frame that I commented on.
Sure, and look, I can't ask you to comment on government policy, so I'll ask the Minister to comment on government policy. Minister, what was the Secretary referring to when he said something was going to be communicated shortly?
I'm not going to use budget estimates to be making government announcements and policies. You just have to wait until the government makes their policy announcement.
We've been waiting quite some time on this one, Minister.
Have you met with Infrastructure New South Wales about the design of a fast rail network?
take it on notice. I don't think so, but I'll take it on notice, Mr.
You're
Hawking.
aware that Infrastructure New South Wales is due to provide its updated state infrastructure strategy this year?
I was aware that it is due to release that, but I don't know the timeline.
Well, look, to be fair to them, they told us this 2 days ago, and that it's going to government for decision shortly. Is the fast rail network been considered by Infrastructure New South Wales as part of the state infrastructure strategy or not?
I will take that. Well, is that something?
There are a number of longer-term strategies. There's the 40-year infrastructure strategy that we have.
Mr. Sharp, you know which one
and the
I'm asking
Infrastructure
about.
New South Wales strategy is about to be announced or published. It's got to go through feedback from the Premier's office, as you're aware.
Given that's a policy document, and Minister, you're the only person here who can tell us about policy, is the fast rail network going to be included in the principal document of the government that will guide infrastructure decisions over the next 5 years, or is it this fast rail strategy being deferred to beyond that 5-year period?
I think in terms of the release of our fast rail strategy and plan, that will come out in time. That has been made clear, but it is not.
Well, have you suggested,
it is
or
not
as
my,
the minister,
it is
your
not
responsibility
my role to be making the government announcements here.
That's not correct, Minister. I'm not asking for announcements. It's your responsibility to put projects forward for consideration as part of that strategy. And what I'm asking is, as minister, have you asked Infrastructure New South Wales to examine the construction of a fast rail network as part of its five-year plan that's due to be released this year? And that is you as proponent, not the department. Have you suggested that that should happen?
No, I haven't.
Thank you.
Minister, on the 29th of April last year, the Premier told the Sydney Morning Herald Infrastructure Summit about these projects you'll just have to wait a little while for the details. How long are we going to have to wait?
When the New South Wales Government has an announcement, which is pending and will come out shortly on our faster rail strategy, be sure to tune in. And I'm not here in budget estimates today to make government announcements on policy.
We're on standby. You tell us.
That hour, which about year? Who will be there?
Great. In evidence to estimates from the Greater Cities Commission, they've talked about readjusting the boundaries for the Greater Cities Commission, that process that is being led, it turns out, by Minister Stokes. Do you anticipate that the shift in the boundaries for the Greater Cities Commission will have any impact for the boundaries for regional transport that you administer?
No.
I want to raise with you, Minister, a local issue you're unlikely to be aware of, feel free to correct me, that I'll raise later with your officials, was about the bus service down in the Batemans Bay region provided by Rixon's buses. They've got about 16 buses. It's an important community service. It's at risk of folding because of their ability to build back from the bushfire period. So they're seeking help from the council to get a development approval for the actual bus depot. 2 years later, more than 2 years later, they're sitting around their kitchen table trying to administer this important local transport service, literally from the kitchen table, with life going on around them. It might fold if they don't get some assistance, if they can't get this up and running. I accept that you're unlikely to be aware of it. I'll raise it with your officials in the later session, but I do want to ask you, would you be happy to look into this situation, given the importance of this community transport option for the South Coast community?
I'm unaware of the specifics, Mr. Graham, of the example and situation that you've raised with me. But when you can either, I can throw to Barbara Wise from Transport now that looks after bus contracts. We can do that now. But in terms of, or you can do it in the later session with the officials. To the second point of your question, I am happy post estimates to meet with Barbara Wise to discuss the matter.
Yeah, no, thank you for that commitment. That's much appreciated. I'm going to raise one.
And I'm happy that obviously if those bus operators wish to write to me, or if they wish to pass on feedback that they've shared with Transport, they can do that directly to me as well, that I can have when I meet with Transport post estimates to discuss.
I appreciate it. Minister, it's not just the opposition raising concerns about the backlog on local road repairs. This is these comments. The maintenance backlog on local road repairs is beyond crisis point, particularly in the Shoalhaven. This is coming from former Transport Minister Andrew Constance. He goes on to say, whilst the focus must remain on the Princes Highway, we can't let the local road network continue to disintegrate at the rate it is. Farmers, motorists, business owners and families are all paying too high a price for the state of our local roads. Local roads have fallen into such disrepair that the cost of solving the problem is beyond the council resources. This is the former Transport Minister saying the road network you administer is in total disrepair. What response do you have to the former Transport Minister?
Mr Constance can have a view, that's fine. I respect his time as a former minister of this government, but I would disagree with the premise of the question that this government has committed a lot of additional funds and successful programs to assist local governments in their road repair, whether it's sealing roads, upgrading roads. You've only got to look at the commitment that was made at the 2019 election in the fixing local road space, where this government committed $500 million of additional expenditure to go to local councils to assist them with the backlog, but assist them with progressing their local road infrastructure. This was complemented through the COVID pandemic by the Commonwealth, who also tipped in, and I have to get the exact amount, but
Minister, I mean, these are not my comments, not the opposition's view. This is the view of Andrew Constance. He's launching a campaign on this issue, on an issue you administer.
That doesn't mean that I agree with Mr Constance's view. This government has gone a long way.
Wait till the question, Minister. I think you've answered that. I want to ask you this. Should Minister Constance have done something about this when he was in charge?
Well, at the end of the day, Minister Constance was a minister before I was a minister. I'm now the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads. I'm actively working with local council to help them, whether it's in a natural disaster, whether it's helping administer some of the hugely successful programs we have, one of which is the Fixing Local Roads program, which complements the Fixing Safer Roads program, which complements the Fixing Country Roads program, which complements the Fixing Country Bridges program. Government...
Minister, I appreciate it. We can come back to it in about 4 minutes' time. We'll go to Ms Fairman for her 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go back to whoever was responding to my previous question. It's very hard to tell who was speaking from where I'm sitting. But you talked about council artefacts when you said what the department looks at to determine the type of infrastructure that's necessary. To me, that sounds like looking at historical flood records, but I was actually talking about climate forecasts. So my new question is, what climate science is your department using to ensure the roads and bridges it's building now can withstand the type of floods Lismore has just seen, or something much worse potentially in a decade's time?
Yeah, Ms Fairman, it's Matt.
Climate science, climate forecasts.
Sure, thank you for the question. And it was myself, Matt Fuller, that was responding to your question earlier. I might actually ask Ms Geraghty to come in here, because she's in our infrastructure area and is very across the processes that we go through and the information that we rely on. Some of the examples I used before, as I said, local government artefacts are just one, and as you say, they're historical artefacts that refer to flood modelling. But obviously, as I mentioned, we also bring in other expertise to assist and complement that information. So I must just ask Ms Geraghty to add to that, if that's okay.
Thank you, Mr Fuller. Gillian Geraghty, Transport for New South Wales. Yes, the designs of all of our infrastructure considers a number of different factors. I'm happy to take it on notice in relation to what technical elements of climate change and forecasts are considered, and come back into the afternoon session, if that's okay.
Okay, yeah, that would be very valuable. Thank you. Okay, move to another question given time. Minister, this is quite a specific one actually, but I've heard from locals in Lismore that it's generating a lot of problems there. During your visit, I wondered if you noticed that the traffic lights on at Bruxton Highway through Lismore weren't operating. Obviously, there's a lot of heavy freight movement through that area now as clean-up continues. I hear that those traffic lights are still inoperable, they're not in operation. Clearly the risk of an accident is quite high. Can you take it upon yourself to try and find out why those lights aren't functioning if you can't answer it?
Yeah, I'm happy to take it on notice. I'll be in Lismore on Saturday meeting with the local member and also the Mayor of Lismore, Steve Krieg. So happy to discuss it with them then when I'm on the ground to see if there's anything I can do.
Yes, Minister, thank you. Maybe make a call and see if you can get it happening before the weekend.
Yeah, I'm happy to take it on notice. Happy to take it on notice, and we will make the call. But I just to confirm, I will be on the ground on Saturday in the event that that something needs to be done. But we'll make the call between now and then as well.
Okay, that'll do me, Chair.
Okay, we'll go to the opposition.
Minister, I'm glad you mentioned fixing country roads. It was a key election commitment, $543 million. Last estimates, Minister Toole admitted that $80.3 million from that program had been transferred out to Restart New South Wales projects. It was quite, the discussion was quite embarrassing. The Minister couldn't tell us when pressed. He said it had been borrowed. He refused to say when it had go back. He couldn't tell us which projects it had gone to, where the money had gone, or whether taxpayers got good value for it. Will you guarantee that that $80 million comes back into the Fixing Country Roads program?
Well, that was evidence given by the former minister at a former estimate. So I certainly can either I will be taking on notice, but Ms Hayden is also here, and I think she oversees part of the Fixing Country Roads program. So maybe she has more to add, but I will say that I'll take it on notice. It's evidence at a former estimates by former minister before I was the minister.
Well, you're spruiking the program. I'm just asking, will the money that was stolen out of it ever be returned?
Well, there's $450 odd million has been committed to the projects. We've seen 1,400 jobs.
True.
So I will keep speaking it because it is a program that is delivering. So
Restart New South Wales, at the time it was established, it was written into law, and the government's promised multiple times that 30% of every dollar spent will be spent in regional New South Wales. According to the Auditor General in her report on state finances, which I'm sure you've read, she clearly warns that that's only going to hit 27%, and that 3% gap amounts to $800 million of funding denied to regional New South Wales. Given that the predominant allocation from Restart New South Wales go to projects within your portfolio, what are you doing to make sure that that money comes to the communities that you promised it to?
Well, in terms of the remarks that obviously about spruiking the program, there are a lot of wins in this space with the Fixing Country Roads program.
Sorry, Minister,
in terms of the percentage, in terms of the restart,
Minister, I'm not asking you about Fixing Country Roads. I'm asking you about Restart New South Wales.
Literally getting to that point, and you've cut me off, Mr. Chairman.
The question is a direct question. What are you doing to get some of the $800 million that is your government is on track to deny to communities that it promised to?
So I think it's important, as an operational matter within transport, I'm going to pass it over to the Secretary. I'm going to pass
matter of government policy.
I'm going to pass the Secretary to answer the question.
Minister, this is not an operational matter whatsoever. You are familiar with the commitments around Restart New South Wales, are you not?
Point of order, Mr. Chair. It's a long-held principle in budget estimates that it is up to the questioner to ask the question, but it's up to a minister to answer it as they see fit. The minister sees fit to have the secretary answer the question and should be allowed to do so.
I'm not going to uphold the process order for the reasons I haven't upheld it the last 3 times you've made it. So can I just say, Minister, you are familiar with the Restart New South Wales Fund, are you not?
I am.
You are familiar that your government promised that 30% of its proceeds would go to regional New South Wales?
It's currently, I will say for the record, it's currently tracking at 28%, and that if you want a further update, I am going to hand over to Mr. Sharp.
We can pick it up with Mr. Sharp this afternoon, no problems. But the Auditor General is warning that it will close out at 27%, and that 3% gap will deny regional New South Wales $800 million. What are you doing to get some of that $800 million back?
I'll take it on notice, Mr. Mookie.
Are you doing anything?
The Minister took the question on notice,
Yeah,
Chair.
and I asked him his final question. Are you doing anything about
I'll
this?
take it on notice, Mr.
Thank
Bookie.
you. That brings it to an end. It's a pleasure to see you, Minister. You've taken... of course, the government. I don't want to deny the government their 15 minutes. Do you have questions?
Chair, I think the Minister has acquitted himself very well, and we have no further questions or elucidations.
Minister, you've taken multiple questions on notice. You will have 21 days to provide a reply. The Secretary will be in touch with your office to provide you with exact. We thank you for your time. We look forward to spending another afternoon with the transport officials starting from 2 o'clock. Thank you very
And
much.
I might just flag that issue with Mr. Sharp, just that reiteration that as we come back, if we can get that update on the risk of...
Yes, I've requested that.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could just make one point from, I think, Mr. Field's questioning earlier. The member for the South Coast has written to my office on the Milton-Ulladulla bypass, just for the record.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We will see everybody at 2 o'clock. Excellent.
I don't like this Wookie as chair thing. Abigail holds me.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome back. Again, Mr Sharp, thank you for your appearance and the appearance of all your officials as well. I thoroughly appreciate it. Do you have any updates from any questions that were taken on notice this morning? Are we happy to?
Yes, the question around the risk assessments that were taking place in regards to the industrial action.
Yep.
So I can just give you an update on that. So we received on the 10th of March, Sydney Trains received notification from the RTBU of a range of protected industrial actions, and they commenced this Saturday, the 19th. On Sunday, the 13th, last Sunday, a preliminary risk assessment was completed, and last night a finalised risk assessment was sent to Minister Elliott, Minister Farraway and Minister Tudor-Hope's Chiefs of Staff. The implications of that risk assessment from the operational heads were that they believe the action, the term they use is tolerable. In other words, it impacts but doesn't close down the operation. So over the 2-week period, the actions will result in cancellation of some services and could potential significant impacts to customers in the event of an incident on the rail network. There was a media release last night off the back of that and some communication to our customers. The new RTBU actions include a ban on altered working and transpositions for train crew. So what that means is that when there is an incident, such as a train that has a need to stop, actually managing that becomes quite challenging, and you could end up with some closures for periods of a particular rail sector or rail line. And significant weather could also be a trigger for something like that. So our message was that customers should prepare for disruption over the next 2 weeks off the back of that notified industrial action from the 10th of March. We are exploring contingencies around buses and how we staff the operation, and obviously we continue to engage with the unions regularly throughout these processes as well. And we have actually provided an offer to the union to look to alleviate these actions, but that was rejected, and we're still continuing our dialogue with the unions in regards to those matters.
Is that the only matter which you wish to update us on?
Sorry?
From this morning, is that the only matter which...
Insurance was another one.
Yes, that would be great.
So obviously our priority has been the actual recovery of the road network, but we have actually continued to assess the damage and the impacts of the flooding. But until it's fully assessed, our finance team has advised that there is no number at the moment. So the Minister advised that the work is being undertaken, and we'll look to recover those costs through the TMF, which insure the assets. We must notify iCare of any incidents that are likely to result in a claim. However, this can be done within 12 months of the incident, and we're not at a point yet. There's 48 sites so far that have been identified, and we're just starting to articulate to the teams what information they need to capture so we can actually complete the claims in a detailed manner. So they're the items that I can feed back now.
Thank you, Mr Secretary, and can I just thank the department for turning that around as fast as you have as well. That was really appreciated. We'll commence with questions from the opposition, and I might just kick off. Firstly, Mr Sharp, just picking up from what you said about the update in respect to the industrial action, you got notified on the 10th of March, you said? So 6 days ago.
Correct.
Do you have the notification by any chance with you? A copy of the notice?
I haven't got it with me, but...
Is it possible you could get it, looking at it tabled? Because it's relatively standard, is it not?
It would be, yes.
Yes. And in respect to the industrial actions that were notified, how many were they? 9? Or?
There were six main ones. So infinite ban on working on non-Sydney trains.
That's okay. We can rely on the actual detail, but is it the case that they are similar actions to that which were notified on the 9th of February?
There are differences, but some similarities. Yeah, none of these are identical, no.
Yeah, but there are less of them, are they not?
Yes.
Yes. And is this reflective of the outcome of the conciliation which took place on the Saturday and Sunday and the inevitable result of that particular process?
The conciliation that took place on the Sunday and, well, the Monday in reality.
Yes, well, you are right. We should talk about the Monday conciliation.
Yes, on the Monday was actually to get some conciliations to enable effectively a manual roster to be implemented with some pretty cumbersome allocations of staffing, but ultimately it did get some essential workers around. There's been no conciliation on these items. These were items that the RTBU tabled to us on the 10th, and then we've obviously been in dialogue with them since to understand the nature of them and whether there was any variance, and then we've run a risk assessment off the back of that.
Okay, so you said that you did a preliminary risk assessment, did I hear you correct, or final risk assessment?
Both. The preliminary one started on Sunday, and then these take time to work through because they're quite detailed assessments, and the final one was completed yesterday.
Is it possible that, again, we could get that risk assessment tabled?
I have a copy of it here which I can table.
That would be great if you could table it. That would be fabulous as well. But the outcome of that risk assessment is that, as you described it, the action is tolerable. That was the word you used?
Correct.
Yeah. And so, really, the best we can tell, both New South Wales trains and Sydney trains will be operating in some form on Monday, correct? Mr. Merrick might also wish to answer after you, Mr. Sharp.
Sorry, Mr. Morgan.
No problems. Mr. Secretary, the question is that best we can tell, Sydney trains and New South Wales trains will be operating in some form on Monday, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And so, to the extent to which there was comments about a looming shutdown, do you have any insight as to why the minister, or one of the ministers might have that view?
When you have an incident in these situations, and that could be weather related or it could be an emergency, the lack of transpositions and the lack of ability to actually move that train means that that line would close effectively for a period, and the period would depend on the nature of the operations at the time and whether we could allocate other staff, and also the discussions with the escalation process, if you like, with the unions. So a closure would occur, but there's closures and closures. The closure of a line due to an incident is one thing, and I think that's what was being referenced.
Right.
But
so is a contingency or a scenario?
It's a scenario, correct, and risk assessments are scenarios at the end of the day.
Okay. Just in respect to the actual New South Wales trains dispute, which is, I think, co-joint to the Sydney trains dispute. So, but I will ask him through the lens of the New South Wales trains dispute because that's what we're here for. Last time we heard from you on this matter in some in depth, it was the case that New South Wales trains and Sydney trains were to return to the union with I think the way the department characterised it as an update on their list of priority matters that they indicated to you back in December, their 18 priority matters. Did your department provide, has your department, or for that matter New South Wales Trains, provided them with that update?
Yes, we've communicated to them that we'll be providing that to them tomorrow and discussing that. And likewise, there were a priority list that the unions had agreed to present to us, and that will be presented tomorrow. So that detailed bargaining is scheduled for tomorrow. It was an agreed date between ourselves and the unions.
Okay. So, yes, but last we were discussing this, we had correspondence that I tabled that said that there was a workshop to be taking place on the 26th, and we had a lovely interchange about whether or not the unions knew about it. Did that meeting actually take place?
My understanding is it did take place.
And that's what's led to tomorrow's meeting?
The meeting tomorrow was a commitment that we gave in Fair Work back on the Saturday prior to that weekend, and the commitment was that we would commence detailed bargaining, and we approached the unions last week to set up that meeting, and that meeting is the one that was agreed for tomorrow.
Thank you. Can I ask you, firstly, has there been a change to the New South Wales government's bargaining, or how we put this, has the Premier issued a memorandum that requires portfolio ministers to get the concurrence of the Minister for Employee Relations in presenting matters to the ERC?
Not that I'm aware of. Not a memo. I haven't seen one. If there has been, you'd have to direct that to the ministers.
Well, I'm referring specifically, for what it's worth, to the update that's on the circular, the Premier's website circular, which is dated March 3, that requires now all portfolio ministers who are bringing a position to the ERC to get the concurrence of the of the Minister for Employment Relations. So that's public, right?
Yep.
So you're aware of that?
Yeah, I'm aware that Minister Trudehope's now involved in that process, correct? If we're going to ERC?
That was issued on the 3rd of March, which was 13 days ago. Mm-hmm. That's what the website says?
Yes.
Yes. And do you know why that change was made?
You'd have to refer that to the government.
What
that's
impact has it had on how this
process around the ERC approval process?
So the meeting, what impact has that had on the bargaining in respect to New South Wales trains and Sydney trains?
None, because internally we collaborate across whole of government. So, for example, when we put the Fair Work application in, as you've highlighted on a number of occasions, Education, Treasury and others provided input. The Premier's office is also involved in that process. So I think this is more a formalisation of that process.
Okay.
That's the Secretary's personal observation.
So that workshop that took place last week, who attended it from New South Wales Trains?
Sorry, the workshop?
Well, the letter that I tabled previously referred to, we were inviting the unions to a workshop to discuss future bargaining, was the precise language that was used. We can probably grab the letter because it's now published on our site.
I don't know. I'd have to refer to Dale, Mr. Merrick.
I attended, yes, as head of the agency, yep.
Yep, so you were there last week, and presumably Mr. Longland was there last week?
Mr. Longland was on leave last week.
Okay, yep. But Sydney Trains were represented?
They were, yeah.
Yes. And Mr. Collins, who I think is now part of this process, was there too?
He was not there, no.
Okay, so who was it? You and?
Nev Nichols from Sydney Trains and Sam Abadira.
That was 3.
And Hazel Miller from Transport.
At that meeting, did you or any other member of the government say that part of the reasons why there's a delay in providing the update on the 18 matters of priority is because the matter is stalled in ERC or is caught up in ERC processes, or any words to that effect?
My recollection is that it was...
Sorry, Mr. Merrick, can you bring the microphone forward?
Sorry, yeah. Apologies. Yep, my recollection is that it was explained that off the back of the memorandum, the feedback on the 18 items was being considered as part of that process.
Okay, so can you explain to me what that means?
It means that in providing that feedback on the 18 items to the CRU or the combined rail unions was in that part of the process prior to that feedback being provided.
Sorry, I don't know what that means.
So it was being reviewed as part of that memorandum.
Okay, so as a result of that memorandum, the matters now then had to go to ERC, fair?
Not as I understand it.
Okay,
Just
so...
think that Minister Trudehope needed to be involved and his team. Okay. Formally.
Formally. Yeah. And at that point, Minister Trudeau, as of last week, wasn't practically operationally sufficient. Well, did that requirement for Minister Trudehope result in a delay in your ability to communicate an update?
Look, in respect to that communication, I don't know what that particular reference was to. I think it's clearly there's a greater interaction occurring with the Minister Trudehope and his team, and I presume that's the referencing that they're commenting on in that meeting.
So, Mr. Sharp, who is the decision maker now from the government? Can you just take us through, in terms of all the ministers that are involved in this, who practically day to day, who is responsible now?
The portfolio minister for this is Minister Elliott, so he's the go-to. However, obviously Minister Farraway and Minister Trudehope joined with this. From an approval perspective, anything that we're taking up that needs cabinet approval goes through the ERC process. So the normal process would be to get bargaining parameters approved, and we can negotiate within those parameters. But if we're outside those parameters, we loop back into cabinet, and that's the process that we work through.
So when you say the portfolio minister in this respect is Minister Elliott, that covers New South Wales Trains too?
It does, and Minister Farraway is the support industrial relations minister, if you like, because Sydney Trains is part of that portfolio, and Minister Trudehope is involved because he obviously wears the industrial relations hat for whole of government.
Okay, but who is attending tomorrow's meeting?
Tomorrow's meeting is a detailed bargaining meeting. There's about 60 delegates there, and that would be the heads of the rail.
And who is attending it from the government side or the employer side?
The heads of the rail.
Heads of the rail. So that's Mr. Merrick. I'm sure you're looking forward to it.
Mr. Longland as well.
Mr. Longland as well. Yeah.
And if Mr. Collins was here, Mr. Collins would be attending as well, but he's away at the moment, but he'll be back next week. From a broader perspective, there's a number of meetings that would take place, including with senior union executives on a weekly basis as well.
Oh. But Minister Tudorhope is attending tomorrow, is he not?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, we've had it now stated in at least 3 separate media interviews, I think I counted this morning, by Minister Elliott that Minister Tudorhope is attending. And so is Minister Tudorhope going or not going, or you don't know?
I'm informed he's not going because it's a detailed delegates meeting, which goes for about 6 hours. It's not a meeting that he would attend.
Well, Minister Elliott is quoted as appearing on the John Laws program this morning saying, we've got the Industrial Relations Minister Damien Tudorhope. We'll meet with the unions tomorrow, and obviously I've got further meetings this afternoon that I'll go to over the next 48 hours. So that's first one. Second, he was earlier on the Fordham program this morning saying Minister Tudorhope will be attending because he's off to Lismore to meet with, rightful cause, homeless veterans who are affected by the floods. So clearly,
I suspect you're talking a different meeting. The delegates meeting that you're referring to is focused on safety and staff welfare for...
No, I'm talking about the bargaining meeting.
Yeah, that's the bargaining meeting. That's what it's... that's
okay, so what meeting is Minister Tudorhope going to tomorrow?
So I'm assuming there's another meeting that they're organising or looking to organise with the unions, which would be not at the detailed bargaining level going through 300 claims. I wouldn't be
Mr. Sharp, you're now speculating that there might be such a meeting. You don't have any knowledge of that meeting.
No, I asked for clarity because I was confused this morning when you made that comment, and I was told he's not attending the detailed bargaining meeting. That was the question that raised this morning.
So, Mr. Merrick,
I'm surmising based on what you're messaging there, that I'd have to circle back to their officers to clarify that.
But are you aware of another meeting that...
I'm not aware of another specific meeting at this point.
Are you aware of a separate or second meeting that's taking place at all tomorrow?
The only meeting I'm aware of is the next round of enterprise bargaining, which is at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
And that is with the 60 delegates?
That's correct, yeah.
And that is attended by the CRU unions?
And the 2 CEs, yeah.
And that's, I think, the person who's on that, the counterparty is from Unions New South Wales?
That's correct, yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, Minister Tudorhope isn't coming to that meeting?
I have no knowledge of him attending, no.
So there's another mysterious meeting that's taking place tomorrow that the head of the rail operation doesn't know about. And
well, Mr. Lockie, there's a number of meetings that take place with the unions at any point in time, and the ministers do have meetings with senior union representatives. You'd have to ask the minister as to what meeting he was specifically referring to.
Okay.
The one that we're aware of, which is the detailed bargaining meeting, he's not attending.
I just have 1 or 2 more questions on this matter. So, do you now brief Minister Tudorhope directly?
I've had conversations with Minister Tudorhope, yes.
But is that now routine?
It is.
So how often are you talking to Minister Tudorhope about New South Wales trains?
Probably every second day at the moment.
Okay, and when was the last time you had a discussion?
30 minutes ago.
And did you raise with him whether he was going to a meeting?
I asked whether he was attending the detailed bargaining meeting, and the answer was no.
Did you ask him what meeting he was attending?
No, I didn't ask that because I wasn't aware of those comments.
Right. Look, again, Mr. Sharp, no criticism of you whatsoever in this respect, but you can understand the frustration because we're being told that Minister Tudorhope is attending some meeting and no one seems to know what it is. Do you understand that?
Yeah, as I indicated, there's a number of meetings that the ministers do have, and I wouldn't be surprised if there are some senior meetings that may come up. At the moment, I'm not aware of a meeting that's been organised. The question this morning was around the bargaining meeting, which I was intrigued with because for a 6-hour meeting you wouldn't typically have a minister attend, so that's what I clarified.
Well, it depends how popular the minister is, I guess. Some people might recommend... I
comment on that, Mr.
I might pass to my colleague
I'll take that as a comment.
who might follow up, but we might come back to this matter as I check on a few things.
Well, I'll just emphasise that matter, which is, I think you can understand the public concern here because commuters are obviously worried about whether they'll be able to get in and out of the city, and we are struggling to find out whether Minister Elliott's comments about the Industrial Relations Minister attending a meeting are accurate, whether there is a risk of a shutdown, as Minister Elliott's perhaps suggesting, whether customers will travel for free on this Friday or next Friday or all Fridays. I think you can understand there's some public confusion as commuters try and work out what is going on in their city.
Yeah, so in respect of those three items...
beat up by you guys, but just, you know...
In respect to those three items, in terms of the Friday free fare, that's been a very recent claim that came up from the unions yesterday. We are still working through the ramifications, and that will actually be not this week, but my understanding is it kicks in on, I think it's the 25th, so that'd be next Friday.
It's Friday week.
Friday week.
Yeah.
And so I know Minister Elliott was in the media today talking about that. In respect to the Monday timetable, we have already communicated with the customers. We've indicated there would be disruptions. We've been very clear on that. We'll provide updates. We are still in negotiations with the unions and still talking about are there options to limit or eliminate that action, but that's in progress. And in terms of the meeting of the Minister, you'd have to ask the Minister if the meeting he was referring to, fair, Mr.
Sharp.
And we've spoken through that.
I want to return to the this issue about the fare-free Fridays, though, because you've given us... You've tabled the risk assessment. You've given us a clear indication about what the agency view is. It's tolerable from a safety point of view, but that is separate to the issue that Minister Elliott's commenting on, which is this, as I understand it, but I'm asking for clarity, this separate industrial action around fare-free Fridays, which then... Correct. And so can you inform us, what's the assessment of that? How long will it take to make that assessment? This seems to be what Minister Elliott is saying, maybe the thing that tips the system over again, and commuters are back on walk to work.
No, I don't think that's the case. As I indicated, the risk assessment for Monday does highlight that if you have an incident on the rail system, that there would be potential closures of those lines for a period whilst that gets addressed.
I think
that's what he's referring to. The Friday fare is a different issue. We haven't completed the assessment. He would not have been referring to that because we haven't briefed his office or any of the ministers on it. That risk assessment is being developed at the moment. And it does take a few days to work through all of those. They're quite complex, and you're dealing with complex rostering and other overlays from rolling industrial action. It'll be early next week or Friday maybe, or the weekend. I haven't got a definitive time, but it does take some time to actually get a final risk assessment.
So as a commuter, I mean, what's the risk that I'll have to walk to work if, depending on that risk assessment?
So in terms of Monday, we've already indicated to...
I think you're clear on that.
In terms of the actions that came yesterday, we've flagged to the community that has been tabled with us and that we're assessing it. And we'll be regularly communicating to them. So as soon as that risk assessment lands, we'll be in a position to then flag to the ministers and to the community what our view on those actions is. But we're still working through that as we speak.
Is there a risk, or can you guarantee it won't mean that services will be significantly disrupted? Can you say that today?
We're not in a position to comment because the risk assessment is underway. That's a safety risk assessment.
Yes.
But obviously we're prioritising that. It's about 8-9 days away. We would prioritise that, and at the earliest possible position, we would communicate that to the community. And we do that as a matter of course. But we're in the process. We only received it yesterday.
And
there's no cross-bench members here, so we'll just keep going.
Knock yourself. So, and look, I have to confess to being slightly confused on this issue about discount fares for customers, because it's been talked about, but just not delivered, as far as I can tell.
Well, the media's certainly talked about it.
Yes, well, as has the Minister for Regional Transport. When we asked him in the House, I think I asked him in the House, and he said he'd been briefed by your agency. Nothing's happened. There's no discount that's been issued so far. What can you tell us about this?
Well, that
Will
would be
there
a
be a
government
discount?
policy position in terms of whether they put a discount fare out there. So I'm not in a position to comment on government policy, Mr. Graham.
But you, the minister said he's been briefed by your agency. I mean, it's clear you have been briefing on options for the government. I think that's fair to ask you that.
Oh, correct.
Yeah. Okay. I might turn to you.
I will.
And then
What's
I've got
the cost
another
of a Fair
parallel.
Free Friday?
I'd have to take that on notice, and it depends on where the coverage of it is, and is it statewide? There's a number of parameters that would drive that type of cost.
Okay. Have you been asked to model it?
No, not at this point, but obviously internally we'd be looking at it.
Okay, sure. Can I ask you? You say that Minister Elliott is effectively the lead and Minister Farraway plays a support role, and as it applies to both Sydney trains and New South Wales trains. I understood that correctly, did I, Secretary?
That's my understanding of the delineation, yes.
Insofar as the portfolio aspect of it, and of course Minister Tudor is in respect to the industrial relations aspect of it?
Yes.
Okay, fair. Well, can you take us through when have you briefed Minister Elliott since you received a notification on the 10th of March in respect to the actions affecting New South Wales trains?
There's been almost daily communications with his Chief of Staff. I've had probably 3 or 4 discussions with Minister Elliott specifically as well.
Yep. And what you've briefed him on, what precisely?
A number of items. The 18 items that the CRU was keen to get a response on. Also, the upcoming risk assessments. So we were developing an initial risk assessment on the Sunday, and as we went through the week, we were providing updates on where we saw that heading. And then, obviously, options in terms of what we could do to either mitigate, discuss with the unions on mitigations, or broader industrial strategies that would come off the back of it. So quite broad-ranging over the last week.
Okay. And what are the broader options that you could do to mitigate the impact?
The options relate to whether there's ability to talk to the unions about conciliation effectively. Are there trade-offs? It's also understanding exactly how they're going to apply those. When you read a particular industrial instrument, it can be interpreted in a number of ways, and so we look to understand the practicalities on the day, how members are going to apply that. And so the risk assessment does take into account how these actually get applied on the day by the members on the network.
Okay. And what are the industrial strategies that you may otherwise pursue that you have to the second part of what you briefed Minister Elliott on?
Well, that's really around, do you go to Fair Work Commission? You meet the relevant hurdles, the typical parameters, Mr. Mulkey, that you would expect us to look at.
Okay. And what's the decision-making timeline on those options?
It's a live environment. So
well,
we're still working through those at the moment.
The actions are starting on Monday. Is it the case that because you've deemed it as tolerable risks that you're unlikely to go to Fair Work?
The Fair Work decision is not linked to that. It's linked to hurdles in terms of whether you can actually mount a case to actually attend the Fair Work Commission for that. So it's not the reverse.
Indeed. And you've provided these briefings to Minister Elliott, Minister Farraway as well? John?
Yes, Minister Farraway as well as Minister Trudehope.
Look, Mr. Secretary, forgive me again if I'm inviting you to cover ground you have covered, but I'm still quite confused about who exactly is the decision maker when it comes to these industrial negotiations. Is it Minister Elliott, is it Minister Tudor, or is it both?
Look, from my perspective, Minister Elliott. We have Minister Tudorhope in there. He's obviously brings expertise in industrial relations across the whole of government. Minister Farraway, because of the implications for New South Wales trains. Decisions, though, if there's bargaining parameters sit within that group, but the bargaining parameters are actually approved by the ERC. And so there's effectively an approval that takes place with whole of government that the ministers act within.
I'm just about to pass to my colleagues, but you've just prompted me to ask. The bargaining, under the wages policy, the bargaining parameters have to be set before the bargaining commences. That's correct, is it not?
Correct.
And so the agreement expired in May 21. That's correct?
No, correct.
So the parameters that you're referring to were set before May 21, the original parameters?
Original parameters. What I'm talking about is there's a number of ERC meetings that have been held.
You've got the ability to update them, do you not?
Correct, yes.
Yes. And
I've had several ERC discussions and presentations on this matter over the period since April last year.
Sure. Has there been any updates to the parameters in recent times?
Yes.
And has that been undertaken since 21st of March? Sorry, February?
I'd have to go back and check the exact dates, but there's been a number of meetings.
Because
I obviously can't talk in detail about it.
Of course, and look, to be fair, I am being sensitive to that issue, but the whole point is the only way in which you're in a position to reply to the 18 items tomorrow is if somehow you've deemed them to fall within the parameters of ERC's existing approvals, or ERC
I have bargaining parameters. I have bargaining parameters which I'm working within.
But this is the issue which has been sort of reported to us, that there's an element of frustration on your counterparty side as to whether or not the government is actually probably, well, the way I'd put it is whether or not your agencies are actually in a position to bargain, because whether or not the positions
there would
installed
be periods, Mr. Bookie, where I could understand that frustration because there is a process, and I have spoken to the senior members of some of the unions that there are periods where they've got to bear with me as we get the ministers together and have the ERC meeting and then round back. But we've committed to expedite that process. We're keen to continue to bargain in good faith, and we've been talking with the ministers about how do we streamline that as much as possible, but still allow for the government to have the decisions and for us to document those and ensure we're bargaining within those frameworks.
There seems to be a pattern here just by observing when and how these bargaining meetings are taking place. They only seem to take place after the unions notify an action, and then the government responds, as opposed to what the good faith bargaining system is meant.
I disagree with the premise. There's been 30 or 35 bargaining meetings. I've had 8 or 9 meetings myself in the last probably 3 months. There's actually numerous meetings that have been taking place. So I don't believe that pattern's there. There is certainly a pattern where if certain things come up, we need to go back to ERC. That's a natural part of any government
and particularly to get closer to resolving a dispute. That's to be expected.
Exactly.
But it is the case that, look, again, I accept last year, but I've provided you now multiple instances in which the unions have requested meetings, they don't get replies, they get invited to meetings, they're not told about when they're going to be happening. We have heard from you previously that there was a commitment to provide them with updates beforehand, but we now learn that they're not going to be given one until tomorrow. All of which is sort of by the by and fine in terms of the course of industrial dispute, except for the fact that the public here is being affected so deeply. So it is a pertinent question as to whether or not the government is in fact bargaining in good faith.
I'm absolutely of the view the government is bargaining in good faith, and as I indicated, we can always improve the processes, Mr. Bookie, and we are actively taking on board feedback. Likewise, we also need our counterparties to come to the party as well.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Two to tango is the saying, and that's the reality. So I'm of the view that we are wanting to bargain in good faith, but we need to get everyone around the table and to continue that process. So we're doing our part to try and expedite that. I agree with you. The travelling public wants both parties to reach an agreement where we can get back to running a network.
Mr. Shutt, just on that question about who's in charge, I can see your answer is broadly consistent with our understanding, consistent with the wages policy, but different to the position Minister Farraway was putting this morning, where he didn't really feel he was in charge in the way you've just described, partially or wholly.
Minister Farraway this morning specifically said he was a supporting industrial relations minister, and I see that as being the case, so I didn't see any inconsistency there.
Yeah, okay, thank you for those comments.
Just before we go on, are you going to another?
related, but slightly different. Yeah. I'm on trains, but I just want to recap on one point. Should I do that now? Yeah. I just want to go to that discussion, Mr. Fuller, that occurred on Sunday, the 20th of February, because we've taken quite detailed evidence. I think a lot of things are clear about the timeline, thanks to transport officials really laying out what has occurred. So I think that is now largely settled, disputed in part by Minister Elliott, but largely on the public record and certainly settled from the point of view of large parts of the committee. The one thing I did want to ask you about, though, was that discussion where you, I think, briefed Minister Farraway's Chief of Staff. The description for other officials is when you returned, they were left in no doubt that the decision that had already been made had been communicated to your minister's office. But perhaps if you could tell us what did you brief the minister's Chief of Staff about?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Graham. I think you heard this morning that the Minister actually concurs with that, and I certainly concur with my fellow colleagues. The discussion that I had with Minister Farraway's Chief of Staff was very specific to a number of matters, and that included that we would be needing to have a closed network, that it would obviously significantly impact New South Wales trains, and as Mr. Farraway pointed out this morning, we would, where possible, try and replace those services with busing and coaching. He also pointed out the fact that we were assessing the impacts to the regional fleet, but we considered those to be minimal or not unlike what we'd had experienced for some weeks prior. We had not just in terms of industrial relations impacts, but COVID illness, you know, and obviously in the last few weeks we've had serious other impacts. But I did state that the expectation is that the regional services would be less impacted, and that we would go on with coach replacements as we had done. And I also specifically asked Minister Farraway's Chief of Staff whether they were of the understanding that they needed to approve the communications and media that would go out and come across to the office later that evening, to which Minister Farraway's Chief of Staff articulated that they would play a support role.
Yes,
so they didn't need to approve, but wanted that information for information.
Yeah, understood. Thank you for that. So, yes, so you essentially, as I understand it, with that description, agree with your fellow transport officials that the had been made at this point earlier in that meeting, sometime between 9:30 and I think 11:15, that was the moment where the decision was made that this was not safe to operate, and the impression was given to others, but you agree with the impression that in your discussion you conveyed that idea that this would be a closed network. Some caveats about some services that would, but this was a closed network. You agree with those two things that the other transport officials have put to us?
A premise, yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
So just to be clear, Mr. Fuller, there's two exchanges you have that night with the Chief of Staff, is there not? There's the first is a text message exchange, which has been tabled, which is a 10:43 text message. And that phone conversation you referred to is the 11:12 or 11:13 conversation, is it not?
Correct.
And
message to the Minister's Chief of Staff and the Minister.
And the Minister as well, yes. So that was at 10:43.
Correct.
And then at 11:13 there was a conversation with the Chief of Staff or thereabouts, correct? And just to be clear here, prior to you initiating the text message at 10:43, you were on the Teams call?
Correct.
And one of the outcomes of that team calls was a decision for you as Deputy Secretary responsible for Regional Outer Metropolitan to brief Minister Farraway.
Correct.
At the same time, your recall is that your counterpart in Sydney, which was Deputy Secretary Megan Burke-O'Neill, was tasked with briefing Minister Elliott's office?
That was my understanding. Yes.
And according to the chronology, you text Minister Farraway and Minister Farraway's Chief of Staff at exactly the same time Miss Burke-O'Neill is communicating with the Minister Elliott's Chief of Staff. The two times are exact, actually, that you've sent the text message at the exact same time Transport is reporting. That's your understanding as well?
It is, and the reason that's my understanding is...
Sorry, can you put the microphone forward?
Sorry. The reason that's my understanding is because we were actually on a joint call at the time, and we both basically ducked out at the concurrent time to...
which makes sense.
And then it is the case that just comparing the text message that is reported by Minister Elliott's Chief of Staff as having been forwarded to, I think, the Minister at 10:51, that's Minister Elliott, there's some similarity in the languages between what you're reporting and what Ms Burke-O'Neill has texted the Chief of Staff. That is... there needs to be a massive disruption is the term used in this text message, and you are saying that you need to speak urgently. Was the case that was the message that you were both asked to communicate? Is that correct?
We were both pretty clear on the disruption that was about to take place, yes.
Yes, and so you texted the ministers at the time, and I presume you were still on the call, the Teams call at the same time, you did the 10:43, and then at 11:12, 11:13, both you and Ms Burke-O'Neill leave the meetings, that's correct?
I think yes.
To do the phone call?
That's correct. From recollection, we left that call and regrouped after.
Because according to, to be fair, I think equally the evidence that was provided to us by the Minister Chief of Staff, that conversation between Ms Burke-O'Neill and the Minister Elliott's Chief of Staff takes place at around 11:12, and you're taking the same call at 11:13, that's correct?
I can certainly confirm my call was at 11:13, yes.
Yes, and so we've heard evidence that the other call was at 11:12, so both of you were off at the same time. And was your conversation with the Minister Farraway's Chief of Staff particularly long?
I wouldn't say it was long, no, it was a few minutes.
And so you returned to the Teams call after that, did you not?
I'd have to check back, but I'm pretty sure, I don't know whether it was immediate, but it was certainly further discussions beyond that time, yes.
And you reported back that you had provided the information to Minister Farraway's office as requested?
Correct.
And to be clear here, you clearly communicated, I think the term you used was that the network would have to close?
Yes, that's my recollection.
And by close you mean not operate, yes?
Correct.
Yes. So there's no ambiguity whatsoever that that's the communications that you provided to the Minister Farraway's office?
On my part.
Yeah. And you reported that back, that you had provided that communication?
Correct.
And when you heard Ms Burke-O'Neill provide back her feedback, she'd also indicated that she'd provided that information to Minister Elliott?
My understanding was she'd provided communication to Mr Elliott's office, but clearly I wasn't in that conversation.
Of course, yes. Thanks.
Right. Thank you.
I'm going to follow up on one other matter with respect to this, unless you have something else.
You do that, and then I'm going to move to another matter entirely.
Mr Sharp, just to return to the question of the Tudor meeting tomorrow, it's not related to rail, is it?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Mr Tudor. You're asking me to comment on a public comment that someone else has made, and I haven't spoken to him about it. So
I've been advised that the meeting is not about rail whatsoever, and in fact simply an introductory meeting upon the Minister's appointment as Minister of Employment Relations with various people from unions in New South Wales.
Okay. It's still a meeting with the unions, but I presume that's where the
Well, have you been asked to provide any support or advice or any indication as to any note, even a briefing note to Minister Tudor ahead of a meeting tomorrow?
No. What we have done, though, is had regular conversations over the last probably 10 days. So he's intimately across the industrial agenda.
Of course, yes, but you haven't been specifically asked by Minister Tudor to provide any assistance ahead of any meeting he might be having tomorrow?
No, I haven't.
And I presume, Mr Merrick, you haven't either?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. I might turn Mr Sharp to another issue. It was one that I'll do.
We might go to crossbench.
You can if you want.
Yeah, we may as well.
Yeah, I think if you're having made an entrance like that, I think.
Good to see you on time. We'll pause while...
Just a participating member of this inquiry. I'm glad to see my other crossbench colleagues are, engaged in regional transport issues. Where's the shooters? Shooters, fishers and farmers parade? They're from the regional areas, aren't they?
Your 20 minutes commences now, Mr Field.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Possibly some of these will be for Mr Hayes, I expect, but Mr Sharp, I'm happy for you to direct as you see fit. But I wanted to actually get into a little bit of detail around where the Milton Ulladulla bypass is up to. I think there was a mention that we're about to move into additional consultation, but if you could just explain to me, what do you think the timeline is for this project going forward?
I'll pass to Mr Hayes.
Thank you for the question. Can I start by perhaps giving a broader answer than just the specific projects, because you mentioned this morning that it is being done as a number of separate projects. There is an overarching strategy for the entirety of the Princes Highway upgrade, but you are correct in that we are then viewing each of the different projects individually. The reason we need to do that is because we're, I think, more focused now than we've ever been before on trying to get the community engagement right. All along the Princes Highway, there's a number of communities who all need to be engaged with effectively. They all have different priorities, different needs, and even within those communities, it's obviously not one view. There's a variety of views within the community. Overlaying that, we also have to take into account our responsibilities from making sure that we're making decisions that improve safety, that we're getting our environmental responsibilities right, that we're thinking about Aboriginal cultural heritage. There's a long list of responsibilities that we need to do. But a very important part of the starting point for that is that we need to do more community consultation than in the past. I believe we're doing that, and I think we're doing it quite effectively. But what it does mean is then there's a lot of positive feedback, there's a lot of negative feedback. We then need to work our way through that. So specifically with regard to some of the questions you asked, with regard to Maruya, the Minister has asked us to go back out and do more consultation, and we'll be starting that shortly. That hasn't started yet, but we're about to. And with Baril Lake, importantly, no decision has been made about the southern end of the Milton-Ulladulla bypass, and we're still working our way through that. And the next formal part of that process is the Baril Lake Co-Design Committee provided an enormous amount of feedback, and we are now working our way through that feedback, and there will be a formal response to that Co-Design Committee feedback.
Right. I mean, the majority of the members of that co-design committee obviously resigned.
Six. That certainly wasn't the majority, but six.
How many members were there on there?
I would need to check, but I believe it was 15 to 20, something like that.
Okay. A substantial number resigned and were very critical of the process, including. And certainly this, I'm sure these allegations have come to you as well, but that minutes were written in a way that weren't agreed to, were contested, reflected what they saw as Transport for New South Wales' position on issues, and not some concerns that were raised by certain members of that co-design committee, that various documents have not been put online at all, some not in a timely way, and some with context that represents one particular view and not the diverse views around the discussions in that committee. Obviously, I've got concerns, as I raised this morning, about the secrecy, the fact that you've got community consultative bodies of any sort that are ideally they're representing the views of the community, but they can't even talk about the discussions in those. I mean, I get the challenge of creating a process to go through these complex issues where there will be people who are passionately for and against, but to some degree we've got to trust the community. So what is the timeline now to actually get from where we are to ultimately a decision on the detail of the project before you actually start construction? What does that look like?
A couple of really important questions in amongst that. The first one, I agree. I'm not sure asking people to sign confidentiality deeds is particularly helpful, and that's probably a good learning for us as we go forward. I get why it was done. It was to make sure that people could speak openly in those meetings without fear that they were going to get quoted outside. But having said that, I think that's something we should have a look at. All of the minutes for those meetings were published publicly, and again, a good learning. They probably could have been done more quickly, and that led to some discontent amongst some of the members. So I acknowledge that as well. It's a really tricky one, this one, because when we initially went out and did public consultation, we had 2,500 pieces of feedback. A lot of it very positive from the Milton-Ulladulla communities, and obviously some of it not very positive from the Baril Lake community and surrounds. So again, it's trying to find find that right answer where you're not necessarily ever going to keep everyone happy, but there's all the other responsibilities in terms of environmental and safety and all the other aspects I mentioned. So it's putting all of that together and trying to find the right answer. At the moment, we haven't landed on a final answer for that southern end of the bypass, and we're still working our way towards finding the right answer.
I pick up on your point when I guess you challenged to a degree my concern that there's not sort of this overall strategic plan in place. And I get that. And I'm sure the roads are going to connect, right? I get that you're doing that. But the point is that this road development, and I'm talking about Brill Lake, but also Wandanian's another good example, the decisions that are being made about where that road will go and the nature of its juncture with existing roads is actually determining the future of these villages. You're making a decision by choosing to bypass Wandanian, for example, and put a 1.3 kilometre bridge over the wetland. That's going to be a bypassed community. That's going to change the nature of all of those businesses along there. And Brill Lake, if it ultimately has a 4-lane, 100-kilometre an hour road literally through the middle of it, you are making a decision about the future of that community. I'm wondering where the strategic thinking is that's engaged with community, with council, with local members, federal members about let's make a decision about what we want for these communities in the future first, and we'll design the infrastructure then to deliver against that. So I know that's not necessarily your job. That's why I was challenging the minister about this lack of strategic thinking about billions of dollars of investment across the whole region. What's the actual strategic plan for the region? So I'm not sure that your answer addresses that. What's the timeline from here for, let's just deal with Milton Ulladulla bypass in the first instance?
I don't have a final timeline yet. The next step in the process, as I said, is to formally respond to the co-design committee and put that back out for consultation. And then after that, we will need to again reassess the feedback that comes back in and make a final recommendation for the minister to decide on a way forward.
Okay. Is there any willingness to open up?
Can I add to that?
Sure.
Gillian Garrity. So I look after Chief Development Officer. So I work with Ant on this project. We are required to do a planning approval for Milton Ulladulla bypass, and so the final approval of the route would go with Department of Planning. So there is quite a process involved in considering the consultation and any other factors as part of the design of the Milton Ulladulla bypass. So it's
once a detailed planning process starts, I mean, the route that you're basing your planning proposal on and the EIS is largely set. If there's still a question mark in the minds of the community about the initial decision for a preferred route, it's not really dealt with through the planning process.
Yeah, well, if I may step in there, the planning process is again a very broad discussion. We work very closely with the Department of Planning and Environment, and they have some very clear plans for all of New South Wales. We have our Transport 2056, which clearly is a very important strategic document that provides guidance for us at a very high level. And then underneath that, there are additional planning documents that help us to look at Illawarra Shoalhaven plan, for example, the plans we're launching in Newcastle, Hunter, etc. So it's not just simply sitting down and saying, let's design a road. It's part of a much broader strategic direction that's been set by Mr. Sharp, by the Deputy Secretary and others, and the government, recommending to the government. So there is a broad strategy there, but then obviously it comes down to those individual communities and making sure that we're listening to them as we go.
What's been put to me is that I think the 2006 or 2004 LEP route down there for the Milton Ulladulla bypass, it wasn't really put there with it being a bypass in mind, but largely sort of a regional arterial route for local traffic primarily. Now it's being referred to as a Milton Ulladulla bypass that's largely designed to deal with the increasing amount of traffic that's passing through the region. So it's a long time since it was initially put on the books, and I wonder whether or not we've gone back and looked at, well, was that really the intention? Are we delivering against that intention, or have things changed so substantially in population size and the like that we need to revisit this? Is there a willingness to go back and have a look at the route and the purpose of that road? Because a lot of people feel like you're just going to have to come back and deal with this later when it comes to Burrell Lake and to Bowery, and as part of the bigger, longer term, all the way to the border redevelopment of that road.
It may be more appropriate if Mr. Sharp or Mr. Fuller want to respond to that one. But I feel like the actions we're taking at the moment are part of a pretty clear strategy that's been put in place that we as a team are implementing.
Okay.
And I think that it's very much part of a robust planning process. So we haven't assumed anything from historically, that we have considered a bunch of factors as part of our planning to date.
But it sounds like, though, you're locked into that corridor then for the Milton Ulladulla bypass. It's really just a question of the intersection at Burrell Lake.
At a very high level, there was a very clear strategy to build an appropriate access heading north, which was the Pacific Highway. There are a number of strategies to take Sydney heading south to the Victorian border, and there's also a number of strategies looking at how do we open up Western New South Wales, looking at east-west connections. So it's, again, part of a broader strategy to make sure that we are connecting the state more effectively.
Is there another little coastal village anywhere along the northern corridor that's been developed, or your plans for the south, that will be intersected by the major highway once it's fully developed?
That's what the
It's not right.
I don't want to sound like I'm avoiding the question. I don't want to sound like I'm avoiding the question, but that was actually what the co-design committee was set up to do, was to help work with us. We had identified what we believe was a preferred corridor, and we brought a number of key decision makers from the Burrell Lake community to come together to help us to talk about the best way to hook back into the highway, so that it would be the most effective result for that local community.
Yeah, I think the hook into the highway is one thing. It's then getting across the water, and the kids jump off that bridge, and maybe they shouldn't, but they do, and it's amazing. And they fish right at the edge there. The idea of 100k an hour traffic, even if it's just 2 lanes, but I'm sure it's planned to be 4 lanes. It will change the nature of that village. I know it's a difficult. The alternatives are difficult too. And I'm very focused on environmental risks associated with infrastructure. But I don't think you're asking another community anywhere along either north or south development of our major highway to have what is going to ultimately be proposed for Burrell Lake. Am I wrong in that?
Again, I would stress that no decision has been made. And as you just said, a number of the committee members were proposing a route that went considerably further west, which has significant environmental challenges attached to it. So it's trying to find an answer that suits everyone.
Can we move, unless you wanted to add something, Mr. Sharp, I'm happy to move up the road a bit.
Yes, the only comment I'd make is that I can confirm there is a broader strategy, and it is around connecting cities. The question is, it's very easy, just put a line on a map, and you've well articulated the local community concerns there. And there are other areas. The Great Western Highway, we're having similar conversations about small villages, heritage areas. If you put a massive road through, the nature of those changes. Appin Village is another one where I see very similar challenges. And it's a vexed issue, because if you're going to take a long-term view and put those bigger connections in, how do you balance those trade-offs? And that's the conversation. What we've committed to is actually engaging. The Minister's happy to meet with you and other members down there to get specific feedback, and we can commit to having that dialogue. But I think the bookends have been well articulated today.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So just moving up the road a bit to the JB Road to Sussex project. It really had the same challenges that I think you had at Moruya in terms of the consultation really being done within that window of COVID disruption. And I just wonder whether or not what's been offered to the Moruya community is on the table for the community, Falls Creek, Tomarong, Beewong, Wondandian, and Sussex, even though they're not as directly impacted, because I know that very few people even know this is on the cards, let alone that a preferred corridor is picked. Now, the corridor challenges really are pretty limited there. You're largely following the existing corridor, but of course what happens around Beewong and Wondandian, there are substantially different options, and it does appear to some that you really have picked, one option that is ultimately related to, buildability, if that's a word, but you know what I mean, compared to the environmental risks there, and making a decision to bypass the town, which, given the nature of the businesses there, will have a substantial impact. Now, I don't feel like they've been engaged in the way that would be reasonable for that decision to have been taken in the way that it has. So, long preamble to, are you open to reopening the consultation around that so that the community can actually be engaged from the start of this process?
Yes. The proposal at this stage is stage one, which we haven't even announced yet. Will be a relatively small stage from the north, which allows us, more than adequate time to continue to consult with the local community about what comes further down.
Okay. Righto. What's the time? Have you got any timelines in mind for that?
Nothing at this stage.
In terms of the broader Princess Highway upgrade, though, you must have some really broad dates in mind that you'd like to be ideally constructing Milton Ulladulla by a certain year, that JB Road to Sussex by a certain year. Do you have those, or are you just not prepared to put even a year on?
I think more importantly is getting it right. So it's better to make sure that we land in the right place. And of course, we're trying to do it as quickly as possible, which answers your question of why did we keep doing consultation during COVID? Because we wanted to keep moving. We didn't know how long that was going to slow us down. So we did the best we could. We did online seminars. We invited people to phone us. We invited people to send us letters and emails, etc. So again, as much consultation as we could, but certainly now that we can do more face-to-face, we'd be happy to do so.
Okay. If I could go north again, we'll just come back to the narrow bypass idea. I think you, Mr. Hayes, had mentioned that there had been a body of work done to have a look at that, I guess, in principle or at a pretty high level. Can you just articulate the nature of that work that was done and when it was done?
Again, before my time, but my understanding was it was part of the broader discussion about the Princess Highway upgrade. And the analysis that was done basically said that the bridge will provide enormous community benefit to the community, but 85% of the traffic congestion was locals moving around, and a bypass was unlikely to alleviate the congestion, and therefore it wasn't a priority to do that as part of the overall work.
I assume that that's, outside of the peak holiday periods, because there's a reason that you're building an interchange at JB Road and, and bypasses at Milton Ulladulla, because we know that quite a bit of that traffic is not local traffic. So they're coming from somewhere, and I assume they've come through Nowra, because it's hard to get to, JB without going through Nowra. So, it's only part of the story. You've got lots of local members, including some, quite well-known candidates for federal elections who are talking about this project, but as if it's sort of on the cards. But when was that work done? How long ago was that work done?
I honestly don't know. I'm sorry. I'd have to find out. Ms. Geraghty might know, but
no, I'm not aware of any formal studies that were done.
The only one I'm aware of, Mr. Field, was there was an Illawarra Shoalhaven regional transport plan, which I believe was last year, and that did consider some of the congestion around that area.
Okay.
But that's the only one I'm aware of at the moment.
Okay, no worries. How much time have I got, Chair?
10 seconds.
Oh, okay. Well, I might come back to some of the... I do want to get more into the biodiversity and also the wildlife corridors, so we might do that in the next round. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to the opposition.
Great. Thank you, Chair. I might turn to some of those issues we were exploring with the Minister. The first of those is the existing state. Before the current situation over the last couple of weeks, the existing state of roads in regional New South Wales. Those figures from the Assets and Services Plan are quite striking. 77% of road pavements exceeding their design life. 2,000 kilometres or 11.7% of state roads rated as poor or very poor. Those figures, Mr Sharp, are from the plan that was signed off at the end of 2020. Could you give us an update about the new figures for the 21 plan, acknowledging that then we've had the last couple of weeks that's then come over the top of that?
Yes, and look, there's quite considerable challenges because we do have a road network that covers a very large expanse of New South Wales. The asset management plans are the tool that we use to monitor, and you'll see that's where a lot of our commentary comes from around the condition of assets. That then drives where we prioritise our budget. So each year, and we're just going through that now for future years, there is an overlay in that there's been quite specific investments which the Minister referred to. So we've had fixing country roads, fixing country bridges. We did pull forward quite a few projects for stimulus off the back of COVID. And so those have been occurring, and there's also been quite a lot of investment in new infrastructure. But if you're looking at regional roads overall, the backlog is about 4%, and when I say 4%, that is of the asset value, and that's been quite stable for regions. So whilst the condition is some of those roads is poor, they're not unsafe. I did want to actually just call you out on a comment you made this morning. Any unsafe areas get prioritised, and we monitor those and we address those. That's fundamental to what we do. However, the condition of those can impact on reliability, could have some impacts on the nature of the commute that our country region users have on those facilities, and we acknowledge that. But the reality is that from at a really macro level, the numbers I'm seeing have been stable. Doesn't mean that we can't improve, and that's why the investments in those new pieces of infrastructure.
No, thank you for that. And without getting into the argument, I do just want to say I was relying for those comments on some of the observations in the Assets and Services Plan about safety, which are more about the long-term targets. I think that's probably a fair way to put it, in the way your agency put it.
Yeah, so in terms of acceleration, there was about $100 million of works that we had accelerated off the back of COVID.
And I ask you these specifics though. Can you give us an update on the percentage of road pavements in regional and outer metropolitan New South Wales that now exceed their design life of 20 years?
I would have to take that on notice in terms of specifics. Are you after a percentage?
You've given us helpfully the percentage at the end of
overall.
2020. I'm really asking for an update 1 year on.
Okay. We'll take that on notice and come back to you on it.
So I think these were the figures that you'd given us, and you might want to take all these on notice. The percentage over their design life of 20 years for regional and outer metropolitan roads, the percentage over the 40-year time frame, and then the percentage of state roads rated as poor or very poor, each of which you've provided publicly in other forums.
Happy to do so. I'd just add the comment that in terms of asset condition, that is a primary focus for me. So poor, very poor. Very poor, we absolutely focus in on and look at what the safety implications are. Asset life's an interesting one because an asset life's a design life, and it depends on your maintenance and the conditions, the climate, the weather, all sorts of things that have impacted. One thing I am aware of on the south coast in particular, with the bushfires and the floods that have occurred, the road conditions have deteriorated. So when we do next condition report, I'm suspecting we'll see the road infrastructure ratings come down, and that will then drive more investment clearly that's going to be needed into that area.
Precisely why I'm asking. The other figure I'll ask for is the what was described as the $805 million regional and outer metropolitan roads funding shortfall. Could you update that figure as well?
That's the restart? Is that what
No, this is from the Assets and Services Plan.
Yes, okay.
So simply an update of that figure.
Okay.
Thank you for that. So since then, as you've made the point just then, bushfires, floods, including this most recent couple of weeks, which has been devastating to the assets in a lot of these communities. I did want to give you the opportunity to provide some more detail. Look, I took the Minister's point today when we were asking about what's the, what claim are we putting in for insurance? What do we know about how much damage might have occurred? It won't be definitive. We're days away from this having occurred, but it's clearly been very, very substantial in some of these communities, and I would expect that the agency can give us some sense of the scale of the damage that's just happened to the regional road network. I would like to ask you to do that.
It's very challenging.
How does it compare to the, you know these assets well as an agency. How does it compare? What's just happened? How big might the clean-up bill be?
So to give you a sense for the scale of it, we're talking 18,000 kilometres of roads. Yeah. We're only a number of days after the events, and they've been quite widespread. So to actually understand what those major implications are is not quick. Even just in the metropolitan area, potholes.
Understood.
We've commissioned an audit, and it'll probably take a week or two to actually go around the 3,000 or 4,000 kilometres of metro roads just to find out what the pothole audit is. Yeah. So we're in that process. As Mr Fuller indicated earlier, we've allocated a lot of resources into ascertaining that, and we're working closely with the councils because it's not just state roads, clearly.
Agreed.
So look, we're just not in a position at the moment to pick a number out of the air. We're literally not. In terms of priority, we are prioritising that because clearly that's going to drive our next stage, which is where we prioritise.
I don't expect you to pick a number, but I do expect you to give us some sense of the scale of this in more detail. I don't think you'd be doing your job if you weren't able as an agency to say something more specific than what you've put just now.
Happy to do that. We'll provide the detail that we have, and clearly, I think I mentioned with the insurance, there were 48 items that had already been flagged. We can describe those conditions and what we're seeing.
Okay.
But there are still areas we haven't even been able to access at this point.
Can I ask one follow-up? I understand the cost dimension, but the other dimension of all this is the time taken. How long do you think it's going to take to repair as well? Obviously, I presume you'll be prioritising the most critical of repairs and then working your way up.
Correct.
Do you have an indication or what we're looking at? Is it going to be a year, 2 years, 3 years? What do you think?
Look, it's clearly going to be an extended program. And if we look at the floods that took place up north last year, when I toured up there last year, it was a 12-month process, particularly with the Oxley with landslides. Now, we were able to open some of those to a single lane, put traffic control in, and at least get traffic going through, and we've been doing the same in the Blue Mountains around Mount Victoria, where we've had subsidence under the main metro roads. But in terms of a time frame, it's going to be an extended period. That's all we can say at the moment. Until we actually have the full assessments and the geotech work, we can't then map out what that program is going to look like, and it will be prioritised. At the moment, we've been literally opening roads to get food and water through, and the real critical things that New South Wales resilience. And
obviously, this is now a budget issue. This is hopefully something the government's got to look at in the budget. Before the budget lands, though, what options do you have to prioritise other sources of funding into these road communities that, as you say, have been cut off in some?
Yes. Look, I'll pass to Mr Fuller. He's actually been in the actual committee and the crisis committee, and you can talk to the funding.
Thank you for the question, Mr Graham. I think.
And Mr Fuller, just a microphone.
Sorry,
to come forward.
closer. Apologies. Look, there's a number of elements to your question. Firstly, I think in terms of timeframes and then funding, obviously now it's restoration. then it's sort of recovery. But as was sort of talked to this morning, there's then that further resilience piece. So in many respects, the time frame will go out because we will do that assessment of where the opportunities are to address some of those key vulnerabilities. Right now, it's very much about restoring, reopening, and then it'll be recovering back to at least its initial, original state. If there's opportunities to build back better immediately, i.e. in, say, bridges and culverts and those sorts of areas, we take that opportunity now. Mr Sharp used a really good example this morning with the Oxley Highway, the fact that that had many timber-framed culverts previously, the fact that they're now concrete and that is helping the resilience of that corridor. In terms of funding, obviously we've got record levels of funding in the department for regional road infrastructure, and at the moment we, as I indicated this morning, we're redeploying resources from other projects. We're really looking at just, a reprioritisation. We've got substantial funding.
What sorts of other projects?
So, well, specifically this morning I referenced crews that were on the New England that we moved over to the north for the immediate response as an example. So we will, potentially delay some works. We will make decisions around where we prioritise the effort and making sure that those communities get the support that they need. We have the funding that also is working through some of the local government programs. Clearly those local government areas are not going to be in a position, to follow through on some of those. So the first thing is about giving them flexibility and surety that funding will be available to them, readdressing some of those projects, and if that means adjustments to criteria and how we approach that going forward, we will absolutely commit to that. We've already had discussions with councils that have projects that have been impacted, so we have that money there now. An example of that this morning was, where we've advanced the funds from the natural disaster through transport funding.
Yeah, that was point well made.
We know that they need that cash flow now. We know that they'll get that natural disaster funding. We also have access to natural disaster funding. So at the moment, our response part of the recovery, we are able to meet within our transport allocations, and we'll continue to do so. And then we will go back with resilience and other partners to look at business cases on some of those.
I might come to you just with one specific question we were asking the other day, which is, given the government hasn't made an investment decision on the beaches link, is any of this $60 million that's allocated in this year's budget for the beaches link planning, has that all been spent or not? Is that something that is in your power to reallocate?
Continuing. As I've indicated a couple of days ago, the decision still sits with government in respect to the next stage of that.
No, I understood.
But no, those funds, that there's works and contracts in place. So what Mr Fuller's referring to is where we've got project work or maintenance work and we can reallocate.
I understood clearly what Mr Fuller was saying. I'm now putting to you another question entirely, which is, given how slowly that other...
No, those funds wouldn't be available to just suddenly swing across to an emergency.
I'm upset to hear that.
We've got budgets process, as you said, underway. So in terms of resilience and the funds that we would need over the next 12 months, there would be some estimates through that budget process that we would put into the next budget.
I'm going to ask about the one other budget question, then I'm going to hand to my...
I might just follow up one very quick question on that. I understand as you were making a claim from the Treasury Managed Fund as well, what powers does the insurer have in determining what gets rebuilt, when and when?
I'd have to take on notice the actual insurance claim criteria.
Yeah. So is it the ordinary practice that you effectively make the decisions and whatever is recoverable from the insurer you recover, or is it the case that, like it would be in a private setting, that the insurer actually can control the decisions that are made about what gets repaired, in what order, and to what standard?
No, I believe because you can claim up to 12 months after the event, so I suspect it is if you hit a defined event and you document it correctly, you can claim it under those criteria.
But, no, I'm saying like ordinarily an insurer, and often in the case for a home, will take control of the home's repair. Like that's quite a common, that's in fact what insurers do. But I presume that's not the case for the TMF. They don't actually control it. It's just a case that you send them a bill and then they will fund whatever portion of it they think is under your policy.
They have criteria, but yes, they're not.
They're not controlling.
My understanding is they're not prioritising. That would be.
My understanding is that we're making the decisions around prioritisation, and generally speaking, we're using our own funding to do that in the first instance.
But
anyway.
you're not capped by the quality of the repair is not capped according to your insurance policy.
No, not at all. And we will obviously make decisions. What's covered in the policy in terms of reinstatement versus decisions that are just good decisions to make, the right decisions to make about how we allocate our budgets to ensure that we either put a betterment decision across, a particular bridge, a particular culvert, whatever the example.
So in the insurance industry, it's called subrogation, and basically you're telling me that they're not subrogating and acting in your place. You will continue to act as a decision maker when it comes to how and to what standard these roads are repaired to.
Certainly take on notice the conditions that our finance team are working with in terms of TMF, but our road teams are the ones making the decision. Our regional directors are the ones making the decisions about, the prioritisation over the effort, where that's needed out there on the ground at the moment, and then, getting on with that work, the hiring of contractors, all of those sorts of aspects in terms of delivering on the recovery.
Thank you.
When it comes to the regional road classification questions we're asking the Minister this morning, he gave us some concrete timelines, certainly a concrete timeline for when this would hit his desk.
Yep,
he wouldn't give us a concrete timeline for when it would leave his desk. That's a matter for the Minister. Obviously, this is a budget issue. One of the real hold-ups here is the money to deliver this. There's no secret about that. Can you just remind us what is in the budget, in the forward estimates for this program at the moment? What should we be comparing it to when we look at the budget when it lands at the end of June?
Look, I'd have to take on notice what's in there specifically for the road transfer. I know it's quite complex because clearly there's funding that goes to councils at the moment, and the local councils would be concerned whether we're just going to take that funding away. So there's clearly conversations and discussions around funding, council funding versus
so Mr. Sharp, could you give us any detail you can on notice about the current funding commitment for this?
I'll take it on notice, but I don't have it at the moment.
In relation to
Mr. Fuller said he may have that detail.
No, thank you, Mr. Sharp, and I'll also ask Ms. Hayden to comment here too, because as the Minister said, it's within her portfolio. At the moment, there's a $250 million nominal allocation towards the road reclassification project over the next 3 years, and once we receive the detail from the committee as to the extent of roads, condition and things, then we'll be in a position to actually go back to government with those formal business cases to then allocate that funding to specific projects.
Where is that reported in the budget estimates, in the budget papers?
I'd have to take that.
The 250 is definitely in there. My notes refer to 250 being in the FY21-22 forwards, but in terms of the broader country...
I can give the steer, Cynthia Hayden, Transport for New South Wales. Budget 21-22, Regional New South Wales, page 21.
Sorry, is that budget paper 2?
I believe so, yeah. Oh, sorry, yes.
So that's the outcomes report. That's different to necessarily the estimates. It's helpful information, don't get me wrong, but is it on the recurrent side or is it on the capital side?
There's a mix of OPEX and CAPEX in that 250 mil.
Okay, so it would be reported on the part that's OPEX would be reported in the Transport for New South Wales recurrent spending. It's not disaggregated.
It would be.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the CAPEX side. I can't see it in budget paper number 3. Can you have us on notice, take it and tell me where it's reported?
Yeah, we can take that on notice and come back.
Thank you.
And could you tell us what is on the OPEX side of things, because that is one of the questions about this, the money that's been allocated for this is, will it pick up the full costs of that? So perhaps some detail on that as well.
Well, I think the 250 was to address here and now issues that were marked as concerns whilst we work through this process.
Yes, yeah.
So we'll take on notice the recurring expenditure question.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I might just turn to the this issue about the Minister, former Minister Andrew Constance's campaign bus, which is touring the state. He says it's on loan as a train replacement bus. Is this true that we're paying for this campaign bus to travel the state?
He's just trying to be friendly and helpful.
We can just have a question and answer, and you guys can keep your comments.
Please give me some reassurance. That's not true.
Firstly, I was not aware there was a campaign bus, but it's great that he's got one and that he's travelling around New South Wales. It's a lovely countryside. In respect to whether we're paying for it, I'm not aware of that at all, and I'll just pass to Mr. Flory if he's aware of anything, but we are not aware of that.
No, we're not aware of anything that's funding any campaign activity. No.
Right, well, I'd like some more specific assurance about that, because
We'll ask quite
this is Andrew
specifically,
Constance in the paper on Sunday saying he's loaned this bus, which is
I think it
travelling
might be
around.
tongue in cheek.
Well, I'm here to check.
We'll check the facts and revert.
John Graham.
I think he'd want his bus running around Gilmore rather than, Glebe.
I'm not sure there's a lot of votes.
for votes.
Perhaps through the chair, I think it's probably worth just stating to the committee that we have a series of panel contractors that assist us in terms of our emergency busing and coaching requirements that go through a very rigorous process of procurement.
Yeah.
So we have those contractors, and we have then a panel list that sits with our Transport Management Centre that then calls on those providers to allocate busing across the network to help us in any situations. As we have done in the north in terms of the flood response, where we've provided shuttle services and things through those emergency provisions to ensure that communities have connection. So there is a robust process, irrespective of what might have been commented on this occasion.
I accept that. I think let's just check the result of that robust process as well.
So we might take the break early, because I don't think it's worth starting the next 20 minutes crossbench time with 5 minutes to go to the break. But if the committee witnesses could just stand by for 30 seconds, we might consult as a committee as to see whether there's anyone in a position to be released or not.
Well, the other thing I would say is that if there's not that much more that needs to be...
I don't think we can give that assurance.
Oh, really? Okay.
So, sorry, just 30 seconds if it's okay,
like,
Mr. Secretary.
Forensic investigation into the Constance campaign.
Where do you want to go?
If useful, Chair, I have a maximum of 10.
Well, why don't we allow Mr. Field to finish his questioning, and then that way at least he can get away.
I'm just going to ask the witnesses. The break is scheduled for 3:30. If you're willing to take 10 minutes of questions from Mr. Field, we can take the break at 3:35, and we can perhaps use the 10 minutes to identify if any person can be released, if that's acceptable to you. But if you have the right to take the break at 3:30, so we're not...
That's fine. We're happy with that.
Okay, so we'll go now to 10 minutes. We'll go to questioning, which Mr. Field says we'll go to about 3:35.
Everyone's been very amenable. Thank you. I've had more than my fair share, and I appreciate it. Whoever is appropriate, might be you, Mr. Hayes. I want to talk about wildlife crossings. How are decisions made about what wildlife crossings would need to be put in place for any particular road upgrade?
I'll have a go. Look, it is carefully considered. I don't have the exact answer, but we do have an environmental team that we work very closely with in the design of our projects, and that does include the wildlife crossings both over and under our roads. And on the Pacific Highway up north, we did a lot of work with our environmental team to identify, firstly, what were the fauna that we were catering for, and then what was the appropriate crossings.
Is there a policy or minimum standards or guidelines?
I might ask my colleague, Peter Dunphy.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Field. Yeah, look, we do have policies around the management of wildlife, and it's certainly part of our integrated approach to measures for any advanced planning and major projects to ensure that we allow the safe passage for wildlife to across roads wherever possible. We certainly have that. We've got a koala strategy, which we've been working very closely with both DPE and the EPA on.
Unfortunately, we have no koalas left in the Shoalhaven, so it won't be a problem down there.
But we do
probably needed some of those crossings before now. But
yeah, certainly as part of our environmental impact assessment, we would always look at the impact on wildlife, and that would include looking at those potential corridors.
So it's bespoke. Like, it depends on the project. There's not a set of policies or guidelines or minimum standards for how these crossings are determined or delivered for any particular project.
There are certainly standards which we need to meet in terms of how they're the actual way that they're constructed, and that would be something that we would be working with Department of Planning and environment in terms of ensuring that we meet any requirements around either the conservation requirements or any of the environmental planning requirements.
If I could just add, the environmental impact studies are the area where clearly that is articulated. There's about 480 kilometres of fencing up north, and that includes 300 fauna structures.
Yes.
So the fauna structures are probably more relevant down south, but those are actually analysed, and there's studies done into the animal crossings, and they're placed in strategic places, and then once that is committed to, we need to deliver to that. So it's that environmental impact study. We have a team that specialises in it, but it is actually through research and specifically looking at what fauna is there and what animal crossings are taking place.
Sure. Obviously, well, I don't think there's any fauna crossings on currently between now and Ulladulla, for example. However, there are substantial tracts of public and private land that are is there a requirement for you to improve the crossings as a result of these road developments, or do you just make the case, well, there's nothing there now, so there's nothing that's crossing now, we don't need to do that? Because I'm thinking about how do we improve connectivity in the existing landscape down there. One, it's safer for people. There are a lot of vehicle-animal interactions, to put it in a way that doesn't really reflect the seriousness of it, but it would be great to get improved connectivity. So what are your expectations? I've had it put to me that Council's been trying to engage with Transport for New South Wales to get a higher standard than would be the minimum requirements of wildlife crossings, and that there's been pushback. Is that the case, or have I been misinformed?
Look, clearly on new projects, we're well placed there, and we do a lot of work. In terms of historical infrastructure, it's a more vexed issue because we just simply have such large network of roads. But having said that, philosophically, our view is that we have a role to play, and koalas get the headline, but there's a lot of other animals that are impacted by vehicles as well. You're right, there are safety implications there. I don't know of a policy per se that says for legacy infrastructure this is the hurdle, but certainly happy to take that back and look at whether we can look at our policies in regard to that, because unless you actually have a policy or a structure in it when we're doing maintenance, it will be hard to engage with us. So I think that is something we'll take back on board, and I think it's a good suggestion.
All right, Mr. Hayes, has Council been asking for more information or higher standards or particular outcomes, and there's been pushback from Transport for New South Wales?
Mr. Phil, certainly no pushback. I take it this is Shoalhaven you're talking about, and the glider poles and etc.
I suspect that's what it's about. Yep. This hasn't come to me from Council itself, but that they wanted higher standards. Transport for New South Wales has basically said no, and I'm just trying to understand what's going on there.
We met with Council at the end of last year to give them an update on the environmental, our assessment. We haven't gone back to them formally yet, so that's still to happen shortly. There is some degree of disagreement in terms of what they believe should be done versus what our experts have advised should happen, but the next step is to sit down with Shoalhaven Council and talk it through.
What's the point
of disagreement? I think at a higher level, Mr. Field, I could say that it's certainly not a policy to only maintain at an existing standard. I can think of a number of projects we've undertaken where we've actually improved connectivity and seen that as a very, sort of pertinent priority within a project. I even just some of the routine maintenance projects that we've undertaken, say for example on Picton Road, where we've put in place wildlife underpasses as part of that maintenance, not because we had to, but it was, we just considered it was the right thing to do at the time, and it was improving connectivity. So there's a number of those examples where we certainly do take that opportunity to improve the existing standard. And it's really a case-by-case basis in the local environment. We work with many of the different stakeholders, national parks as an example, state forests, local land conservation groups. There's detailed site surveys that go on, in some cases for many months prior to to making decisions on what happens with wildlife corridors.
Cool. Then I don't want to belabor the point, but can I just leave with you that the impact of the fires are still being really heavily felt. We've got areas of refuge that are largely dislocated from other areas of forest because of fire, and now we're introducing a pretty substantial piece of infrastructure, a substantial widening of that road, which the community absolutely supports and will be beneficial. I drive that road all the time, but that we should be looking for the best opportunities, leveraging your investment for biodiversity outcomes and connectivity where we can. So I appreciate the evidence here today, and that's it from me, Chair. Thank you.
Congratulations. 2 minutes early. So we will go to a break for 15 minutes, but I can give some pleasant news to a few people. It's unlikely that Deputy Secretary de Kock will get questions. Equally, I think, unless the crossbench has any further questions, Mr. Alloway as well, or any questions for that matter. Mr. Hayes as well is unlikely to attract. Ms. Geraghty and Mr. Carlin and Ms. Hayden are also unlikely. But Secretary, it's your discretion, it's not ours. So
that's fine. I'm sure they'll appreciate the early exit.
Yes. So we'll reconvene with everybody else at 3:50, if that's okay. Thank you. We will do our level best to go as fast as we can to see if it's possible to get everybody out of here before our appointed closure at 5:15 as well. And with that, we will go to the opposition with Mr Graham.
Yeah, so if that's acceptable, what we might do is put we've got quite a large number of issues to touch on briefly, but with your assistance we might give you some guidance to move on to once you've done.
And we just have some feedback from this morning as well on the contamination.
Oh, good.
What was the other one that you had?
No, so I'll just do the waste disposal. So you asked a question in relation to the Beaches Link waste disposal, which I can provide some further information on.
Right, thank you.
All right, so as part of the planning submissions for Beaches Link, we went through an extensive review of potential sites before identifying previously that the Port of Newcastle was a potential site for a load-out facility. Now, the letter that was tabled did indicate in paragraph 6 the location was subject to change, and we also confirmed in the preferred infrastructure report, which is currently being considered by the Department of Planning and Environment, that the location may change. Now, we have been undertaking further review in collaboration with DPE, and we have determined that we will not progress with the proposed plans to transport materials from the Beaches Link project to the Port of Newcastle, and that was decided in March of this year. The content of the letter that was prepared prior to the decision being taken was accurate at the time. I think it was the 7th of March of that date of that letter. Now, on the 9th of March, I've been told that we advised the CEO of the City of Newcastle Council that we did make the change, and we are now working in collaboration with Department of Planning and Environment in investigating alternative load-out facility sites for any material that is deemed unsuitable for offshore disposal.
Great, thank you. That is very helpful. And what are those? Is there any indication about where those load-out sites are likely to be now, given that decision?
No, I don't have any indication at this point, but we are working through that with the Department of Planning as part of our planning submission.
And what's the timing before you have some sense of where those load-out sites might be?
Well, we're hoping for the planning submission to be approved mid-year, if not before then, so before that.
Yep. Okay, and so essentially yes, so this letter was signed off on the 7th, sent. It's then been superseded by this decision to say, no, this is definitely not going to Newcastle.
That's correct.
So in the correspondence, we agree the options kept open. Events have moved on rapidly, as it turns out.
Yes.
And the option's now closed. 12,000 cubic metres of this material, which is unsuitable for the safe disposal, the straightforward disposal out, will not be going to the Port of Newcastle.
Will not be going to the Port of Newcastle, that's correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's a really useful clarification. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
And just the traffic lights that were asked about up at Lismore.
Yeah, so I can report back to the committee that we've actually had a contractor there on site today attending to the traffic lights. That they wouldn't be reinstated today, though. There's a number of issues, as I'm sure you'd appreciate, that one of which is utilities. So getting access to power in the area, but the assessment's absolutely underway. The loops in the road, the single signal box, and then the lights themselves. So I'm up there the next few days, so I'll certainly follow up with the team and continue to keep an eye on that one.
Has Transport got any view? This is not a transport issue, but I just wonder, given your comments, whether Transport got any views about this, or whether it's impacting on our transport infrastructure. The fact that the communications again fell over so quickly in the north, we had this issue with the bushfires down south. Again, the communications network really collapsed almost immediately. Does that have transport infrastructure implications in these situations? I'm really asking broadly now.
Sure. Any failure of communication obviously has implications in terms of coordination and response. So that's probably the first statement. We've undertaken to take a number of precautions, including the deployment of sat phones and things of that nature, to ensure that we don't lose all connectivity. And as much as we've had certainly broken signal and interruptions up in the north, north. We haven't lost it altogether, is my understanding, but we've certainly had a number of examples where that's been compromised to some degree. So
I think that's a useful...
It interrupts response, I suppose, is probably the best way to describe it.
Follow it up on, does Transport have access to the critical communications telecommunications network that is customer service is building and all have control?
Take that on notice, but I believe we do.
Okay, and was it used?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay.
Thank you. Secretary, I might turn to that issue I was raising with the Minister. This is about about Rixon's buses in Bateman's Bay and surrounds, I think coming out of Mogo. I've just wondered if there's any background to this. This is essentially a council issue in some ways. It's a post-bushfire issue over a couple of years, but I'm really raising it here because it's also a transport issue, a community transport issue, with a provider who has been, I understand, has had quite a good relationship with the transport agency in the past. Certainly the community values this service. I don't know if you've got any background at all that's useful on this issue.
Look, I'll pass across to Ms Wise, but just before I do, you're right, the community buses are such a critical part of all the regional areas, and so we do work clearly with them. I'm aware of some of the background on this, and quite important stories right back to the bushfires and the impact. So clearly being impacted by the local issues, we would certainly not want to see community lose services, but I'll pass over to Ms Wise.
Thank you.
Certainly. Barbara Wise, Transport for New South Wales. The service you referred to, run by the Rixon family, Mal Rixon and his family, is being provided under a contract to Transport for New South Wales as part of the on-demand pilot program. We have extended that program over the last couple of years. COVID and bushfires kind of impacted the ability of the community to use the service as frequently as otherwise might have been the case. So we have extended that pilot in order that we can see how it is continuing to work. I am very aware of Mr Rixon's personal circumstance as far as the bushfires go and his very terrifying experience he had in that. In terms of my team's interaction with Mr Rixon on his depot, I asked the team after your statement this morning if he had raised it with us. Our last governance meeting with Mr Rixon was in February. I don't recall the exact date, but they did mention that they were going through council. They did not seek our assistance in any way with that. They did mention that a Mr Graham had been down there and used the service. I can only assume that was you. That was in our governance meeting minutes. So that's essentially what I can tell you.
It's very early in the morning.
Right up to the top.
Yeah. No, thanhanks. That's useful. And look, I want to indicate this. Yeah, this really is a probably more a council issue, but if there's a risk of losing this service, it just seemed like one of those bushfire recovery issues that there has been a lot of assistance with. If there is any way that we can provide that support, I think it would certainly be welcome.
Certainly, and we'd be going through, as I indicated, it's a pilot program, and we'd be going through the normal budget and evaluation processes around that.
Yep. Okay. All right. And perhaps the best, I do intend to just speak to the Minister a little bit more about that as well. That's probably the best next step on that. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Secretary, I'm asking, do you recall former Minister Constance issued a direction to your department to remove all trees within 40 metres of state-controlled highways?
I do recollect the letter. That was something I became familiar with very early on.
Sure. Well, very deadpan. And you, as I understand it from our previous estimates, not this budget round, but the previous budget round, Transport put a plan back to the Minister, that's correct?
Yes, look, fire resilience was something that was on our agenda. The question was what could we do? And we rolled out a number of trials, in particular down south.
Yeah.
And this was actually, basically the issue was large old trees that fell in the bushfires were that large that and still smouldering that equipment couldn't get through.
I'm after an update.
So the program was actually to target those trees and remove them. We've been successfully doing so, and for each of those trees we go through an environmental assessment approval process, and that has been quite successful. So we're continuing to roll that through, and there's been...
How many trees have been removed?
I'd have to take that on notice, but it's quite a few thousand trees, but it's not 40 metres of knocking trees down. It's very targeted at the trees that are in the high-risk areas. It's actually part of a broader resilience program, because often these smaller communities had one road coming in, and we're looking at for the settlements, how do you actually ensure you've got two roads and also the trees that are the likely ones to cause the issues. So a combination of roads, repairs, upgrades to those roads, and the tree removal.
Sure, but you think is a couple of thousand trees have already been removed?
Yes, and I'll come back to you with the exact details, but there's the trial, we know how many trees, and we know the cost as well. But I haven't got it here.
Okay, yeah. So you know the cost of the removal so far?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, can we get that on notice? And you described this as a trial, as a precursor to what?
It was, well, if the trial works, we'll roll this out more broadly and as part of the corridor resilience program that we're running. So it was really to see, one, the approval processes, what was the cost, how feasible was it, did it really achieve the results? And I'm pleased to say it was actually very cost effective, and we believe as part of the resilience program it has a role to play. So we will factor that in now as part of our ongoing resilience program.
So when is the trial due to finish?
There's been a couple of trials in different areas, so I'll present...
Who's evaluating this? The outcome of the trial? Is it done by the department, or are you getting it?
Yes, no, the departments. We set up the trial, we know what the parameters were, and then we've reviewed the outcomes of those trials.
Okay, and with the intent to do what? To go back to the Minister and see that if you're assuming that you've got to recommend it, is that required?
Yeah, it'd be a recommendation as part of our corridor resilience planning. So the planning is much broader than just cutting some trees down. That is one part of it, and we would present that as part of a broader strategy for resilience.
But the actual Minister's instruction still stands?
It wasn't an instruction, our interpretation of it, and there was a lot of debate at the time. Our direction, my interpretation of the direction as Secretary was in the context of post-bushfire and resilience, and that's what we've looked at. So we've created the program, and that's my response to that particular letter.
This was directed to all state highways. So do you know roughly where we've been doing the trial?
In particular, we did them down south, but it has been spread, and I'll provide some details on it.
So if we can get the location of where the trees have been removed and the number of trees by location, that would be helpful as notice as well. I might go back to my colleague.
Take that on notice.
I can probably just add that some of the areas that have been covered are the Guida Highway, the Pacific Motorway, the Hunter Expressway, the Princess Highway, obviously, as Mr Sharp's just talked about, but also the Kings Highway.
Do you have the number of trees?
I don't have the number of trees, no, sorry.
Okay, and do you know is there any further trials planned?
I think, as Mr Sharp's just indicated, the trials were specific to those particular areas, and
we've finished them. It says there was multiple trials. They're all finished now?
The trials are finished as far as I'm aware. Yeah.
I just want to return to the fate of that $80 million that was redirected from unallocated funds in the Fixing Country Roads program. The former minister indicated it had been borrowed and would come back. Has it come back? Can you give us any sense of the fate
I'd have to take that on notice. And look, we're in the middle of the budget process, so I should be able to find out exactly what the status is.
Yep. Okay, thank you for that. I'll go back to you, then I'm ready.
Can I go to Mr Merrick, please? You are currently now, for want of a better term, complying with your obligation to resolve your access fees to access transport asset holding entities' assets right now, are you not? Yes. Yep. Can you use a microphone, please?
That's correct, yes.
Can you give us an update as to where you're up to?
We're in... We've agreed the pricing framework, and we're in the process of negotiating that outcome.
So, sorry, let's be very specific here. You've
when you're talking about the pricing framework, what are you talking about?
Access to the Tahi assets. So with regard to TrainLink, access and usage of those Tahi assets.
So you resolved the pricing framework when you entered into an agreement that came into effect 1 July last year, did you not?
Correct, yeah.
And that framework established the pricing regime, did it not?
Did.
And then you entered into a heads of agreement on the 18th of December last year.
That's correct.
That updated, well, let's use the term updated, the original agreement. Is that fair?
That's fair, yep.
And that required you to effectively have to conclude the access fees for this year and the coming year, or was it just the coming year?
For the coming year, I believe.
And you were meant to, I think we've been previously advised that this was meant to be happening in February and March. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And are you likely to complete it for the next year soon?
That's the intent, yes.
Can you tell me how much does New South Wales Trains pay for its access fees for this financial year?
I'd have to come back with you on notice for the exact amount.
Well, we had 700 million, I think it's been described, or 680 between both you and Sydney Trains. Yep. Your annual report, I think, had a figure, and I'm only going from memory, it was 140-ish, I thought, but I could be wrong on that. Do you know of the 680 how much is coming from your organisation?
I'll take that on notice and provide that.
Okay, but you don't know? Is that the reason why you're taking it?
Not at hand, no.
Okay. Yep. And have you, by any chance, familiarised yourself with the projection that's been provided by the Auditor General as to the growth in your access fees?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, your access fees are due to, according to the advice that's been provided in the state accounts, when I say yours, I mean yours and Sydney Trains jointly, compounding growth by 14% per annum between now and the end of the decade. Does that sort of familiar?
It does.
Consistent with what you were assuming? How much of that's coming from you?
The funding for access fees is forthcoming from Treasury.
No, but the additional access fees that you're paying, how much is that coming from New South Wales Trains, of that 14% annual growth?
Yeah.
Do you know?
I'd have to take that on notice and come back to you.
Okay.
Mr. Mookie, if I could just add on that, the growth is actually driven by assumed asset acquisitions as well as the increase in the return expectations. So the access would depend, the mix would depend on the asset growth assumptions for Sydney Trains versus New South Wales Trains, and we don't have that information here.
But the principal asset of Tahis that you're accessing, isn't it the NIF?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
The intercity fleet. Isn't that the asset that they are owning that you'll be accessing?
One of.
But that's the major one, is it not?
It's
the rail network.
The rolling stock that we operate and access to the network.
Yes, but to be fair, Tahi's network only extends as far north as the Newcastle is, doesn't it? And don't you control the rest of it? Up north?
Sorry, just reframe the question again, sorry.
In terms of the actual network, not the rolling stock, but the actual tracks.
Yeah.
Their ownership is in all of New South Wales, that's correct?
Correct.
And you control the assets still, I think it's from somewhere from north, the mid-north coast, isn't it?
No, New South Wales TrainLink you're referring to?
Yeah, I think so.
No, we don't control the access or the network.
Sure. When were you advised that you were when were you advised that you would be getting an additional $1.1 billion to pay access fees in the half-year budget review?
Oh, I'd have to go back and seek the date.
Well, did you find out in the half-year budget review?
I'd have to take that on notice.
The half-year budget review was introduced on the 16th of December, and you signed did you sign the heads of agreement on the 18th of December?
I did.
So presumably you wouldn't have signed the agreement without having some confidence you'd be able to pay it. That's fair?
That's correct, yep.
So did you know that you were getting the additional money when you signed it?
Yeah, it was my understanding, yes.
So if you signed it on the Saturday and you got the money we found out you got the money on a Thursday, did you find out you got the money on a Thursday?
I'm not sure of the exact date, but the funding was confirmed.
Around that time?
Like I said, I have to take the date on notice.
Mr. Mookie, I can help there. We provided timelines to the Tahi Committee, and 14th of December was when we found out about the budget.
Yeah. Right, and then that's when you communicated with Mr. Merrick, is that the case?
Yep.
Okay,
14 December is the date you're after.
So the Auditor General warns that after 24-25, it's unclear whether you're going to have funding to continue to pay the growth and access fees. Where are you going to get the money from?
Well, that's a consideration for the department as to where that funding comes from.
So what plan, you maintain a 5-year budget, don't you?
Forward estimates, yes.
Yeah. Well, what are you doing for the forward estimates for the first year of the outer year?
Yeah.
What are you doing? You've got to start planning for that now.
Yeah, that's correct.
So are you putting an initial submission in to get more money?
Yeah, the intent would be to seek that funding for that additional access payment.
Okay, and so that would result in effectively more money from consolidated revenue having to come to you. Do you agree with that?
Potentially, yes.
But where else did we get the money from? Is there any other source of money that is available that you are aware of that can provide you with the funds other than the consolidated fund?
Not to my knowledge.
So you will get it from consolidated revenue and then you will have to pay it according to TAI, will you not?
Well, to be determined, but that's potentially one source, yeah.
Well, is there any other source?
Well, not to my knowledge, but it's potentially the source.
I looked at your, you get passenger revenue and you get revenue from the consolidated, that's the only revenue you get. So are you likely to have to, are you going to seek it from passengers or?
No.
Yeah. So you'll be getting it from consolidated revenue. That's fair.
But yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I might pause there and allow my colleague to take this.
I might turn to another issue, another bus issue, this time the tender process for outer metropolitan regions 6 and 7. My understanding was this was originally scheduled for late 2021. Is that correct?
It was.
Yep. And it's then been postponed, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And it's been postponed till maybe later this year? Correct. Till when later this year?
So there is a pipeline of bus procurement occurring now, and Greater Sydney, all the bus regions in Greater Sydney are happening over the course of the next several months, and the Central Coast tenders will occur after the last of those tenders.
So originally it would have happened before, it's then been postponed.
Yeah.
And it will now happen after those. And the timing you're saying, Ms Wise, is dependent on how quickly those others travel, or is the timing now known?
It will to some extent depend on the timing of those ones. We would want the market to be clear about and have as much option to bid on all the regions they wish to tender on. So we would seek to keep it away from any other concurrent tender. So
for taking all those factors into account, it may occur at the end of this year. Is that fair?
Yeah, we're currently aiming for around September, but if there's any slip in the other timeline, then I would imagine that may get delayed.
And why was the tender process deferred?
There were some concerns raised. I'm not in a position to go into any of that detail now. They are commercial discussions between the parties to the contracts and ourselves. I can't really go into that in any detail.
Well, it's quite an unusual situation, though, to postpone a tender process like that. You can't give us any detail about why.
I'm afraid not. There are commercial in confidence discussions with the parties of the contracts that we have with the two operators there.
On the 17th of December last year, the document went up after the actual tender was put out, release of data room confidential deeds and protocols for access to the data rooms. Were there any issues with the way the data rooms operated or the confidentiality processes here?
As I said, I'm not in a position to go into any details around commercial in confidence discussions we will have had with any of our parties that we contract with over this.
Look, I just will provide just some guidance here. Ms Wise, you might wish to take some of these on notice because it's not necessarily commercial in confidence as a grounds that we can recognise if a person is not in a position. If you require to get advice, that's a different matter. But I've got to say, like, commercial in confidence is not a recognised reason not to be able to answer a question.
Certainly. Okay, certainly. In that case, I'm happy to take it on notice around what I could provide, but I'm unlike at this point in time, and I'm unable to provide any information.
And let me put it to you the other way, if this makes it any easier, which is, can you give us any assurance that, given this document went up, that the confidentiality of these data rooms, the ordinary processes that we'd expect the agency to be able to safely operate, have not been breached?
I would have to come back to you on notice with
Are those contracts
any detail
continuing?
around that. I beg your pardon?
Those contracts expire?
The two for the Central Coast. The contracts for both of the Central Coast regions are in place until June 2024.
So the tender process was for what, the period beyond 24?
Correct.
Okay, and is there any existing options within the existing contracts to extend further?
I would have to take it on notice. We have exercised an option already to get us to June 2024.
So that's what I was asking. So in order for the contract to continue to 24, we've had to exercise an option. That's correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Ordinarily, we would have two options, don't we, on these contracts?
In the past, that has been the case, but I would need to take on notice if we've got any further available to us.
And in exercising the options, have we incurred any further costs?
I would have to take that on notice.
So does the option effectively mean that the contract continues on its existing terms? Because those contracts themselves, after they're concluded, are generally public, like they're not.
Yeah, and they would be disclosed in line with our contract disclosure requirements and would be available on any
But
website.
therefore, I'm wondering whether or not there's any adjustment to the rates or the services or the ability if you exercise the
My
option.
understanding is that it would only be in line with any CPI or other fuel escalations that would apply in a normal circumstance.
So I accept you taking this on notice. So I hope, I'll look forward to the response. But as of today, there's just no explanation from the agency about why it is this is postponed for a year. This was meant to be dealt with. That's really the position as we sit here today? There's just no explanation at all.
I will take that one on notice. I need to take some advice on that.
Do we have to repeat the entire request for proposal, expressions of interest, or which always happens when you relet regional contracts and other forms of bus contracts, or is it? Does the entire process restart now, or?
So I'll just put it in a bit of context. So we negotiated with all incumbent operators as per a government decision from 2019 to do so. 9 of those 11 contracts were negotiated successfully in line with ICAC direct negotiation guidelines as part of the government procurement policy. We could not reach a sustainable outcome for 2 of the contracts, which were the 2 Central Coast contracts, which is why we're now going to tender for those 2 contracts. In terms of the process, it would be a normal tender process. They have not yet, there's not been a full tender process to date.
And who are the existing operators of those contracts at the moment?
For the 2 Central Coast contract regions, the 2 operators are Busways and the Entrance Red Bus.
Right, okay. And they, I think they both would have been operating for quite some time in the area. Is that a fair comment?
That is a fair comment, yes.
Okay. All right. Can I just return to questions to do with the new intercity fleet? As I think you refer it as a Marion fleet, is that right? We talk about the same thing?
The new intercity fleet?
Yeah.
The Marion.
Great. So I'm going to refer to it as the NIF just because that's what's described as in the budget papers for what it's worth as well. As I understand it, how many how much of the rolling stock has arrived already?
I'll pass to Mr. Merrick on the exact number.
There's 25 10-car sets in country.
25 10-car sets in country. And how many more are due?
Total 610 cars.
And they're all due running to 2035, that's correct?
Yeah, that's the program delivery. Yes.
Yeah. And how many are we meant to be getting per year?
The cadence was originally 2 per month.
When you use terms like it was originally 2 per month, you've got like the follow-up question, which is, what is it now?
Well, it's a reflection of the industrial action that's surrounding the train at the moment.
Okay, but that's in terms of coming into country,
yes.
As in this is coming from South Korea, correct?
Correct.
And how many of them are still, I presume they're still arriving. The arrival from South Korea is not affected by industrial action?
Yeah.
So how many are arriving from Korea every month?
The planned cadence is 2 per month. I'd have to check and take on notice the actual delivery schedule.
And to be fair, the actual owner of these assets is a transport asset holding entity, is that correct?
Correct.
And Transport Asset Holding Entity advised us in the October round of this budget estimates that there were delays in the South Korean supply chain. You're aware of that?
I'm not aware of the actual details of why there were delays, but I am.
You are aware that there are delays? And what have you been advised in terms of the delays?
Sorry, what was the question again?
What have you been advised, or what information have you received from the asset owner as to the reason for the delay?
My understanding of the delays are that early on in the schedule, the delivery was exposed to what would be considered normal supply chain delays. Subsequent to that, there were delays that were associated with COVID, and the delays since have been around, or at least since September of last year, have been around the protected industrial action.
Sure. Well, the protected industrial action is about deploying them, isn't it? It's not about receiving them from Korea. What impact does the industrial action have on whether or not these are shipped from South Korea?
The effect of the protected industrial action is around testing and commissioning of those trains when they arrive in the country.
Fair enough. But I'm talking specifically about arrival, not from post-arrival, which I can understand. But I can also understand that if there's a delay in the ones that are already here, that you might then adjust the order for the amount that's shipping. Is that what's happened? Or
it's potentially an outcome.
Yeah. And, well, Mr. Merrick, you keep saying it's potentially an outcome. I'm asking you specifically, is that what's going on?
Yeah. I'd have to take it on notice as to what the actual delivery schedule was as opposed to what it has been.
Well, what are you doing to adjust for the delays?
As the operator, and TrainLink is the operator, we've effectively ceased the operational verification activities associated with the train. And obviously supplying resources to transport for testing and commissioning.
But what about, are you going to need to continuing to run the existing fleet longer as a result? It's going to slow out the rate of replacement, or?
Yeah, that will be a potential outcome if the delay to the train is further realised, yes.
And so as you have to run the existing fleet for longer, does that mean that they're going to need to go through any additional maintenance or to keep them operational?
Depending on the time that we would be required to keep the current fleet, that is a potential outcome. Additional maintenance, yes.
Are you modelling all this?
TrainLink is not modelling that.
Who is?
That modelling would be done by IMP within Transport and Sydney Trains as the maintainer.
Okay, well that's over to you, Mr. Sharp. Do you want to fill us in?
So at the moment, we have a number of these carriages that are actually ready for entry into service. So once the industrial operating model is agreed, there's a number of these would potentially enter service. The key caveat there is agreeing the operating model. There are a number of trains that are in storage here that would need testing. That testing is once again subject to the industrial relations action, and so that testing would occur. So we have something like, I think it's 28 train sets that could be deployed very quickly, and that would obviously address the issue that you're talking about. From a maintenance perspective, if it's protracted, clearly there would be some ongoing maintenance activity on the older train sets, but we would be hopeful that we could arrive at a solution with the unions to get these into service. And the reason is they're a great product. The community, we believe, will actually enjoy this. There's great product here for those who are challenged on accessibility, and we're very keen to see these in service.
Are all 610 due to, will all of them arrive by 2035 still?
My understanding is that they are still on schedule producing these trains.
So is that a yes?
Yes.
So all 610 are still on track for...
My understanding is that the end date is still that date.
So
that's my
what's
understanding.
The additional cost as a result of the supply chain delays coming out of South Korea?
The project has a budget of $2.8 billion, and we are on budget for that $2.8 billion. The caveat is, obviously, if industrial relations delays continue with the bank up of these trains, that will cause supply chain challenges, and there are real costs associated with that. But as we stand here today, we are on budget, and those trains have arrived, and but obviously that will change from here on as this if this doesn't get resolved.
My final questions, and there's not many of them left on this particular matter, is to Mr Merrick in respect to the access fee arrangements with Tahi to pay for these carriages. Are you paying to access the 28 that they own right now?
We are paying for the asset through the maintenance regime, yes.
And what about the access fees? So you're paying to maintain them, but are you paying to actually use them still?
I'd have to take that on notice and go back and...
I could add to that. The fees that Transport pays are only for assets that are in service.
Okay, so Tahi will get less revenue if they can't deploy, if they can't give you the asset at the time that they've warranted that they could. That's fair?
That would be a flow-on consequence of a delay, a continuing delay.
So there is a revenue risk to Tahi, not necessarily saying, well, it's good for you, Mr Merrick, you don't have to pay, but it's a case of...
we pay for assets that we use, so there is a challenge there for the asset holding company if the industrial action continues.
Oh, also if the South Korean supply chain issues continue, yes?
Well, we've got 28 trains here already, or carriages here already.
True, but
and that would come into service if we achieve agreement.
So do you know, Mr Sharp, from your Tahi experience, are we still getting the 2 per month?
Look, Mr Merrick has taken on
notice of
the exact 2 a month. Certainly there's been train sets continuing. Where I'm not sure is the storage facilities here. Have we reached any limits in that? In which case that would affect supply chain, but that's a future challenge.
There's supply chain issues across the supply chain. I mean, look, again, worldwide there's a semiconductor shortage. Like, it's no surprise that there are issues to do when it comes to rail manufacturing.
I'm not aware of any global supply chain issues, but I'll take that on notice too.
To be fair, with the CEO of Star, he told us that in the estimates that there were issues to do with South Korea's ability to access the materials required to build the threads.
Yeah.
What I'm asking is, have you been advised, firstly, as to what they are, which you've taken on notice, but specifically, we're meant to be getting 2 a month. Are we still getting 2 a month?
Look, I'll take on notice the exact delivery schedules, as Mr Merrick has said.
I just want to turn to the issue about the zero-emission bus transition strategy. This was something that Minister Constance announced the goal, perhaps didn't quite deliver the entire budget for this program. This is challenging in the city. It's a big challenge, though, in the regions. I just want to touch on some of those challenges. One of them is that categories 1 to 4 dedicated school buses are a significant part of rural and regional service provision contracts. There appears to be no suitable zero-emission buses that could be used to replace these. So, as one of the examples of some of the challenges here, does the department see that as a challenge?
Short answer is yes. We have been consulting with the bus industry and supply chain, developing a strategy. We do have a strategy that's about to be tabled with Cabinet for consideration. And that strategy takes into account the challenges of where technology is at, particularly for some of the regional areas. It is an interesting one because we have a large number of smaller bus entities in the regional areas. So some of the concerns they've raised are about that transition and skill set. The longer distances as well are a challenge, and so hydrogen buses may well be the solution. So that technology is in its very infant stage, and we're doing trials in conjunction with the whole of government around the hydrogen supply chain and where that may play a role. So the strategy will be a phased strategy in terms of which areas you focus in on, where's the technology at and can be delivered immediately, and where do we need to continue to consult with industry.
And it's fair to say that will essentially start in the city and then roll out to the regions. That's the reasons you're describing.
Correct.
Yeah. And what does that mean for operators in the regions who might be purchasing buses or making changes to depots? Well, there's a risk here, given the goal's not that far away, that they might develop stranded assets as a result of this.
Yes, very, very much aware of that risk, and they've raised that with us. So this does come down to timelines. It also comes down to what commitments we make with those industry players. As I said, the strategy, there's a number of options here, a number of costs and a number of scenarios, and we'll be presenting that to Cabinet. I'm not here to say what the government policy will be on it.
Understood.
But those risks that you raised are very real, and we cover that in our strategy.
I think that's been a good set of responses, Mr Sharp. Can I just ask you to respond to two other challenges, just to see how high these rate on your list, the list of concerns that are being tackled? One of those is the expected life and maximum age limits of these buses. Given the conditions they'll be travelling in regional areas, that's more of a challenge, presumably, in those regions.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because if you look at diesel buses, there's a maintenance program and a typical life for those vehicles. They've been around for many, many years, and it's well known. For electric buses, one of the key factors is battery replacement. That's a very large part of the cost base. So the actual lifespan of an electric bus could be different, and we are looking at what are those envelopes, what are those midlife costs that you need to do, for example, refreshing batteries and product to get the life. That does have an overall implication then in terms of the cost effectiveness and when those cost points in the market might be realised. So the strategy takes those into account, and it's a really interesting issue, and they are different lifespans, and that's something we would talk to the bus industry about.
And how much of a challenge is just flat out electricity supply in some of these regional areas? Obviously, this might put far more of a drag on the grid. These assets won't necessarily be developed ready for this at the moment. How large of a challenge is that when it comes to looking at rolling this out to the regions?
There's other challenges as well. So you may actually find 6 buses parked in a paddock. The paddock's not going to have overhead power cables. And so there are logistical challenges there. We're very much aware of those. In fact, at the moment, we're working with the Sydney regions where we have contracted the electric buses, and we're actually working through the practicalities of infrastructure, what's needed, how do you actually get the wiring and the overhead charging equipment in. Very complex, lots of logistics involved, and I can see that translating also into the regional areas. We're going to continue to consult with the regional areas. We're not forcing something onto them.
Understood.
And this strategy is really needing to now sit with government on a policy direction.
Thank you. We might leave that there.
Yeah. Can I ask you about the Martin Bridge Taree project? Who's the best person there on this one?
Sorry, what
Martin Bridge.
Martin Bridge Taree.
Martin Bridge Taree.
We may have to take it on notice, but...
okay, are you currently repainting the Martin Bridge in Taree?
We'll have to take that on notice.
Okay. Well, I think you are. From your website, you apparently are repainting the Martin Bridge in Taree, and there's been a delay. I'm just reading from your website. It says work on the project started on 11 June. Due to weather delays and continuing COVID-19 impacts, we are expecting delays to the completion of the project. So I'm interested as to when now is this project meant to complete. Do you mind taking that on notice?
Can do, no problem.
Can we also take on notice what's the budget for this project?
Take that on notice, no problem.
Thank you. And equally, I can't see it reported anywhere in the budget papers, and I understand it to be a significant project. So I would be interested if you can tell me where precisely the money is coming from that particular project.
We can take that on notice, but generally for maintenance programs, they may not appear as separate items in the budget papers. Our regional maintenance delivery area has a substantial budget. They, as Mr. Graham was referring to the asset management plan, it's detailed in there. It's about a $1.3 billion budget.
And that's on the recurrent side, yes?
Sorry?
That's on the recurrent side of the budget.
That's right, and repainting of a bridge would be of a recurrent nature. So that would fall in the maintenance delivery space, and I assume, and we will check, and we will come back on the detail of that. But
thank you.
I'll turn to another electric vehicle set of questions just briefly, and this is really about the EV charging stations now for vehicles and where we're up to on the rollout for this. The government's made a number of commitments. Some of these have been working with NRMA, for example, but there's also in February 2022 talk about co-funding 1,000 electric vehicle charging stations across the state over 4 years at intervals of 50 kilometres. Where is this up to?
In terms of the actual status of delivery, I'm not across the detail. I am obviously aware of the latest commitment in terms of the rollout in February. It is through a partnership with NRMA, so I'd have to take that on notice and come back with the exact status.
Yep. No, thank you. And perhaps in doing that, could you give us some breakdown? I'm open to what would be the most sensible way to break it down, but some regional breakdown of where these are as we stand now. So this commitment's been made. Where are we at now? Perhaps by each state electorate or whatever regional boundary is sensible, Secretary, from your point of view.
Yes.
And then how rapidly is this then going to be rolled out? It's obviously a very short time frame, given the intervals we're talking about of just 50 kilometres.
Yes, agree. So we'll come back with that detail and we'll break it out accordingly.
And in terms of the funding for those, what's the breakdown of the 1,000 vehicle charging stations between the private operators or the New South Wales government?
Yes, I'm not across that detail, so I'll have to take that on notice.
Yeah, okay. Yep. And just to make it clear, I think we're looking for an assessment, not just of this commitment, but how many charging stations are in place at the moment. What are we building from now? How much will this
What's the baseline and what's the new additions?
Yeah,
okay.
Precisely.
I am going to ask you a couple of quick questions, which I suspect, Mr. Sharp, you might need to take on notice as well. This arrived from the Restart New South Wales Fund. Just specifically, I'm talking about budget paper number 3, page 4.6. It says here that there's a commitment of 400. Well, Restart New South Wales commitments at the 2021-22 budget for fixing country roads programs, which is listed as $458 million, which I interpret as being all the commitments in the years to date for that program from that fund, not just the ones granted in this particular budget. But I was hoping that you could either provide us now, but more likely on notice, a list of all the actual projects that $458 million is committed to. And
I'll take that on notice. You did raise recently a question around the New Start regional road corridors, and there was some...
I got to the bottom of that myself.
Yes, I've got the details here if you want it.
Oh, it's okay. You've already said to you provided on notice.
Excellent.
But I have a suspicion I've solved that particular dilemma myself. But thanks for the help. And so, but if you could help me with the $458.2 million commitment. So I'm interested in, this is a commitment, right? So this money has not yet been acquitted, is my interpretation. Yeah. What are the actual roads that are being fixed? And then over what years is that money meant to be acquitted would be helpful, if that's possible. Can we also get the same for the $240.3 million that is listed as fixing country rail coming from Restart New South Wales, if you don't mind?
Yes.
And can I also ask for a similar explanation for the $309.1 million for the Bridges for the Bush program as well, as to where that's going to?
Yes.
I'll go back to that.
Great. I just want to turn to the level crossings issue, which has been raised really with the former minister, more prominently than with this minister. The former minister wrote to the Deputy Prime Minister in July 21 seeking an acceleration in the New South Wales and Australian government's shared commitment to improving level crossing safety. Are you aware, Mr Secretary, of any response to that request?
Yes. Look, what I can say is that there's actually a high level of interest internally in transport on the level crossings. It's an interesting challenge because a large number of them, about 50% of them, are actually on private properties. And that has generated some innovative thinking. So we're actually about to launch some trials, some technology trials, which we're funding. And these are what I'd call low-cost technology that could actually be effectively deployed in an isolated environment and be self-managed with data. So we're about to kick off those trials. The Inland Rail project as well has a number of alignments that they're looking at. Effectively the New South Wales corridor on the southern end is effectively being upgraded with the ARTC exercise. And there's quite a few $100 million in that program for realignment to remove some of the level crossings.
How many crossings might that improve? Just give us some sense.
Small numbers. I think
sure.
7 or 8. It's not the 1,300 or so level crossings that are out there across the various farms. And we are allocating some funds to those trials, the aim being to then roll out a program. So we're targeting these trials on level crossings, and there's probably about 900 of them, that ultimately, if these trials are successful, we would look to put a business case up. We are liaising with the Commonwealth Government as well. This is obviously a national issue, so the secretaries across Australia are all aligned on this. We're sharing learnings, and there's some new entrants that have come into the market as well with some technology. So technology looks like it's going to be part of the solution here, but we're at a point where we've probably got another 12 months would be my suspicion to get those trials done and then present a business case to government.
Right, so it's definitely not heading towards this budget cycle, but are you hopeful of getting into the next budget cycle?
Yes,
is that
correct.
an option here? Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Right, thank you for that. And if you could take on notice whether there has been a response from the Australian Government to that specific correspondence.
I'll take that on notice.
I accept that it's been the subject of some joint discussions in the way you've described.
Mr. Merrick, this is for you. I suspect that you might need to take potentially some of this on notice as well. By any chance, do you happen to have your annual report with you?
Not on me? No, I don't.
Fair enough. I walk around with your annual report, but I can understand why you wouldn't.
You definitely walk around with a lot of questions.
I walk around with a lot of them.
You walk around with a lot of questions, I'll give you that.
Can I ask you, Mr. Merrick, apparently, I'm just referring to a couple of issues which I'm interested for an explanation on as to what they are and what they mean. But apparently you, in your sales of goods and services from contracts with customers in the last financial year, you earned $25 million from what was described as labour cost recovery. And that's $5 million greater than the year before. So congratulations on increasing your revenue by 25% in that item. What is that?
Yeah, I'll take that on notice to give you the details.
Yep. Thank you. Equally, you use, according to your other operating expenses, you use $30 million in the last financial year for what was described as other contractors. Is that labour hire?
Again, I'll take that on notice and I'll get to the detail.
Thank you. If you don't mind, that would be good. And equally, it says here that your track access fee was $19 million as well. That's not the Tahi fee, that's something else. What's that?
We have access to 5 networks. I can take on notice what the breakdown is for those 5 networks.
Okay, that would be helpful. And no, the other ones are explained. So that's it for me. That would be helpful if you could take that on notice. Thank you.
I just want to turn to the Jenolan Caves Road. In this damage to the access road to the Jenolan Caves precinct occurred in March 2021. There was severe damage by flooding and landslides, and it's really led to a prolonged road closure. I mean, it's a very significant way around, given this key road. Where is this project up to, or where are these repairs up to?
I'll pass this to Mr. Fuller, but it is a very substantial landslip and engineering challenge.
No, thank you, Mr. Graham. You're quite right. The team continue to work on Jenolan Caves Road. The good news is that it was actually reopened again on Friday of last week after the current events, and there's ongoing work on the road corridor as you've suggested. But the slips this time round were minimised, and the team were able to do that because I think it's fair to say progressively, as work continues, that road's becoming more resilient, and we're able to reopen it sooner after these events. So that work will continue. I'll have to take on notice exactly when it's scheduled to complete, but as I say...
But is it fully open at the moment?
It's open
subject
at the moment.
to
It was
being
open.
closed for when work is occurring, right?
We always seek to do controlled access and to make sure that maybe there's speed limitations, there could be stop-go arrangements on one lane as an example to ensure that it's safe.
When I drove it reasonably recently, it was closed altogether. So
it was open on Friday for members of the public to access the caves ahead of the weekend, so which I know the Caves House and the team were pretty pleased about.
Yeah, and what has been the cost of the work, particularly in the in the slope failure at the area at the top of 5 Mile Hill?
Have to take that on notice and come back with an exact figure.
I ask in part because the former minister has been saying there's been extensive work to do in repairing that part of the road.
That's correct.
Okay,
I could also just respond to Mr Mookie's question earlier on the bridge at Taree.
Yep.
Quite correct. We do have an ongoing maintenance program. Absolutely. The main reason for the delay was the flooding event last year. It actually removed all of the scaffold or a substantial part of the scaffold from the bridge, so that has been delayed. There's no question about that.
The flooding event you're referring to, which is the one that...
The one from last year. So you probably recall around Easter time from memory. Significant funding event up there, and the team's rescheduled date for completion is by the end of this year, and the estimated cost is $26 million.
$26 million? Okay, thank you. I was going to ask about regional bus driver shortages, if you don't mind, Mr Secretary. I don't know who to direct that to, but are we experiencing shortages of bus drivers in regional New South Wales?
I'll pass this one to Ms Wise.
Certainly. So we have regular meetings. I have regular meetings with Bus New South Wales, which is the industry body representing bus operators across New South Wales. A lot of their membership is regionally based, and as I hope you're aware, my team contracts with all of the regional bus operators for services across New South Wales. We have been made aware over the course of COVID of some experiences around issues with drivers falling ill in terms of a bit of fear among drivers about being exposed to COVID, especially through school children who for a lot of time weren't actually able to be vaccinated. We have not had, to my knowledge, any significant service disruption associated with shortages of drivers, and in general sense, in a more broader sense around discussions with Bus New South Wales, they have not raised a specific concern around immense difficulty getting bus drivers. However, it is a highly skilled job, driving around a heavy vehicle with precious cargo on board. So it is something that the bus operators we contract with are very keen to make sure they get hold of people who have those high skills.
So I'm advised that there has been impacts on services in the Hunter Valley area, and with Hunter Valley buses specifically has had to make adjustments to mitigate impact as a result of driver shortages. So is it possible?
So in terms of some, we haven't had significant impacts, as I'd said. I am aware of during the start, essentially, of the school term, a lot of the services we provide are for school students, that Hunter Valley buses needed to shift around services as such in order to make sure that services could be provided. But I'm not aware of massive service cancellations. There may have been a couple of days where a small number of services were cancelled, but mostly it's been managed by shuffling service provision around rather than significant driver shortage or ongoing chronic driver shortage. That's not something that I attend quarterly executive meetings with Hunter Valley buses, and that's not something that has been raised with me.
Okay. Can we on notice, is it possible to get an update as to what strategies are in place to assist in recruitment of bus drivers to regional New South Wales?
Sure, I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. And can we get a specific response to the Bus New South Wales suggestion around specific funding to allow new recruits to the bus and coach industry to upgrade to a heavy rigid or a medium rigid licence, if that's possible? As well, just
that's certainly. I mean, it's not something I can answer because I don't handle that kind of part. But some part of transport certainly does. So,
well, maybe the Secretary should take that on notice.
Yeah.
Take it on notice.
Yep.
Thank you. That would be good.
Great. I just want to turn to some of the what I'd describe as some of the best known commuter car parks, the commitments that have been made recently about the $30 million for the Gosford commuter car park project and also the $5 million Woy Woy commuter car park project. These were commitments made by the Commonwealth Government, but obviously they're being implemented in New South Wales. What is the status of these two car park projects?
I have to pass this to...
I am aware that we do have a note on this one, but we may have to come back to it or take it on notice just in terms of exactly where those projects are at.
If you feel free to keep looking for it, I might just ask you one other question, and then if you don't have any details you can provide, I might put to you a range of detailed questions on it. Or while you're checking about that, I might ask you about another issue in that Central Coast area, and that's on the western side of the Central Coast with the road closure of Settlers Road at the intersection of the Old North Road near Wiseman's Ferry Crossing.
This is very localised.
In fact, it's very...
I appreciate that.
The road requires rapid remediation due to the fact that Ausgrid trucks need to get round to the McDonald River Valley in the Hawkesbury to repair the electricity. That's why it's urgent. Is there any update about this situation?
Notice that's
understood.
A very specific issue. Yep.
So is there anything you can tell us on the commuter car parks?
Not at this point, Mr. Graham.
Yeah,
No, we'll come back.
So can I just give you can I put these details to you? I'm happy for you to take them all on notice if that's the case. Where are we up to in general, including have we, has the New South Wales Government surveyed potential sites for where these might go? What are the sites? When might this happen? What are the current timelines for this? And then have we actually produced any of the documents that you might normally associate it with these sorts of developments? Have we produced a strategic business case document? Is there a draft development project proposal? And finally, how much of the money that's been committed for each of these, that is $30 million for Gosford, $5 million for Woy Woy, how much has been spent of those?
Well, we'll see what information we've got and come back to you.
Well, on that, Mr. Secretary, certainly from our perspective, I think we're done, but the government has 15 minutes to interrogate you. Scott, do you have questions?
Not today. Yes.
Is there any further information that any witnesses
Worried about the chair today. Chair, we just had something on the crisis committee that you asked earlier.
Sure.
A microphone.
Sorry, the microphone, please, Mr. Dunphy.
Mr. Mookie, you asked if Transport was involved in the Crisis Communication Network, and I can confirm that we are part of the whole of government Crisis Communication Network, which is led by DCS, and that we are fully engaged with the network, particularly in relation to the current flood crisis and also our COVID response. Transport's also a member of the Communications, Data and Reporting Subcommittee, which is led by the Department of Customer Service under the State Recovery Committee as well.
Thank you, Mr. Dunphy. That's helpful. Mr. Secretary, that brings our hearings to an end, and equally, I think this form of budget estimates to an end too. Can I, on behalf of
pretty sure the other one's already finished.
Committee, convey our thanks to you for this today, of course, but equally I should just acknowledge that Transport, I think, is the most estimated of all government departments.
Thank you.
And you provided 4 days of evidence across with multiple fissures, which I know takes a lot of effort.
Well, you had nothing else to do.
And we really do appreciate it, and we appreciate as well the professionals in the department continue to display the department continues to display in this process. So thank you, and to please convey our thanks to all the officials who have appeared across the 4 days.
Thank you.
That will bring the public hearing to a close. We will have a short deliberative.